krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
His first pitch to Osuna, slow ground ball right side. Mydrov charges, has it on the run, fires to first, and that'll do it. The White Sox hold on and defeat the Rangers here tonight by the final score of 4-2.
Matt Hicks with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible with some entertainment, some laughs, some info, and some freight tickets to hook you up with in the 7 o'clock hour on your home for Rangers baseball. Bobby Belt is out for the next few days on training camp recharge vacation. This game was a snooze fest after 6.
Yes.
All the scoring stopped, and the Chicago White Sox end up taking 2 of 3 from your Rangers with a 4-2 win.
Yeah, and this was a, these type of games where you're throwing a bullpen game. It's you're not doing it because you want to. It's the right thing to do. You're doing it because you have to. You're doing it because you got guys that are injured in the starting rotation, guys that are trying to give a little bit extra rest to. So you go out there, you throw Alexander, and it's an opener, and then Quantrill comes in, and Quantrill was really the one that wasn't getting guys out. And this is the second time in a row since the All-Star break where he's been out there and he hasn't got guys out. 4 innings pitched, 6 earned in the first game after the All-Star break, and then yesterday 3 innings pitched, 2 earned. A little bit too many walks, allowing guys. I mean, he only allowed 2 hits yesterday. He had 11 in the first game on Friday. In the one that they had, was that the 15-1 game in Atlanta?
Yeah,
where he had 11 hits allowed.
And none of that is surprising, as Bobby talked about his sky-high ERA when they acquired him. He had a 5.50 in 2025. Only had a 5.5 and a 13.50 when he also went to Atlanta. Ended up with a 6 for the year, and this year, hey, not bad in the Rangers rotation right now, barely above a 4.
In those starts prior to the one in Atlanta, he allowed 1 earned over 6, 2 earned over 5, no earned over 4, 1 earned over 2. Okay. So he was on a kind of a good stretch, and even before then, he allowed 2 and 3, but he had a stretch of 1, 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0, 0. I mean, he had a good stretch, so it's a blip. It's a blip, but
yesterday the 4th got him.
Yeah,
he walked 2 batters, 2 of the first 3 hitters, and then with 2 outs, he allowed 2 singles for the runs batted in. And then you try to answer in the bottom of the 4th, loaded with no outs, you only end up with 1. That keeps it a 3-2 game, and then another RBI single off Junis, 4-2. That was the end of the scoring.
That was it. And you had a chance. I mean, the offense didn't do what the offense had been doing since the All-Star break, and it sinks because you had a chance because Seattle lost. So you could have bought yourself a cushion. Game and a half is, you got to lose 2 to get out of the first place in the division. So that's a much, much more enviable spot to be in than a half game. Half game is, it's anybody's game, anybody's business here. So that was one that you had to scratch away. You don't want to lose 2 or 3 to the White Sox. I know they're a first place team. I still don't buy them. Watching them for really, this was really the first time I'd really kind of paid attention to them all year. I'd seen games here or there. I don't think that they're like this. I would be surprised if they make a run in the AL. They even made the ALCS. I'd be surprised there.
They're even described as kind of like that dangerous, fun wild card, but not really,
right.
They don't have all the screws tightened, in terms of all the fly balls and the power that you can get. So it may be a dangerous team to face, but maybe not one that you're totally afraid of. But they could play all out and, be a year early and be too young and dumb to realize all those sports sayings for the inexperienced.
Honestly, the guy I would least want to face on this team, if I'm in a big spot, is Benintendi. He's been in all the big games you could ask for. He's a professional hitter. Murakami he's had a really nice year. I think his OPS is right around 900. But again, you could pitch around some guys. It's not like this is the Dodgers lineup. So I'm not really worried about them come playoff time to make it out of the American League, but they are a fun story.
Rangers offense obviously was not there, and neither was Josh Young, who suggested to reporters after Tuesday's game and the tightness that he could possibly play on Wednesday. He did not. Skip with the update.
Yeah, he woke up in a good spot. He said that we feel like we've dodged a bullet, taking him out at the right time. You could kind of see it when he ran first to third a little bit and kind of got to third and stretching it out a little bit on the base. And I was going to put on a play there, and Rags told me, our third base coach Ragsdale told me, like, hey, don't put anything on. We got something going on. And so I didn't know what exactly it was. And he's had calf issues before, but it feels like this might be minor, which is good news. I haven't seen him yet today. I've talked to him, and he feels like he's, we might have dodged a bullet. He's not in the lineup today, just because there's just no way I was going to put him in the lineup after taking him out for a calf injury. But I do feel like potentially he could be available. I just want to see him do some stuff with the training staff first.
So there's Skip right here, exclusively with the KNC Masterpiece. The Boston Red Sox won. By the way, day off today, as Choppy said, Seattle did lose to Cincinnati, so you are still a half game up. Day off today, Mariners tomorrow in Arlington.
By the way, that the MRI showed a little bit of the strain there with Young. This is not the time to push it, I don't think. Those calves lead to Achilles real quick. Totally fine with him not playing, especially when you have the off day. We'll see what winds up happening, but it would not surprise me if they give him another day. I don't know. I mean, it's like those things. You need him. You need them to play 55 games the rest of the way. The time for off days are kind of over. That's why you need to get him healthy first.
15 straight for the Mass Holes, only the 17th winning streak of 15 or more in the last century, and the longest since St. Louis won 17 in a row in 2021. On June 24th, Boston had the worst record in the American League at 32-46. Woo. Now they have the fifth best at 52-48. Are the Red Sox for real? Are they more real than Chicago?
I think they're more real than Chicago. Their pitching staff, they still have, when healthy, a really good staff. They still really do. They've got big time pitchers, and I don't think they're going to make any moves at the deadline in terms of selling. They've still got a very, very good closer in Chapman.
Bobby says Hall of Famer.
I think he's probably, yes, the way his talent is and the production on the field, yeah, no doubt. Do they make a move for an offensive piece? Maybe. But yeah, that's a good team. I mean, they were a team that a lot of people picked to make the postseason to start the year.
Yeah.
That they were going to be one of the sneak picks to, not even sneak, they were going to win the American League East. And here they had the worst record in the sport 2 weeks ago.
Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo puts out a story from sources that believe that LeBron James is slow playing his decision to see if any of his suitors can find a way to land Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. The problem is that AD and Kyrie don't seem available for trade right now. So another story came out from someone at Odyssey, not this building, but someone from Odyssey reported that LeBron was irked by Adam Silver rushing his decision.
Oh, no.
Only LeBron could view it that way, whereas we were sitting here getting on Adam Silver and I think paying the ultimate compliment to a 40-year-old saying we can't make the schedule until LeBron decides. Well, apparently it pissed off LeBron.
Only a somebody with an ego would be upset about a compliment because it wasn't complimentary enough.
It's like your contract is up in the building. And the boss says, "Well, we have to decide on this. This is the this is the straw that stirs the drink. This is the nucleus.
Yeah, we can't make our schedule.
We can't pay the other people. We can't make our schedule. We can't decide to go ahead and pay the nosebleeds until we decide on such and such." And you get insulted by it.
Yep, we're telling the Cowboys, "Hey, we can't even tell you when we're going to camp." So we pay this guy, and then that person's insulted.
More from KOC. LeBron has never simply signed somewhere. In 2010, he joined the Heat because Dwayne Wade was already in place and they acquired Chris Bosh. In 2014, he went back to Cleveland to join Kyrie with the understanding that the first overall pick was getting flipped for Kevin Love. Who was that first overall pick, by the way, in 2014?
Kyrie Irving, right?
No, they had Kyrie. They flipped it for Kevin Love. Pepe, see who the number one pick in 2014 was. Who?
Let's see. Let's look at 2014.
You're saying Markelle Fultz, maybe?
Yeah.
In 2018, he signed with the Lakers, knowing year one was a bridge to a blockbuster. Wiggins. The next summer, Anthony Davis arrived. So 3 free agency decisions all had one common thread. LeBron signed up for a team with a plan. Miami could use an upgrade, but there's no salary match for Kyrie's $40 million without gutting wing depth. And then I raised my eyebrow at this next sentence. Andrew Wiggins would have to go for any deal to work with the Mavs, and the Heat aren't trading their best wing defender to add a 34-year-old point guard coming off a torn ACL. So that's Kevin O'Connor saying, yeah, Wiggins would have to be included to appease LeBron and try to get Kyrie in Miami, but they would not do that. That leaves Cleveland, where James Harden is waiting, as he was quoted at Fanatics saying, just waiting on the big fella. We're going to see what we're going to do there. The belief around the league is that LeBron would be more likely to choose the Cavs if the front office could replace Harden with Kyrie. The 2016 reunion would be a lovely story, but it has 2 problems. The Mavs don't want to trade Kyrie. The Cavs are actually happy with Harden. So that's LeBron with a theory throughout the league that he's holding this up, not just for attention, to see whether any of these squads can get one of his boys. Someone on Twitter pointed out you could just come and sign here with Kyrie Irving.
Correct. Could do that. And the Mavs could trade for Bronny, which would entice him to come here.
Yeah.
That would be the...
I think anyone could maybe trade for Bronny.
I think anybody could. I mean, I don't know what you would have to give up. We give up just the last pick in the draft, you could probably get him. But that's an idea. How badly do you want LeBron? Get Bronny.
I mean, is Miami... forget about the relationships, which I know is hard to do. Is Miami an obvious better fit than the Mavs? For LeBron's timeline?
Is Miami a better fit for the Mavs?
Than the Mavs.
Than the Mavs. Yes. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I'm torn on where the Mavs are in terms of what my expectations are for them next year. I think it'll be better.
Yeah.
But, I'm not sitting here going to call
I thought you
were
play. Sitting 8-9 range.
Yeah, that's...
What are you torn with?
How close could that 8-9 become a 4? How many players does it take for that 8-9? If they got LeBron, are they a force? I don't know. I mean, LeBron couldn't. He couldn't do anything when he had Luka. So I really don't know the answer to that.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. The payload at 6:40 this morning. Frey ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock hour. And an old pal will rejoin us at 9:20, the former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Jason Garrett. I guess he just waited for Bobby to take off before committing.
Yeah. This is exciting. He's got a podcast.
On leadership.
Yeah. I like that. Because there's some things I would take from Jason. Leadership's absolutely one of them. I think he was a good CEO type coach in that regard.
First question we'll ask him, is lasagna pasta? After crosstalk yesterday with his Italian restaurant that he still,
that's right,
along with Laufenberg, have not invited us to. Jason Garrett at 9:20 on Sean and RJ. The NFL list, Choppy says every team wants to be on. Are the Cowboys actually on it? We take you inside the Star with training camp next week after this.
Thank you for making sure.
Injured in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Training camp coverage kicks off next week in Oxnard, California. Brought to you by the On Time Experts. On Time Experts, AC, heating, and plumbing, along with Best Buy windows and siding. You got Wild Fork Foods. You got Hurtado Barbecue. You got Zero Res, and a host of others. Sending us out to California. The KNC Masterpiece are going to kick things off. Jason Garrett will talk Cowboys live this morning at 9:20. We got the payload with Pepe coming up at 6:40. But Choppy has the list that he says every NFL team wants to be on.
Yes, the 25-year-old list. This is the top 25 under 25 list that you have every year. You want to be on this. You rank the teams based on their young talent. Why? Young talent's cheap. Young talent is pretty darn cheap. So we've seen the Cowboys, back, 2017, the year after they had Dak and Zeke break out, they were number one. Right? You had Zeke, you had Dak, you had young players all up and down this roster.
And we capitalized with the title.
We capitalized on that thing with lots of championships and NFC championship game appearances. I mean, we've been there. We get our mail there. The mail for this team is sent to the NFC championship game.
Settle down just a little bit.
If you're not on this list, you're expensive, and that means you better be winning. It's time to win. Cowboys last year were 17th. Now, they did graduate a couple of players on this. Tyler Guyton graduated. Tyler Smith graduated.
Let's start from the top and just go down.
Okay.
Because the Texans used to just own this list.
They did. They did own this list. So the methodology is number of starts made by players under 25, number of snaps played by players under 25, quality of play by players under 25, value and length of the contracts, yada, 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 right? Number one on this list last year, they were number 7.
And Flournoy is 26 paid, and so he does not qualify.
Oh, dang it. The New England Patriots are number 1. Will Campbell, Christian Gonzalez, Drake May. Hey, isn't Christian Gonzalez like 35? How long has this guy been in the league? And then they graduated Craig Woodson. That's the one guy that they graduated. Now, obviously, having a quarterback on here changed a lot of things.
Yeah.
Changed a lot of things for you. Number 2, last year's number 1, Houston Texans. They graduated Stingley and Henry To'oTo'o, and Will Anderson, Ursary, Kamari Lassiter, and C.J. Stroud are still on this list. I can't believe Stroud's still under 25.
Right.
The Bears are at 3. They graduated Darnell Wright, go Vols. Colston Loveland's on it, Roman Dunze, Caleb Williams as their 3. And the Browns are number 4. They still graduated 2 guys. They graduated Verse and Dylan Gabriel, but they got Harold Fannin, Spencer Fano, Mason Graham, and Carson Schwezinger. Man, that's a who's not in the top 4.
Yeah.
They're good teams, but it's like, I don't know. For Cleveland to be in number 4, it's like that doesn't make sense. They don't really fit. They don't fit the top 5. And then maybe even worse than Cleveland is Tennessee. Tennessee at number 5 with Carnell Tate and Cam Ward. Raiders at 6, Jets at 7, Seattle at 8, Giants at 9, New Orleans at 10. I think that's about 6 and 4, 6 really good teams and 4 pretty bad ones that are in this. You go Chargers next, Miami. Remember the Cowboys were 17th last year. Minnesota. Man, for Minnesota, it says notable graduated players. It's Will Reichard, their kicker. Tampa, Jacksonville, Kansas City, Baltimore. You don't think of Baltimore as typically the team of that. Philadelphia, Arizona at 19. Remember, Cowboys were 17 last year. Cincinnati at 20.
Whew.
Carolina at 21. They only have one player. It's Ted McMillan. Atlanta, 22. Detroit, 23. Detroit graduates Sam Laporta, Penei Sewell, Jamison Williams, Kirby Joseph, All they got is Jahmyr Gibbs left. They're still ahead of the Cowboys.
Still ahead. They were number 6 last year.
And number 24, right ahead of the number 25 Washington Commanders. The Dallas Cowboys. Hey! They graduated Guyton, Pickens, and Tyler Smith. They're blue chip players. Tyler Booker and Caleb Downs. I didn't see a ton of rookies in here, but they put Caleb Downs in there. They do have Sonny Styles as a Washington, blue chipper. Most of the offensive line graduated, but right guard Booker is still only 22, as is fourth-round offensive tackle Drew Shelton. The rest of the young talent is mostly on defense. On the edge, Azaraku, Malachi, but their birthdays are only 2 months apart, September and July, so they're still 22, 23, so they still would make this. First-rounder Downs is 21. Linebacker Shamar James started 6 games. He is 22.
So number 24 on this list, and then only after them, Washington, Indianapolis, San Fran, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, Green Bay, Denver, and the Rams. Do you think of the Cowboys as old, medium, or young? Not young.
Not young for sure. The offense I think of as old. But not in a bad old, not a bad old.
Yeah,
they're still in their primes. They're closer to the end of their primes than the beginning. Like CD is closer to the end of his prime than the very start of his prime.
Yeah.
Javonte, same thing, right? He's close to the end. Now some of the offensive line guys are just entering it, so that's good. But yeah, you have Dak, you're Dak and Lamb and Ferguson and Javonte. And those guys are all closer to the end of their primes than the beginning. I would say you're going to skew older.
Yeah, I think medium for them overall.
Yeah.
Quinnen Williams has been around, but he's not older.
Not older.
I think Kenny Clark as older. You're pretty young in the secondary.
Mm-hmm. Very young, yeah.
And then you're relying on some young defensive ends as well in Azaraku and Malachi Lawrence. They are proclaiming victory in Philadelphia with the latest NFL Top 100 release. Of course, this list already proven to be a joke. Now that Bo Nix was above Lamar Jackson and Brock Bowers. Well, the first Cowboy made his appearance yesterday at number 55. Here's what fellow players had to say about CeeDee Lamb.
He's creating an illusion that's not really there. He's a route runner, a mind manipulator. He can make you go one way, he's going the other way. Route runners, we paint pictures.
One of the best players I ever seen in my own eyes. He just looks effortless out there. He makes the game look easy. He's the truth.
Lamb backing in. Touchdown. CeeDee Lamb.
Always a tough matchup. Quick, versatile, one of the best in the league right now. He's obviously been working with Dak a long time, so they got good camaraderie.
I said you stuck your hand up on that. Come on, I got you, man. I didn't know it.
He can run every route from inside the numbers. He can run every route outside the numbers. If you go in like a 12 personnel where you're going to condense him and play pass, he can make plays in that area. Or just pure progressions. If he's within that progression, he'll always show up like he's just all over the tape.
What a route. He's getting double teamed by the safety and then flattens the route.
No matter what he's doing, he's got to look good. The chains, the swag, the socks, the shoes. Pretty Boy C. We'll call him Pretty Boy C.
We know CD, he obviously scores touchdowns. He obviously makes big plays. He's in Dallas and the Star. He got the jewelry on, this and that. But CD is like, when he gets the ball in his hands for some reason, people can't tackle him. There's some receivers where when they get the ball, the hard part is over with. Hey, they got the ball, now you get them down. CD is one of those people where when he gets the ball in his hands, your work just begins. You have to find him, you have to track him down, and you better do it quick before he makes a big play.
So other players in the league complimenting CeeDee Lamb. Before we get to the Phillies celebration, we have an RJ Choppy celebration because as the internets have pointed out, if CeeDee is 55 in the first Cowboy and we're going up, does that mean the other receiver is higher and better? As Choppy's dancing on the fan cam.
Yeah, it does mean I have no issue with this.
Of course you wouldn't.
And neither should anybody.
Oh, no.
Because if this is based off last year, this has to be the case. If this is based off last year. You cannot make a case that last year CeeDee Lamb was better than George Pickens. He missed time. He missed too much time. So, and he was hurt.
The problem is, though, I don't know what it's based off.
That's the other problem.
I don't think of the NFL Top 100 as who had the better season last year, you know? I think of it as who, at the time of the voting, do you think are the best players in the league in order? Now, maybe they're just taking that literally, and they're like, Lamar Jackson's not available, so Lamar Jackson has to be behind Bo Nix. I don't know the exact criteria, and everyone probably has a different one.
Right, and when this voting was taken...
But yeah, no doubt, Pickens' better season.
Which this thing is in the middle of the season.
But then compare it to the Jeremy Fowler list.
Right.
The Jeremy Fowler list, ESPN, talking to executives, coaches, and scouts, they're not just ranking who had the better previous season. They're saying right now, today, as it stands, who's still the best in the league in order.
Yeah, this list I feel has always gone kind of very up and down. Like Dak was 14 one year, off the list the next. It's it's all over the place.
CD dropped 20 spots, by the way.
Because and I don't think it's a hot take or disrespect to say that George had the better year last year.
No.
So if you wanted to put him ahead of CD, I would not.
Would Bobby argue this?
That he had a better year?
No, just argue the placement on the list?
I think so, but also...
Or he just say the list is dumb because we don't know the exact criteria.
Right, that's probably what it would be. We don't, and that's a problem. That's a problem that we don't know the exact criteria. And that's the reason why these lists do. You look at them, they're fun.
Yeah.
They're fun, but...
It says active NFL players fill out anonymous ballots ranking their top peers based on recent performance. So, whatever.
I mean, recent performance is George.
Yeah.
I can't claim victory. I will, but I can't.
So Dak will be up there. Quinnen should be up there. We'll see if some linemen are up there.
Yeah.
And we have to assume George Pickens is up there.
I would assume so. Still got 4 guys left, at least.
CeeDee Lamb at 55. Right after him at 56 is Jalen Hurts. The first Eagle player to be named in the top 100. He was number 19 last year. Now, what they're crying about in Philly is your dumb ESPN list had him as the 17th best quarterback, and here it is. Guys he competes against, guys that can't tackle him, have him at number 56 overall, ahead of Lamar, Baker, Trevor, Purdy, and Nix. So Philadelphia's screaming out and crying out, where are you at this morning, ESPN?
He's not better than a single one of those guys. Now, maybe if I had one game to win, right? It's because, he has played really, really well in 2 Super Bowls.
That's one of Bobby's worst takes, is that Jalen Hurts has not balled out in the Super Bowls.
Yeah, if I had one game to win, I maybe over those guys. But throughout the course of 17 weeks, no chance I'm taking Jalen Hurts over most of the players. I would take him over Nix. I would take him over Bo Nix.
Baker? Taking Baker?
I take Baker. I take Lamar. I take Trevor. I'd take Purdy.
So there it is.
And then you got to have, ahead of him, you got to have Dak. You got to have Herbert. You got to have Goff. You got to have, obviously all the top 4 guys. And then you're probably going to throw in a Drake May and a Sam Darnold still to come?
Inside the Star and around the NFL and your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. That Bison owned the world for a week. He's out. We have a deformed animal in. And can you still go on the honeymoon solo? Peyton has it in the payload after this.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It's Thursday, 6:40. It is time for the payload. Every single Thursday at this time without Bobby Belt, but the show must go on. And guys, we have moved on from that stupid little bison, that stupid, evil little bison there, wherever he was. Hopefully he's off doing bison things, not running over old men. But we are now focused on deformed raccoons. This is what I love about society. We go from one thing, we praise it, we worship it, and then we move straight on to something else. It's like the Haktua girl. She's got her fame, and then we're moving on, right? You get your couple weeks of fame there, we're moving right on. And we have this video on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube, thanks to Aiden right now, but it is a raccoon with a very small spine. It's a rare spine deformity, and it looks like half of its body has just stopped growing. And he's got his 4 legs going, and his back is about 4 inches big. And his name is Jimothy. Why Jimothy? I have no idea. Why not just Timothy? Maybe they don't like Timothys up there in Seattle. This is where he is. But it's Jimothy. Could have been Himothy because he is him. And he roams the streets of Seattle. He was recorded running through a neighborhood and has since been a viral sensation. In fact, he's become so popular that the National Bobblehead Hall of Fame and Museum unveiled an officially licensed limited edition bobblehead of Jimothy.
Wow.
So it seems like, so many businesses are doing whatever they can to make some profit off this guy. And, anyone could do it, I guess. He's not trademarked as of now, but right now the bobblehead is selling for a whopping $30. And if you try to order this today, the official website is saying you won't be sent the bobblehead until December, most likely.
I'm looking at the shots of this thing just walking across the top of the fence, and with, it's dusk outside, so it's not completely clear with the visual. And if I saw that thing creeping on top of my fence with that little hunchback right there,
you're whacking it,
little arms. Yeah, well, maybe worse. Maybe more.
I was pulling out of the neighborhood today. I see eyes. Like scurrying in the backyard. So I stopped the car, back up, point the car right at somebody's house. They're like, I'm waking somebody up with these high beams. And it was a
possum?
Cat. No, it was just a cat. But I was like, what is that? I was the way it ran across.
If it was a possum, would you have run it over?
No. Those things, they'll eat snakes. They'll eat rodents. You gotta keep them around. I was wondering. I was like, all right, I didn't get a good look at it. Saw out of the corner of my eye, so I had to go take a peek. But I like Jimothy. Jimothy's a cute little animal.
So this is not in anyone's possession, Peyton? Like, how is this thing being monitored? Where is this exactly?
So it's in Seattle. He's all around Seattle. He's roaming the streets there, and they actually think the Seattle Times and multiple news stations are starting to think there may be more than one of Jimothy out there. He may be a sibling or a father.
2 deformed raccoons?
There might be multiple. We've had multiple videos out there all over. We're trying to confirm sources, but actually, if you Google Jimothy, you have to use Google Chrome. A cartoon figure, the raccoon runs across the screen. So a lot of platforms are doing this, but yeah, Jimothy's out there.
This will be the next TikTok thing. This will be a search. Remember, Kavanaugh was all into this, where you would go in the Metroplex and you'd have to find or search something. It was like some type of
the scavenger hunts they had. Yeah, they had the scavenger hunts,
like a Pokemon Go almost.
Yeah,
remember when you had to do that?
Yep.
Yeah. So people would go ahead and start looking for the raccoon to take their selfies with in Seattle.
This is going to be that it's in Seattle. This will happen, no doubt. We are going to see that for the next, I would say, 10 days. Until something else cute happens in the world, we're going to see it for the next 10 days.
And if someone takes this thing out, out of fear, causes its untimely death, that person will probably be serving life.
Yeah, especially in Seattle.
Yeah.
No doubt.
That's right.
Yeah, can't be doing that. But we have to protect Jimothy at all costs here. Seattle, do your thing. Protect him and his family. All right, it is the Payload every single Thursday at this time. Guys, this story is a sad one here. And we'll play this song because of the 702 there, Drunk on a Plane. But a woman's fiance died a month before their wedding, but she still went on the honeymoon trip alone. Her name is Laura Murphy, and she now has a book out about her experience. This happened about a year or so ago, but she went on the honeymoon by herself, and she's been writing about it, doing podcasts, all this stuff, telling her side of the story. And she said she wanted to go on the trip to Europe to see if life was worth living. She was obviously very upset about this, but this trip was for 6 weeks. And this is something that I don't think I would have been able to do. You
don't get that much vacation time here at the company.
Right. I only get 5.5 weeks. 6 weeks, they would have said, no, you can't do that, even if it's a honeymoon. But yeah, this is...
Is it 5.5 weeks?
No, I'm making that up.
I guess technically we're supposed to be unlimited.
Well, all right, bosses. I'll be sending Tim the papers this afternoon. No, I won't. I'm done for the year. But this is just... I don't want to put you guys in a dark spot, but how would you... do this? Because obviously you have to put yourself in the mindset of, you lost your loved one there, but then the honeymoon, it's like you don't want to be that guy that's it's already paid for. I think that's the wrong mindset because I've seen these stories before. You've seen it where relationships end, but it's like someone's got to still go on the trip because it's already paid for. You pay for the plane ticket, the hotel, everything. What are you doing in this situation? It's obviously very tough. I don't think I could have been able to do it.
Oh, Choppy's going on the solo.
Yeah, I'm going on a trip. Absolutely.
He's going.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's already it's.
You hope that this sympathy, if you do really want to get the money back, it's so dark. But I guess you hope that the story getting out there has people feel have people feel pressure to refund you.
Yeah,
and give it back or whatever. I don't know. It sucks.
It's obviously. I think.
And I just want Bobby to go on a trip.
On a trip anywhere.
On a trip, not just drive to Arkansas. Could you ever picture, Amanda's like, oh, Bobby's off vacation. What are they doing? I'm like, well, Kristen's going somewhere. Bobby's staying home. He's just going to sleep 15, 16 hours. If you gave Bobby a 2-week, all expenses paid, all-inclusive vacation to a Mexican resort, do you think he would go or be excited about it?
No, because there's no cell service.
I don't think so either.
I guess you go to the Wi-Fi, unless he has international calling.
Yeah. Would that be a nightmare for him?
Yeah,
because the plane ride in general, he's fearful of planes.
He doesn't like planes.
He'd say, "Oh, I'm going to die before I get there."
His wife is never going to go to an all-inclusive beach vacation.
I know, ever.
He was going to wear a hoodie. Unless Bobby dies, she'll probably end up coming with me and my family.
He's going to wear a hoodie. In Cabo,
right?
Now at night it gets chilly, sure, but a little breezy.
Not that chilly.
Not chilly enough.
Yeah.
I would still go on this.
Sympathy play when you're at all the bars and dinners by yourself.
And if I died, I would want her to go. Now, if she brought somebody with her, I'd haunt her for life. Oh, yeah, right. But it's just go have fun.
That's a good question.
This is taking her mind off it.
That's a good question. What if you asked, and again, my wife doesn't believe that, you can have really close just girlfriends. What if you asked a really good girlfriend of yours to go so that the second money isn't wasted? How bad is that going to look on you?
Bad.
Pretty bad. Because you could just bring a guy.
It's better for you. Oh, all right. Well, let me set up those 3 options. What's worse? You go solo. What a miserable, depressing experience. You take your best guy friend. Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Explain.
Please. Or you take a good girlfriend, which sets up judgment there. Rank them in 3. Your own enjoyment or optics.
Your number one thing.
I mean, it's worse to go with a dude.
No. Your number one thing is you cannot embarrass your spouse or you cannot embarrass the deceased. If you bring a girl,
like you did Sister Jean yesterday,
right? Oh. If you bring a girl, you will embarrass your fiance, whatever, who passed away.
Okay,
so you either go solo or you got to bring a guy.
Man, Bobby would be so proud of you with a moral high code right there. That's the most morality-driven statement you've ever made in 15 years.
Honor the dead. You put coins over their eyes like in ancient Egypt or Troy, whatever the hell it was.
Oh, wow. Trojans.
But don't you think asking one of the Los Hombres, maybe not you, but, hey, my best guy friend, come with me on the scheduled honeymoon.
On the scheduled honeymoon. Let's go check out maybe I get into the Roman Coliseum.
Yeah. You can have fun.
Yeah.
Judgment.
Yeah, so text in 877-881-1053, the Franklin Injury Attorney fan text. What would you do? And if you've been in a relationship that you've still gone on a trip, even though after you guys broke up because it was paid for, text in too.
Right. People saying guy friend, take a child. You got to take a guy friend or a sibling. Solo sounds incredible. See, Bobby would be fine in Mexico. You can still use your phone.
I don't think he would not enjoy just sitting in the pool. Poolside bar. He should be able to talk to people nonstop, but he's not going to sit there and chill in a pool. Yeah. I've never seen it happen.
Family member. Nothing wrong with taking a guy friend. There's no such thing as friends that are girls. It's until death do us part, so just go ahead. Oh, God.
That's right.
Come on.
Yeah, so very tough situation for Laura there. But all right, guys, last story here. We'll get through this quickly. Do we really have portable rocket launchers in the world right now? We've had fights break out at airports, bomb threats, but I don't recall a threat like this. Apparently, someone reported a man in the LaGuardia airport in New York yesterday carrying some form of a personal air defense system without knowing if this was a credible source or not. Air traffic control had to let any incoming pilots know what the warning was, and this is the audio from one conversation.
All right, Delta 2604 LaGuardia Tower, wind 210 at 10, runway 22 clear to land, man-pad alert issued at LaGuardia Airport at 0027, use extreme caution.
All right, clear to land, runway 22, Delta 2604. And could you explain what a man-pad is?
Yeah, that's a man portable air defense system. Yeah, it's basically it was a report of a rocket launcher.
Damn!
Okay, where was that?
There was a report by the Port Authority Police. They said by, I believe, Terminal C. We had conflicting reports, but nothing has been an issue as of yet.
So, and then it goes on, but the source was not credible. It ended up being a false alarm. But yeah, I liked how calm he was. Just a warning here of a guy with a possible rocket launcher in Terminal C. So watch out. But it wasn't a credible source there. The guy did not have a personal rocket launcher, but you had to do what you had to do there.
I think I'd rather hear the gas is running out. We don't have enough personnel to land the plane on the ground.
I'd rather hear there's a guy with a little red laser pointing at these pilots than that.
Versus rocket launcher.
Yeah.
Then you're on the plane. We got our Wi-Fi expensed by the company, and you're on Twitter, and that pops up. There's a man with a rocket launcher that has gotten loose on the tarmac of DFW Airport.
Big no.
While you're about 20 minutes away from landing.
Big no. And by the way, I think that pilot outed himself that he wasn't military, that not knowing what that is. That seems like some military pilot would know. That seems that this is probably the most terrifying thing you could.
But they messed up the report. Erroneous.
Yeah. Erroneous on all counts.
Bob Nightingale now reporting on air traffic control. No offense, KNC. It's the 6 o'clock hour, 6 a.m. club here on Sean and RJ. Bobby off for the next few days on vacation. We got a freight ticket giveaway coming up in the 7. Jason Garrett live at 9:20. Is LeBron waiting for Kyrie? And is this Maverick getting real frustrated? Next.
After.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex Thursday edition. As the announcer man said, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy with you for the next few shows. Bobby Belt out on vacay. We got Peyton, Philip Russell, and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch and YouTube, as well as the Odyssey app. And tomorrow, we will be on the road as the Firehouse Tour continues in Little Elm with breakfast and fan giveaways as always.
Little polo action. Get ourselves a fan polo. You could do that tomorrow in Little Elm, the Sean and RJ Show.
Stop on by. We always get an amazing turnout with the 6 a.m. club. That's going to be 88 West Eldorado Parkway tomorrow with DFW Sports Station, sponsored by Tolbert Garage Door and Fraser Roofs and Gutters. That is West Eldorado Parkway tomorrow morning in Little Elm. All right, we touched on this at 6 o'clock. Why is LeBron James waiting? I just assumed he was being an attention whore, and he wanted to drag it out. And then right before Cowboys training camp and training camps next week, they would announce it a day or two before. But Kevin O'Connor, who Bobby absolutely loves from Yahoo, is hearing that LeBron is slow playing this to wait and see if any of these suitors and possibilities can land Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving. Problem number one, according to Kevin O'Connor, the Mavs don't want to trade Kyrie. That's according to sources, but it's also fairly obvious. Dusty May recently compared witnessing an Irving workout to watching Picasso paint a picture. There's a genuine excitement in the organization about pairing him with Cooper and this refurbished Dallas roster.
Man, I'm just... my expectations are just so low. I can't even say they're low. They're not there. I have none. Whatever happens, happens. It's like I'm
for Kyrie's health.
For Kyrie's health. Because not even health. Like, I think he's going to be healthy. Like, I just like for his ability post-injury. His lateral quickness, his ability to trust the knee, his ability to have the same, his handles are going to be fine. That's not going to be a problem at all. His shot should be fine. It's creating his shot. He already was undersized.
The last time Kyrie played 70 games, he was still a Cavalier. 70 games.
That was a decade ago.
That was a decade ago. And that's part of the hesitation that people are thinking Cleveland would have. LeBron's like, yeah, I'll go to Cleveland if you could swap out that little whiteboard stunt that Rich Paul pulled, where he basically said, if they had Darius Garland, this might be a wrap.
Oh, yeah.
So there was kind of an indirect shot at Harden, but the Cavaliers are like, look, James Harden, he's got his issues or whatever, and he's older, but the man plays, okay? James Harden has logged 70-plus games for 3 straight seasons. He should actually get credit for that. So the Cavs are like, so should we get rid of Harden to Dallas? Now, none of this is actually real talk. So it's just a thought process. It's just brainstorming. Should we get rid of a guy who plays 70 games every single year just to get a 41-year-old to sign with us while getting a major injury question in Kyrie Irving? Should we really do that? And that would be a tremendous gamble. If you get Kyrie Irving there, no James Harden, and you get LeBron James, are the Cavs winning the title? I would not say so.
I think that there are other places that LeBron could go to where he would be closer to winning a championship than Cleveland.
Rich Paul,
and also we've seen it. We've seen Cleveland twice. Is he going to go back again?
Rich Paul said on his podcast that Kyrie is LeBron's best pairing ever. You can't find a better combination than those two guys, citing a 1-3 pick and roll, blah, blah, blah. So that's Rich Paul, but I don't see Dallas on any list of just coming here and joining Kyrie Irving, as simple as that.
That's true. I don't either. And
would you want Harden here?
No, I'm not. I'm not really. And this is the problem with the Kyrie thing. I'm not really trying to make some
win now team.
Yeah,
I agree.
This is a long play. I'm looking at. I'm looking at like 2030, man. I'm like, just like get Cooper Flagg going. Let it be his team. Let him understand the league. Build around him through free agency. I'm not looking to get some, half-ass super team here that's not a super team.
Glue something together.
Yeah, I'm not looking for that. I want to win eventually. But I'm looking to let this team grow and build, and because to me, like, how much more enjoyment do you get out of winning a championship when you could see it build over the years?
A ton.
Yeah, you put a piece together.
The Jeter Yankees versus the, A-Rod CC Yankees.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you ask any Yankee fan, they got much more enjoyment out of 1996 than 2009. Not even close. Not even close.
Bet Online sent the LeBron odds. When will this finally end? When will LeBron's decision be announced? The favorite is tomorrow at plus 160.
Oh.
Remember, the Miami Heat, they set up the YouTube announcement for Monday. By the way,
Monday.
That person has been fired, by the way. They've already listed the posting for the replacement.
Man.
And then you had
That's
people.
a big mistake to make.
Then you had people that scared me because I went down and laid a third wager on this. Yeah, I'm in the 4 digits now.
You've wagered. Hang on. You've wagered over $1,000. That's with a comma.
Oh, go look at his recent tweet.
On on where LeBron James is going to go.
Yep. And I've placed 3 separate bets.
It's funny because it starts out as like $50. Then it's like, hold on, wait, I'm doubling down 100, and then it's a mortgage payment over here.
Yeah, Adam Schefter, he got me going yesterday. I think he went on the Fanatic in Philly, and he's like, yeah, last month, because remember he tried to moonlight as an NBA insider, and Schefter was like, yeah, I was told in June he's going to Miami. So I was like, this is a done deal. Like I was trying to look up how much Underdog would allow for this type of prop bet, and I set it on this number.
Hang on a second.
You didn't see this yesterday?
I
guess it's because I removed myself from the group chat.
I didn't look at the top one. I just saw like, oh, this one pays $125 and this $98 one pays $194, and I guess I didn't dawn on me I didn't see the top one.
Yeah, I've taken your crown. Taken your mantle.
Okay, hang on a second.
And they still have better odds than like DraftKings and everything, like better payout.
How did you come to that number though?
I had 200 left in there from the World Cup, and I was like, I need a round number, and I just decided to withdraw that amount to combine with the 200.
Oh, okay.
No great science. No great science, but I need it to happen. Okay? I need it to happen. And the Miami, you should be proud.
I'm very proud.
I'm very stunned. Do you feel like it's a done deal?
To Miami?
Yeah. Or no?
I think it's a pretty good
because
deal.
People yesterday were, the way I even got to this is people are like, oh, betting. This is to manipulate the betting markets. Pat Riley never makes a mistake. That's what Kendrick Perkins said. Nothing is a mistake. So that YouTube thing is a conspiracy theory to manipulate the markets. He's already going to Cleveland and Vegas and everyone else. The books just want you to put your money somewhere else so you flush it and burn it down the drain. And then that got me worried after I made the bet. I'm like, Pat Riley doesn't have his hands like on the YouTube coordinator making a mistake, right?
Yep, that's it.
At least that's what I'm telling myself.
That's a wild. I am proud of you.
Yeah. I was really wrestling with doing more.
I'm speechless.
I might make a 4th bet page.
Go for it. Why not?
Come on, do it.
So when will you can bet on if he's going to do it AM or PM? Where will he do it? Will he do it on his podcast, Rich Paul's podcast, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, ESPN? Will Shams break the news before LeBron announces? Will LeBron say, take my talents during the announcement, and then the next team favorites, Miami minus 300, Cleveland plus 250, Golden State plus 600, Philadelphia plus 800.
On the AM PM, does it say which time zone?
It does.
Okay.
It does. It says AM Pacific time, PM Pacific time.
Okay. I assume he's still in LA. I assume so that makes sense.
Yeah. Because right now on Underdog, if I bet 100, it would pay 204.
So it's even money plus $4. He's plus 104.
Yeah. And if I put in like $5K, if you think it's a done deal, you get $10,204 back.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, it's even money. You're getting even money. It's like a blackjack.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder, I wonder if it's almost worth it because you're that invested to hedge your bet with a smaller Philadelphia or Cleveland wager. So, like, if you have, knowing what you have on it, take maybe $500 and throw it towards Philadelphia.
Okay.
All right. That way, like,
I don't have any idea who my second team would be. Maybe Golden State.
Or you can hedge.
What if I miss? What if I miss on both?
Then you're down big.
Yeah. What if you miss on both of these sides with like Charlotte?
If I hedge with 500 on the Warriors, it paid 26.31. All right. If I hedged with 500 on Cleveland, it pays 17.24.
Okay.
So
that's
not a bad idea, I guess.
And you don't even have to go 500. I mean, you can go.
Yeah.
You go 150.
Is Daniel Gafford getting frustrated with the Mavs because Mark Stein and everyone else and this overload of big men talking about Daniel Gafford is available, and Gafford put on his Instagram story, "I just want to hoop." So I don't know whether he's getting frustrated or not. Another Caitlin Clark game, another controversy, especially after her NBA 2K cover to go along with Victor Wembanyama. They do these multiple covers. Caitlin Clark also announces she will not be participating in the three-point contest, but AZ Fudd will be.
Good.
For AZ?
For Caitlin.
Oh.
Man, screw that league. That league has... if I were her, I would not help them get a single bit of pub.
Dave Portnoy just keeps saying, start your own league, you'll bankrupt them immediately. Start your own.
Do not let them get a single... They've done jack squat for you over the years. There is no WNBA. There is just Caitlin Clark. And she ain't
feels so freeing to talk about this without Bobby here.
I know.
Feels so good.
And listen, I mean, she's not even the best player in the league. She's not even close to the best player in the league. But there is no WNBA. The WNBA does not exist without Caitlin Clark. And when Caitlin Clark is gone, the WNBA will not exist. How do I know that? Look at golf. Post-Tiger. Golf is better today. Not even close than when Tiger Woods was playing in his prime. It's not even close how much better golf is. And nobody cares.
Yeah, I don't care.
Because it's not Tiger Woods.
I'm really bored by it. Last night was... Bobby would mock this, an historic night for Caitlin.
Another one?
She became the first player in history to record 25 plus points, 10 plus assists, and a plus 25 plus minus in a single game. So you're telling me her stat line of 27, 11 assists, 2 rebounds with a plus 26 because she didn't play the fourth is historic. And she did pick up her 7th technical, so she is in the Luka Draymond territory. One more, automatic suspension. And that's a dream for the league, for her to get suspended so we can all argue and fight over whether the tech was warranted to lead to the suspension.
Yes.
The WNBA is just, they have to rely, in my opinion, on off-the-court storylines, off-the-court topics. It was like the British Open for me. All I cared about was Bryson and Rory. That's it. Off-the-court stuff versus on the floor.
Yeah.
But my father-in-law still wants me to get him wings for Father's Day. I got him. We got him a Caitlin Clark shirt. He's obsessed with her, and he's taking up the cause. Everyone's out to get her. Screw this league. They should get the federal investigations involved. He is so involved. And then he came over one day, and we're like, "Where's the Caitlin Clark shirt?" He goes, "I'm only saving it for special occasions."
Whoa!
It's a T-shirt. This Caitlin Clark T-shirt. He loves her that much. And I was like, let me just go look at these tickets for August 20th. Do we have any Wings connections, KNC, maybe?
We had a guy that kept asking us to come out to a Wings game.
Yeah, I don't know whether he'd offered up for this.
I know, right?
$694, $939, $1505, $806, $270 second like
these are
level
area
back.
Codes, right?
$272. Go check it out on Game Time. These are some of the ticket prices.
These aren't area codes. These are actual prices.
These are not area codes, sir. Is it crazy?
Yeah, y'all don't have a league. You have Caitlin Clark.
Look at that.
Because I bet you if you go to the next Wings game, it's a completely different price.
Why Choppy is starting to panic over the Rangers trade deadline. Diamond Calves commercial free with a freight ticket giveaway after this. The official barbecue of your Texas Rangers is
It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
A run scored for the Rangers, but that would be the only run they would score that inning. That double play was pivotal as Benintendi slices one in the air to center field. It drops for a base hit. One run scores. Meidroth rounds second, hits to third. He's in there safely. Andrew Benintendi with an RBI knock. The White Sox still have men in the corners. There's still one out, but now their lead is 4-2.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about your first big league dinger?
10.
Cam Cauley.
Nailed it.
Houston native. The little guy, 5'9". You don't see much 5'9" in Major League Baseball. In professional sports, you don't see much 5'9". But the 23-year-old hit his first home run of his career in a 4-2 loss to the Chicago White Sox. They drop the series to the Pale Hose, as they call them. The Pale Hose. They dropped the series, losing 2 of 3.
The what?
The Pale Hose. So white, pale, and white.
Oh.
And socks are hose, the Pale Hose. But the Rangers are now 51-51. That is a 500 team. And after 102 games, you are what you are. You really are what you are. And I'm going to do this study because somebody in the fan text said you should do a study on the Rangers the day after they score 10 runs or more, where they have a big, like a blowout victory, and we're going to have to quantify what a blowout victory actually is. But he goes, it feels like every time they have like a big burst of runs scored, the next day they come back and they're very, very feeble.
Or do they score and explode after getting shut out?
Or that one.
Have a feeble offense.
Yeah.
I've remembered that a couple times this year.
So those are a couple of studies that we're going to go into the lab and take care of. But 4-2 Rangers lose. Wyatt.
Like, just for instance, I'm looking at the first, well, no, this is the last week. They lost 15-1. They scored 7 runs. They lost 10-3. They came back and scored 10 runs.
Okay. Top 3 in the order. Go a combined 1 for 10. With 4 strikeouts, not the best day offensively for the team. Cal Quantrill, who was really, really solid heading into the All-Star break. In his 2 appearances since, 7 innings, 13 hits, 8 earned runs, and a couple of homers. And yesterday, he was the loser, and it was not a tough luck loss. It was just a loss. As he came in, he was the second pitcher in a bullpen day, gave up a pair of runs in a 2-run fourth, which really
the fourth inning decided the game.
Yeah, it really did. It was 3-1 after the top of the fourth. Rangers cut to 3-2. Sox added 1 in the 6th, and there's your ball game. And now they're going to have an off day today before they host Seattle in a big one. That's a big series.
What's your take on Seattle? What's been holding them back?
Cal Raleigh can't hit.
Wow, what a drop!
Awful, right?
Plummet.
Awful. We are talking about a guy who had, I mean, literally, he was a 60-homer guy last year. And right now, he has 10 home runs. He's batting 163. His OPS is a 573. 573. His WAR is a
now explain 573, what that really means, why that's not good.
Well, it's on base plus slugging. You're adding 2 stats together. A bare minimum major leaguer needs to have like 650. 800 is a good, that's when you start seeing, all right, this is a good player.
Yeah.
Just at 800 OPS, all right, that's a good, solid baseball player. And then you get further into it and you get to the 900s, that's an all-star, and you have 900 for your career. The guys who have career 900 OPS, these are guys whose numbers hang in buildings. You have a career 900 OPS, your number, unless you're a PED guy, your number's on somebody's wall.
And look, last year was obviously the outlier with the home runs, but it's not an outlier for like his entire career to say, oh, that was the one year. This guy's hit 27 home runs every year since 2022.
Yeah.
So to be doing this right now he still may end up with 20, but a humongous fall off and drop.
Right, and it's not like strikeouts for him are up. Right, he had 190 strikeouts last year. He's not going to have anywhere close to that. Now, he's missed some games. He's only played 71 of their 100 games. So he's missed some time. And last year, he played dang near every game. He only missed 3 games the entire season. But this is a complete drop-off. So they look, that's a major part to it. And also, their pitching's always been pretty decent in this little run that they've had, but they've always had problems, scoring runs. I mean, that's just kind of been their bugaboo. And then, this year, their offense, they've scored fewer runs than the Rangers have.
Wow.
On the year. They've allowed a lot less. They've allowed 70 less.
They're dead last in team average in the league, in baseball, not in the American League. They're 229. The Reds are 230. The Padres are 230. The Mets are 234. Dead last in batting average. And then team ERA, they're still top 5.
Yeah, they still can pitch. I mean, they've allowed 398 runs. The Rangers have allowed 460. They're much better. I would think. I look at the American League. Only the Yankees have allowed fewer runs. That's it. And that team spent hundreds of millions of dollars on their rotation between Cole, Rodon, and Fried. So they're going to wind up having the Cy Young and Schlittler. So that's a really good pitching staff. They're the only ones that have fewer runs allowed. So the Rangers do lose, and Josh Young did not play. And I saw this article on Nolan Wrighton. Nolan Wrighton is a Rangers fan website.
Nolan Wrighton?
Nolan Wrighton. So Nolan Wrighton.
I got it.
Talking about his defense and could his defense, and would this be something that you would consider moving? Is his defense bad enough for you to trade him? Now, to be clear, no, I'm not doing this.
Okay,
I'm not absolutely not. I cannot, in good conscience, give away my best hitter because defensive metrics say he's a bad fielder. I like some of the defensive metrics, but a player may rank lower in range because their team's analytics department incorrectly positions them. And that's not the player's fault. Now, granted, a third baseman is not shading maybe the way a shortstop would shade. It's their margin for error is it's hit and dive. So it's a little bit different, but I'm not trading him. But he is 19th percentile in field run value. That's bad. He's 21st percentile in range. He's 36th percentile in arm strength. But can you really? And if he's hitting for average, if he's hitting for power, maybe those numbers are offset a little bit. But he's not. This is a third baseman who's your 3-hole hitter who's going to wind up hitting 12 to 15 home runs this year. I mean, he's hitting third in the order. He's got 9 bombs this season. That's pretty low.
He's got 9?
He's got 9 home runs.
That's it?
Yeah.
Feels like he's got a lot more.
Yeah, he's, look, what he's doing is hitting for average. He's a 300 hitter, almost. Just a tick shy. He's batting 294, just a tick shy of 300. But he's only got 9 home runs, he's only got 35 RBIs. This is a guy that's been routinely, at least lately, in the middle of the order, who's going to wind up having 55 RBIs and 12 to 15 home runs for the year. I mean, that's low production. That's low production from a middle of the order guy, but I can't trade him. This is the best hitter you have. He's your best on base guy. He's got the most hits on the team, and he's got the best batting average on the team. I don't know why I would consider moving on from him, especially if Corey Seager isn't healthy.
Yeah,
right. You can get rid of the entire left side of your infield.
Imagine in the first month of the season, we're sitting here saying on July 23rd that Josh Young is your offensive safety net.
Yeah,
that's why you love sports. That's why you got to follow it. That's why they play the game.
That's why they play the game. All right, Diamond Cavs here. Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. The more I see about the trade deadline, the more I've resigned myself to the fact that this team is going to do nothing, and that's almost worse than buying or selling. There are all these predictions and stories of where this guy's going to go, where that guy's going to go, and either the Rangers are nowhere to be found, or there's just not enough players out there. So, Skubal, pitcher. Yes, this team could absolutely use Skubal the way the starting rotation's going, but they're not going to give up what they want. You're going to have tons of bullpen guys. Are the Giants really going to trade Louis Arise, or are they going to sign him? Are the Padres going to trade Mason Miller, or are they going to sign him? The Yankees are going to gobble up 5 players because that's what they always do. The Dodgers are going to gobble up players because that's what they always do.
Yeah.
The White Sox are now going to add. The Blue Jays are thinking of maybe blowing things up, but this team isn't going to bring on the salary of George Springer. And I don't want anything to do with Dalton Varsho. I'm not a fan of his. Tampa, they're going to add. The Cardinals, they're not going to sell. Who are you going to get? There's nobody out there to get, unless you want bullpen help, and bullpen help is going to be the expensive one. But, we talked about where are the hitters in this deadline, and it dawned on me, where are the hitters in the sport?
This was my theory yesterday that trading for power bats in baseball is the most anemic category out there of all the major sports. Hockey blockbusters, NBA blockbusters. You get bigger. The NFL trade deadline has evolved over the past 10 years like crazy, for the better.
Yeah.
Where trades are more entertaining and more fun. And I think getting that power bat in baseball is the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, and I know nobody uses batting average anymore. I completely understand that. But if you just go back to 2004, I just chose a random year. When I went and did this last night, I just chose a random year, and I said, let's just go back to 2004. I wanted one I knew Barry Bonds was in, and I was like, all right, let's just go look. Let's just go look at 2004 and see what comparisons we can draw. Back that year, so right now there are 15 guys hitting 290 or better in the entire league.
15 guys, 290 or better.
15. In 2004, there were 10 guys hitting 326 or better. That's a 35-point difference. You want the amount of guys hitting 290 or better in 2004?
You know how we always real quick talk about running backs, how they just get it's like us in sports talk and moving forward. If you're in radio, we were born in the wrong era. Like Francesa, and even TV anchors, right? Your Hansons and God knows how much money they were making. It may have had 2 commas in it. And now you're in sports radio for the most part. Now you're, sports TV anchor except for the loaded Newey Scruggs.
Right.
And wrong time for you. Same thing for running backs.
Yeah.
Right? Emmitt Smith today? No. Nowhere near as lucrative. What about Tony Gwynn today? He would have been screwed in the wrong era. Right?
They would have changed. I think they would have changed the swing. They would have told him to pull the ball more, hit more, drive the ball, hit more home runs, and reduce his batting average. But I said 15 guys batting 290 or better this year. In 2004, there were 57 players hitting 290 or better.
Oh!
50, and number 57 was Gary Sheffield, who was 35 years old. He was batting 290. He had a 927 OPS. He had 36 home runs. That was a hitter. Right? Gary Sheffield was a hitter.
I love Gary Sheffield.
Awesome. The 57th ranked hitter this year, batting 264. It's 30 points less.
Oh!
In 2004, or in this year, you have 11 guys who have a 900 OPS or better. You have 11 guys.
What do you think is harming their sport more? Lack of base hits in baseball or lack of 2-pointers in basketball?
Lack of base hits.
Because basketball, man, they're suffering too. I mean, you turn on a game and watch teams launch 73s, and that's it. And not get any mid-range, lack of layups or lack of dunks. John Morant's why should I dunk? The league is valuing the 3, and it's going to be wear and tear on my body. I'm going to get beat up.
Yeah.
But those are the 2 biggest, because football, you could say lack of running game. Well, we're going to have a segment later on. Obviously, the running game is coming back, but that's what's missing. Of the major sports, the 2 most glaring things for me are the lack of base hits and the lack of 2-pointers.
Yeah, and so I mentioned this year. If you look at this year, you have 11 guys with a 900 OPS or better. And in 2004, there were 28. Aaron Rowand, who he play for, Peyton?
Used to be the Giants.
Maybe. Because this year he was with the White Sox.
Well, Peyton's been playing some fantasy baseball.
Yeah.
You play fantasy baseball?
First place, Sean. First place in my league. First place right now.
Oh, he's still playing it. Man, that helps you so much
does.
keep up.
I mean, you had guys like Arubiel Durazo and Jeremy Burnitz.
Jeremy Burnitz.
They had 900 OPSs. That's an analytic stat. Like you want to have that means slugging and on base percentage. That's what you want. And I get it. The pitching is so much more dominant today because of the use of the bullpen, because of the use of, they have all these metrics on spin rates and fastballs. The velocity is way, 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 way up. But the hitters are just better. They're all trying to hit home runs. These guys were not trying to necessarily hit home runs. They were hitting home runs. And they had the slugging percentages. They had the on base. They were driving the baseball. There's just no hitters out there. And it stinks because
Which is crazy with youth baseball not suffering whatsoever at all.
And nobody wants to listen to the Will Clarks of the world or the old baseball players who say the way they're teaching it now is wrong. These guys can't hit. Look at the hitters. Go watch Ken Griffey Jr. swing the baseball bat. His head doesn't move. His head doesn't move. And now you see guys swing the baseball bat and their head is completely turned sideways. They're looking at it with their eyes going up and down. How are you supposed to hit the baseball?
Well, I think you had a good point about Luka, and it's your oldest son who's playing a ton of baseball, and it's a counterpoint, and it goes opposite of what everyone says about affecting the youth and how to teach, and I think you brought some reality to it. You go ahead and share it in terms of the shine you want to get, what you're looking for, the attention.
Yeah, you have to promote yourself, okay? You have to go to these showcases, and you have to not necessarily be a team player, right? You have to just show what you have. And the unfortunate thing is you have to show...
Like, if the infield is shifted towards your son, and there's a wide open gap opposite side,
right,
and he makes the smart fundamental baseball decision of going the other way with an inside-out swing... It's good for your team.
Good for the team.
There's 4 scouts in the stands.
Right. Now, do they want to see situational baseball awareness and baseball IQ? Absolutely. But, if
the kid who goes up there and hits 340,
right. If you have...
That's who's getting the oohs, ahs, and probably the interview after the game.
If you have one strike on you and they put a hit and run on and the ball's up and out of the strike zone, you got to take a hack at it just to make sure, because it's a hit and run. The guy steals second. You're in an 0-2 hole. You might get one at-bat a weekend where they watch you. You might get one at-bat. If that's the at-bat, it screws you up. It's a give and take, like they all, I think it was Doug Gottlieb who posted about, the Nike basketball tournaments where they have all these banners up like, I'm the show, I'm the reason everybody's here. And it's like, well, what about the team? And I'm like, yeah, I understand it is about the team, but like if you've been putting all this time and all this effort, all this energy into making college basketball, what's more important, that extra swing pass or showing that you can make a contested three-pointer? And it's the same thing in baseball. And, they want to see guys they want to see their approach to the play. There's no doubt about it. They want to see that you can work a count. They want to see that you have a baseball IQ. But they also want to see you can drive the baseball. And, it's a tough give and take because you want to win, you want to support your teammates, but you also want to be seen. You're there to be seen. Parents spend this money for their kids to be seen.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. They lose 2 of 3 against the White Sox. Day off today, then the Monster Series on this station starting tomorrow with the Mariners in Arlington. Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on.
Now call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see The Fray at Toyota Music Factory on Saturday, August 1st. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Are the Cowboys totally out of excuses? I disagree with that. We'll have that at 8 o'clock this morning. Former head coach and our interview pal for 10 years on Sean and RJ, Jason Garrett, live at 9:20. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news. So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
It's the Neighborhood Watch, usually run by Bobby Roberto Belt, who is out for the next few shows for a little battery recharge before training camp. You got Sean and RJ, Peyton and Aiden on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, as well as the Odyssey app. We start off with tomorrow. It's going to be the Firehouse Tour continuing.
Let's go.
In Little Elm. Okay, so it's going to be 88 West El Dorado Parkway. Stop on out if you can from 6 to 10. Little Elm, we're going to be providing breakfast as usual. It's going to be Panaderia San Marcos with breakfast tacos, fruit, got some pastries as well. We got a brand new Fan Tolo one-of-a-kind collared polo. That's going to be Little Elm Firehouse number 1, 88 West El Dorado Parkway tomorrow morning with Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco fan text. I can't remember whether this story was tied into all the number 2s taking place at concerts, but RJ has a warning for next week.
Next Thursday, a week from today, Noah Khan is here. Noah is in DFW next week. And apparently, people are Is this him? I don't know. I don't know.
You said it like he was this known figure. He sounds like a KNC wrestling guest.
Yeah, it does. The name does sound like a KNC wrestling guest.
I think it's Tony Khan.
Yes, but apparently this guy's blown up. I've heard about him. I don't know anything. I don't know his music at all. But he is having people soiling their pants at concerts. He set an all-time attendance record at Citizens Bank Park with 45,000 fans in attendance. But people apparently don't want to leave and lose their spot in their section, or they don't want to miss a great song, that they just urinate or poop themselves in the concert. This is, I don't know what I have to be missing.
Yeah.
In order for me to do this. In fact, I know what I have to be missing. Nothing. Jesus. He has to literally, I have to see him like come down from the sky. Like that would be it. If I see him, if I see a flicker of light and it comes down, then I might.
What a selling point, though, for your tour, where it's like, I'm so popular and I'm so big, people are willing to go on themselves for me.
It's crazy. Everyone, this is somebody on Reddit posted this. Everyone in our section, but rude, obnoxious shenanigans until one girl pulled down her shorts and just urinated everywhere.
Dude.
People in front of them got their stuff ruined because their stuff was on the ground and it just went to the next row.
Dude, you can't pay me to be on the floor in the Mark Colombo mosh pit at a concert.
No chance.
It's got to be at something very highbrow to where everyone's going to stay seated.
Yeah.
Seated and sitting down.
I
almost feel like going to a World Cup game where I got to jump up and down the entire time.
Right.
It's not worth it.
It may not be.
It'd be fun for a little bit.
Yeah, this is, people do this at Times Square for New Year's Eve.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta get your spot at 8 in the morning, and that thing doesn't happen till midnight.
So he's going to be
all day.
Globe Life Field next Thursday.
Yeah, he's going to be here in DFW next week.
Like I tell my son, use the potty now. You gotta go.
Gotta go.
You gotta go. Go ahead and go. But man, all these reports of this happening. Yesterday, my wife brought this story to my attention. It's in Arlington. A 14-year murder has apparently been solved. Kid alert. If you got the kids in the car, kid alert. Turn it down for a little bit. This woman 14 years ago was stabbed 100 times. And for 14 years, no one figured out who did it. This was in her Texas apartment, 2012. Years of investigation. Authorities identified the suspect finally, Mayra Velazquez, 42 years of age, who was actually a friend of the woman who was killed. And the Arlington Police Department and the FBI had a news conference yesterday. They arrested Velazquez, who was a current active real estate agent, on a warrant charging her with capital murder. They used investigative genetic genealogy, a process that uses unidentified crime scene DNA, research, and historical records to identify unknown DNA. So Chavez was found in her apartment unresponsive, obviously in a horrible scene. She passed away. Missing from her apartment was a television, which investigators believe the suspect took. They collected a droplet of fresh blood on the bedroom TV stand. That was sent to a crime lab for DNA analysis. There was no one in the system that fit. There was no one that matched. So now with this newer technology, I guess they submitted that evidence to however the FBI are using this genetic genealogy to crack the case. Boom, they found her and they arrested her.
Wow.
So this thing had been going for over a decade after this woman was killed and stabbed 100 times by this real estate agent.
Unbelievable. And the amount of forensic files shows I've watched, two things. One, they always say like stabbings and strangulation is the most personal. Usually the person knows you if you get strangled. And then the other one is if you have a lot of stab wounds, it's a revenge killing or vengeful killing as opposed to just one.
Yep.
So if you have like 100 of them, it's like somebody was very angry.
And they know you.
And they know you. But also, I don't know how anyone gets away with anything anymore. The amount of DNA and cameras, I don't know how anything
this Guthrie
goes cold.
case?
Yes.
I'm not a conspiracy guy, you know that?
Yeah.
Man, that has me being like, what else is up here? How did someone get away with something this high profile?
Right.
Like, that's weird to me.
There wasn't a single, like all these camera angles they have now, all these street cameras they have, there wasn't a single, and I know she lived kind of in the country, but there wasn't a single camera.
No one talked, no body found?
Nothing. Satellite, there was no satellite pointing at that spot at that particular time.
Since 2018, the FBI has used this type of technology to solve more than 250 cases across 30 states. So this is kind of a crazy thing that eventually, all these years later, gets solved in Arlington if they end up with that right person. All right, let's talk about the soccer story with the local girl and how height became a talking point from the World Cup.
All right, so
the average Texan.
Yeah, so an England player. So this Texas woman, this DFW girl.
I think she was like working the World Cup.
Yeah. So an England player slid into her DMs on social media, saying, "You look fire. You look fire."
Give Peyton a name if you have it.
Name. It is. Let's see. At Nicola Ike, Nicola-Eick.
Former volleyball player, I think.
Former D1 volleyball player.
Okay.
All right. So he said, "You look fire." She says, she tells viewers how she thought the fact that she's a 6'1" former Division I athlete would make him like her more. But when he asked how tall she was, and she told him, he said, "Oh." That's it. And then that it was unladylike.
Oh, that's rude.
That it was he unadded her from social media.
Dang.
Unladylike. And she's like, I feel like most soccer players aren't tall. He felt intimidated, and it turns out he's like, like
unladylike.
He's like 5'8"-ish. He's a shorter guy. But I've never heard unladylike to be tall.
Yeah.
Aren't supermodels tall?
Yeah, and unladylike is like belching, not something God gave you.
Right, yeah, belching. It's a good one.
Yeah. Lifting your leg, dipping tobacco.
Boy, dipping tobacco.
That could be unladylike.
That's definitely unladylike.
You want to take it to cursing? Okay, fine. Me and my wife curse up a storm.
We had that one girl in studio that one time. She came in. Remember, she was dipping in studio the entire time
with us.
Yeah,
was she a comedian?
Maybe, I don't remember.
I have no idea.
She was just dipping the entire time. It's definitely like that's something you would put on there.
And then that leads in the neighborhood watch here on 105 through the Fan to the average height for Texans.
Yeah, and our average height is.
But how tall would you go, Pepe? I mean, Mackenzie's taller.
Yeah, she's 5'10", 5'10 and a half.
And you are
6. So I'm right there.
You're 6 foot?
Yeah.
What do you think?
On a good day, 6'1".
You think he's 6 foot?
I think he's, yeah.
Like, we're all in the 5'10" and a little bit up range. Like, I guess Bobby and Peyton would say that they're taller than you and I.
Bobby is about, I would say about an inch taller.
I say 5'10".
Yeah, I think you're probably close.
Yeah.
Because Mackenzie, how tall is she?
5'10" and a half. She's close to 5'11".
She's close. Yeah, she's close. I'd find it unladylike.
I would be intimidated. I don't know if I could even height, but if it was noticeable, like if I was Sandler, I could never be with Mackenzie. No offense, Jared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's just no way.
Like,
call it insecurity, call it whatever you want. I'm just being honest.
She never wear heels. Does she wear heels around you?
No, she won't do it.
She won't.
For you or for her?
Well, for her, because she doesn't want to be like that much taller than me.
Yeah, right.
Because it's like over an inch. It's like, all right, that's too much. That's too big of a difference.
Aiden might be the tallest. Are you 6'1" or 6'2"? 6'1"? 6'1".
When Sarah wears like big wedge heels, we're at the same height, or maybe she's a little bit taller, depending on what I'm wearing. If I'm wearing boots, then no. But
this guy, little small, insecure man.
This little small, insecure man, because she's attractive.
Yeah,
she's attractive. But how about Texans in general? This is these are average adult heights, male. Average adult male heights, and these are various health and survey reports. The average Texan is 5'10". They're medium average. So the short states, no surprise, all your northeastern states, all the little Italians, all the little Italians up there.
Okay, all the Italians.
That's it. And then out west, California, 5'8", Florida, 5'8". Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, 5'7". That's the bad. You know what that is? That's bad food. Bad food down there.
Doesn't help you grow.
The tall states, 5'11" and up. Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. Iowa, South Dakota, North Dakota are the only 3 states that average 6 feet tall or up on the average male height.
Neighborhood Watch with Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. An NFL analyst says the Cowboys are out of excuses. I disagree. That's next on your home of America's team after this. I have been scarred.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Jason Garrett set to join us live at 9:20 this morning. How much do you think Jason remembers us, and what do you think he remembers of us? Because I feel like we had a better interview relationship with, I don't know, sometimes I feel like we ran into Jason at Nick and Sam's at one time, and I didn't feel like it would be like even how it would go with McCarthy, or definitely how it would go with Schottenheimer. You know what I mean? And Jason's a very nice guy, but I don't know if he's like, hey guys, what's up? Or he would have in the back of his mind, you criticize me, or some of the negatives. McCarthy would obviously know Bobby, and we wouldn't want Bobby around with that interaction. What do you think about JG? Because if we did 10 years with McCarthy, 10 years with Schottenheimer on a radio interview, I feel like it would be a much warmer, different greeting than if and when we run into Jason.
Yeah, I think the thing with Jason,
and you were a Jason defender.
Yeah, still am. I think Jason would take criticism much more kindly than Mike.
Yes, but I still feel like the "Hey, what's up" would be warmer
with Mike. Absolutely. I think Jason absolutely remembers. I think he's super smart. I think he knows everything that's going on. So he absolutely remember when we saw him at Nick and Sam's. I got the feeling that he wasn't being fake. That he knew when we were talking to him. They knew exactly who we were. Mike would obviously, and then Shotty for sure. But I think Jason would hold a wall. Right? He would put a fence up more easily than the other two.
Agreed. So Jason Garrett, 9:20, talk about his new leadership podcast, Italian food with his restaurant, and these Dallas Cowboys on DFW Sports Station. Are they out of excuses?
Louis Riddick says they are out of excuses. Not only does he think the Cowboys are a pretty good team, he thinks they are better than another team in green in this division.
Yeah, it is. Look, I don't think you have to necessarily have been knocking on the door beforehand in order for your expectations in the following year to be Super Bowl or bust. Especially when you look at Dallas and you look at what they have done this offseason as far as upgrading this roster. And it is 1 through 53. It's legit now. On the defensive side of the football in particular, which everyone knew that they needed to address last year, look, Will McClay, who's in charge of personnel, went to work on this football team, and they have got nothing but baller after baller. And they started this work early on, during the season with the people that they acquired. Now, the young guys that they brought in, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, Jayshon Barham, these are all people, Rashawn Gary now as far as a veteran acquisition, these are guys who are going to play huge, pivotal roles as far as them going ahead and leveling up on that side of the football to where they are going to be able to deal with any team in the National Football League, I believe, at any time during the season. Christian Parker has to be huge. I know Kimberly Martin talks about him a lot, and I'm sure she's going to mention the fact that their new defensive coordinator has to play a huge role. But offensively, they have one of the best offensive lines in football. They have one of the best wide receiver duos in football. Dak is one of the best best quarterbacks in football. They have depth at running back. There really aren't any excuses for Dallas anymore.
So it's not just a saying.
Absolutely not. Look, I personally am picking them to win the division.
Okay.
Listen, he should know better. There's always room for excuses with this team. I think we're a year away for this conversation, though.
Yep.
Like, to think there's going to be zero learning curve with Christian Parker, I think we're just...
People are treating this defense like we have in franchise mode on a video game.
Yeah.
Now, you just add Gary and add Downs and add Lawrence.
They're going to be better, but I think that to think this is a Super Bowl contender, I just think we're a year away from that. You know, like, I think the window is here still, but I don't know. I would not be surprised in the least if they made the playoffs. I would not be. I'd be a very mild surprise if they win the East, but I'd be stunned if they made the Super Bowl. I'd be stunned. I just don't. I think we're a year away from this conversation. That there's no more excuse.
I'd be surprised. I mean, I think we got to see how it plays out during the course of the year. But yeah, right now I would be very surprised if the Cowboys made the Super Bowl. But out of excuses, no, they do have a lot of defensive excuses.
Yeah.
Brand new coordinator, never done it.
Never done it. Safeties never played.
Brand new system, having the safety play corner.
Yeah.
What is Deron Bland? Who's rushing the passer? Who's playing linebacker? Louis Riddick is wrong there. Yes. There's a lot of excuses all on that side of the ball.
Yeah, and that's where this team is. Like, unfortunately, like, there are teams out there that have no more excuse. Like Chicago, I think even Chicago they have excuses left. San Fran's out of excuses. Detroit, they're out. You know, like they're out. They still have their prime. They're out of excuses. The Rams with Stafford. They got no excuses.
Right. The Rams have no excuses.
None.
But the Cowboys have excuses. So let us know if you agree. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Again, we talk about expectation. Take it back to Dak Prescott saying, as a fan, yeah, it should be Super Bowl or bust. No, you guys have conditioned us to be stunned if you actually get there. Forget about winning it. You've made us conditioned to be stunned that you actually get there.
Yeah, and the downside is that this is probably your last year with Pickens and Lamb as a duo together, because they're going to trade Lamb next year and they're going to keep George. Like, you want Pickens and Lamb together to be married with the defense that's figuring things out, and I just don't know that it's going to happen. Like, it might, sure.
Hey, you've had big jumps in NFL history year to year.
It's happened.
You've had it.
I just
turnovers are such a big thing because turnovers are so random. You just can't go into a year and be like, we're gonna create all these turnovers. You never know.
The Rodgers year that he won, the Breeze year that he won, those teams were so opportunistic with their turnovers. It completely, like, it was an outlier for them, and they had legitimate defenses because they forced so many turnovers those years. And if you don't do that, you're just an average defense. Like, I think they're going to be a better defense, but to expect like Christian Parker to come in and just wave this magic wand and this defense is going to be the 85 Bears, we're kidding ourselves.
Todd Archer on the Cowboys' biggest storyline for Oxnard KNC, kicking off the coverage next week. How quickly can Christian Parker's defense get up to speed? A lot of changes in personnel, potentially up to 7 new starters. 7 and scheme as they move to a 3-4. So forget about just the coordinator and all the personnel. This is a different scheme on top of it. The pass rush has much to prove, with the biggest addition being Rashawn Gary. The linebacker room is not particularly deep, and Overshown will have to prove he can stay healthy. The secondary has improved with additions and free agency. The Cowboys do not have to have another doomsday defense to succeed, but it needs to be much improved over last season to make a difference. Yeah, but in terms of and I want to ask Jason Garrett, at 920, what is a reasonable... What's a high ceiling expectation, and what is the most reasonable for a year-to-year defensive turnaround? I mean, Jason's teams had some bad defenses.
Yes.
Right? He had Rob.
Those Rob defenses were a disaster. They had penalties. They would have delay of game penalties coming out of timeouts. It was a scatter drill. It was like, no, I don't think anybody knew what they were doing. Nobody was. It comes to a point where, if you just get guys on task and on time and being able to play, it's like you already are ahead of the curve.
It's like my kids' T-ball team. That's what the Cowboys were. Like the first practices and the first games, they don't even know how to line up. They don't even know where to run when they go out there on the field. And then once you get like simple, basic fundamentals down, like, all right, that's the base you throw to. How are we going to get the ball to that base? That was the Cowboys' defense.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is where you're supposed to be in zone. And that's who you're supposed to follow in man. But it was like a damn T-ball team for 3 quarters of the season.
Yeah.
I said I've been worried about John Harbaugh. He's kind of massaging the New York Giants. Like, oh, Jackson Dart, President Trump, you're going to have issues, okay? I'm not going to call out Jackson and destroy him. Cam Scatterbu almost destroys his knee with a stupid meathead frat boy backflip. I'm not going to call him out. I'm not going to embarrass him. I'm going to joke, hey, stick the landing next time, okay? Well, I changed my mind. This is not Jonathan Gannon cringy, but I thought this was a little bit cringy, and so did Twitter yesterday when the Giants released John Harbaugh's intro in the big auditorium meeting room with his brand new team.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? A little nervous, man. Nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. Get this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. It's a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know as coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches?
Sir,
it's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early, we were late, getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins. Together.
And that's the number 2 comment,
man,
on the internet.
Giants.
That was President Biden.
It's a younger Biden, man. That's
right?
exactly what that is.
It made
sit in this chair. We love it. We're the New York Giants.
It's a New York Giants sitting in this room.
What are we getting after a hot day of practice, Coach?
We're getting ice cream. We're going to get ice cream. Bluebell. Only I have Bluebell ice cream. I love it. Bury my face with some Bluebell.
All the listeria you want. Am I wrong that was a little cringy?
It's a little.
How do coaches, especially someone as accomplished and experienced as John Harbaugh, how do they go up there and not have like almost a great speech every time? I'm not saying win one for the Gipper speech.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
AI, man.
Having your sentences, do Sirianni AI. So after hearing that yesterday, I'm no longer worried about the G-men.
You know, I can understand, because John is in the lab, coming up with all these offensive plays. Because, right, he's the offensive play designer, is he not? Oh, no, he's not.
No.
But he's the defensive guy. He calls with the defensive plays and design. No, he doesn't do that either.
Check.
No, none of that. So he's just a walk-around coach. So his whole job should be motivation, speaking in front of the team. Like Sean McVay, he's got an excuse. He's drawn up plays in the mud.
Yeah. This is supposed to be like your sole focus.
This is it.
I did, like, Jim Harbaugh, we know, is really cheesy and corny, but I didn't think John was that. But, man, that was a little cringe yesterday.
Yeah, that was pretty
I sent it to the meatballs. They're like, what's wrong with this? What? What's wrong with it? It just sounds like President Biden.
The New York Giants.
Oh, it's the New York Giants. No.
That sounded like it. There you go. Jason Garrett will join us at 9:20 this morning. International fame. Any girl you want. All the money. All the commercials. No. Imagine all the tomatoes for the World Cup soccer win. And if you think ESPN was sleazy before, wait till you hear this update with all the layoffs next.
After we get you over to Base Power.
A car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The Powerball is still out there to be had. Apparently, it is rising to $600 million.
Let's go.
We got nothing yesterday?
Nothing. Both tickets were not winners. Not even a $15 win. Nothing. So, we should go for it today.
Can't lose twice in a row or three times.
Can't lose. No, you can't. It's bound to happen.
What's the number of tickets you think you need to buy for it? Are you of the thinking where you're like, look, fate is fate. If I get 2 of them for $4, if they're even $4 anymore, versus 30.
Well, yeah.
30 tickets.
Yeah, I think if you pick your own numbers or whatever, they said the best way to do it is to pick the same numbers every time. Right, that way it's less randomized because.
Did you pick the numbers for us?
No, they don't. You got to fill out that stupid Scantron sheet, and it gives me triggering flashbacks of, the SATs. No, yeah. So I don't know. Maybe 10.
10?
10 numbers. 10 sets of numbers.
So $20 a pop. Yeah. So we're on our third cycle. This would be the fourth cycle. So you'd be out $80.
$80
if you didn't win.
Yeah, and that's just for the Powerball. The Mega.
Oh yeah.
The Mega's like $5 a ticket now. $5 per set of numbers. So if you want to buy 10 numbers, it's $50.
Did anyone win that?
I think that's still open too.
How many do you think? What gives you satisfaction that, hey, I threw my hat in the ring?
20, 30. I mean, it would have to be something where it's like, I gave it a try. But my parents have played, for years now. Because my dad's like, all it takes is one time, and it pays for everything. But I'm like, yeah, but if you don't win, then you're down all that money. So, but good thing he has a job, and my mom has a job.
You ever try to calculate that yourself, where you're like, how much money have I thrown away in lotto tickets over my life? You ever tried to think about it?
No, never try. Let's see. We have $600 million is the next one for the Powerball, like you said. And then tomorrow is the Mega, and that is up to $743 million.
Dang. Well, you think
Let's win it. Let's win it tomorrow.
If you win whatever tickets you get, I'll go in on. You think if you win the World Cup, you've hit the lottery?
You would think so.
All the riches in life,
especially that guy Farron.
The guy
RJ's daddy.
The daddy boy. He's a good-looking man. He's a good-looking man.
Well, Spain has received their weight in tomatoes from their hometown after winning the World Cup for the second time. They had a town hall for the World Cup team. And this tradition that started in 2010, kind of demeaning when I tell you about it.
Okay.
They put you on a scale. They stand you up there like RJ horseback riding in Utah. And they weigh you and present you with your weight in tomatoes.
Okay.
That's what all these players got. So 185 pounds in tomatoes, 150 pounds in tomatoes. Because this region of Spain is apparently known for their production of tomatoes.
Wow.
So here are the players sitting here carrying boxes of tomatoes out of this World Cup town hall celebration. Tomatoes. Now, there's a local Italian market here that's pretty famous that everyone goes to. And because that's been one of my problems with Texas, like compared to Maryland, crabs, seafood, tomatoes.
Yeah.
But this place, this Italian market, is like the East Texas tomatoes have hit, and we have them. And I was like, East Texas tomatoes? Is this a thing? So then it sent me down this rabbit hole of looking up what East Texas tomatoes are. And yeah, apparently they're these awesome, sweeter tomatoes.
Wow.
Text in agriculturalist if you
that's right.
If you have any info on this. And it's only here for a very, very limited time because of the weather and the ground and all that crap. So I've been wanting to stop by and get these East Texas tomatoes because I miss my grandmother's tomatoes that she grew back in Maryland.
And tomatoes are That is the one food that I absolutely despise as a child.
Every child does. No child is going to sit there and eat a tomato.
And now...
And they say, oh, you like ketchup, so why don't you like this? Yeah. We all try that stupid trick on our
like
kids.
Sauce.
Yeah. It just doesn't have the 40 other pieces of crap and fake stuff that ketchup has.
Right. So,
but now you get a tomato, you put salt, pepper. This is an old man person, right? Salt, pepper.
A little balsamic glaze, vinaigrette, whatever there. Let's
piece
go.
Of cheese.
Yeah.
You know, prosciutto. Throw it on there.
Whatever.
Mozzarella and tomato. But just going to a store and getting like an awesome, great tomato been a tough task. But apparently this place has East Texas tomatoes, and now the Spanish team has... this seems like a waste of tomatoes. Like, with these guys, how many... I would be...
These guys are millionaires.
Searching the garbage cans around this town hall to see how many have cardboard boxes with tomatoes dumped into it.
You can't use them all. How are they going to use? Let's just say the average tomato.
No, my grandmother again. They'd can them. We'd have to go in the summer, go in their garden, and we'd pick peas and shuck this and can tomatoes. So there'd always be canned tomatoes in my mom's garage for years and years and years.
Okay, so they ferment them or something like that?
I don't know.
Some kind of...
Mom, if you're still listening, text me.
Because
she did text me during the gambling thing, but I don't know if she's bailed.
There's no way... Let's just say you're 180 pounds. And let's just say each tomato's a pound. How are you going through 180 tomatoes?
Right.
You can't do that. I mean, how much sauce are you? Yeah, how much salsa and how much marinara are you making?
Right.
That you go through 180 tomatoes before they go bad.
Yes.
And how long does an average tomato off the vine?
Right.
How long does that last?
And they get that little dent in it, and you're like, oh my God, there's a worm in here. There's got to be a worm. You got to cut it open, see if there's anything, critter crawling in there. So that's the. I wanted to know about East Texas tomatoes, and this as a reward.
But I also wonder, do people in other countries are they more apt to just
eat it like an apple?
Right, because not even eat it like an apple, but not care about the deformity inside. So my grandmother, they
care about rotten produce?
Yeah, my grandmother had a creek in her backyard, very small backyard, but just a creek, and there was an apple tree. And she would just go in the backyard, and there'd be an apple on the ground. She would just pick it up and eat it. And I'm like, hang on a second. You didn't look at this thing?
Well,
she would just pick it up.
At it.
There was holes in it. I'm like, there's worms in this thing. You didn't just pick it up with the apple?
Right.
What's the matter with you?
How long does she live?
98 years old.
There you go.
Made everything from scratch. Everything at home.
There's your key.
Never measured a thing. Would grab handfuls of salt and just throw it on, or pepper. No measuring stuff.
All right, did ESPN go from bad to worse with this latest update of how all these firings got reported?
Man, this was kind of troubling.
Now let me ask you this: you are way more of a proponent than me that. Basically, all exposure is good exposure.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that applies here to ESPN this week?
I would say not. I would say this has been a bad week for them. So this is Bobby Barack. Is Barack or Barack? He's with Outkick, which is owned by Fox. He was on WFAN with Craig Carton and our guy Zach Gelb, who was filling in for Carton's co-host. And Bobby says he is the one that originally broke the story that had all these guys getting fired, starting with Ryan Clark, and that ESPN pulled the rug out from under him.
You guys reach out to ESPN PR and say, we're running this story. We want to give you a heads up because that's the right thing to do. And they asked you to embargo the story for almost 2 hours.
Yes, and we said, no, 1 hour is good. So we're waiting and waiting. And by the way, what's so bizarre, while we're waiting, Ryan Clark is on TV. He's on NFL Live while we're waiting to report he's going to be out. Well, then eventually ESPN says, all right, fine, whatever, we're good. So we post the story, and then we find out 1 minute before that, The Athletic had the same story. But here's the real kicker, Craig.
Go ahead.
The Athletic story only had a few lines in it. It was clearly rushed. See, it'd be different if The Athletic had pre-wrote it and was waiting all day for their go-ahead. No. They rushed it out with just a few lines, so put 2 and 2 together. While we're waiting for the go-ahead just to make sure everything's good, Ryan Clark knows, ESPN, in the meantime, yanks Ryan Clark off set. They tell him he's terminated, and they tip off The Athletic, all because they don't want us to have the story.
So that's their case, their stance is that, we had the story first, and then about 30 seconds, a minute beforehand, The Athletic posts it. But, what he is saying is, we don't want Outkick to get this story, Fox. We want to have a friendly, which is The Athletic. And I don't think ESPN is
a friendly?
Yeah, they call it a friendly. I don't think ESPN is a partnership with The Athletic. I think they're a much bigger competitor with Fox.
Right.
Than they would be with The Athletic.
So he's trying to say that ESPN, with ill intent, said, no, your story's right. Give us an hour. But in that hour, we're going to give it to someone else so you don't get it first.
Right. That's his contention.
Yeah, that ESPN was trying to screw Outkick.
That ESPN was trying to screw Outkick here.
And Outkick tried to do the right thing by letting them inform Ryan Clark first before breaking it.
Right, and that's maybe that's why Ryan was pulled off. Obviously, it's why Ryan was pulled off. Or Ryan found out. Ryan found out and said, "I'm done. I'm not going to finish my segment." But this is what media is. Like, media is all about who gets things first, or who breaks it first on social media, which is how it is now.
Because TMZ wrote a story, Ryan Clark was not forced from air during commercial break after ESPN layoff, and Ryan responded with, "I wasn't forced. I asked, should I be done now?" And the answer was yes. So I had originally thought he got the news, walked off, left, but this is Ryan saying, and he's going to have a lot of podcast views when he tells his full story. He's sitting here saying that they're like, you need to stop. You need to stop and don't finish up the show.
Don't finish the segment because nobody.
Bosses are afraid. He used to be around here.
Yeah, that's the thing. You
see the Grim Reaper, Jana Shunk walking around.
Right, you walk out.
HR Jana, and we're like, who's getting fired today?
No, it's the worst.
And they're and then Gavin Spittle, to his credit, with people here who even lied. About where they were going and what they were doing about their media career. They lied to everyone's face around here, and we didn't know they were lying at the time. But Gavin had the decency to say, I trust you. You've been here. Go ahead and finish up your final shows, even though people know that you're leaving. But what people fear is that piece of garbage crap Jason Whitlock at my old station in Kansas City, putting a chair under the door, jamming it, going off on the station, lighting everything on fire. You don't know what they're going to say, how much they're going to curse. No one can get in the room, and then walking out of the building. So people are afraid that you're just going to go, scorched earth.
Right.
And
they don't want it.
But Spittle's let people, as long as you have a respectable relationship, finish out, the classy way.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do. That has to be the right thing to do, but there's no goodbyes in radio, bud. No goodbyes.
But it could also,
it could backfire.
Someone could go scorched earth.
And it's happened.
Ryan Clark could have gone. Ryan Clark, I wouldn't put it past him to go back on and say, I've been terminated, and let loose.
Right, because people who have things to lose wouldn't do that. Ryan Clark made a lot of money in the NFL. He's made a lot of money on TV.
He's also kind of that impassioned dude.
Absolutely. He's got a very successful podcast. I'm sure that podcast makes him money.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of it. So he doesn't need necessarily ESPN. And they obviously feel they don't need him either. It was a good marriage. He got a lot out of them. They got a lot out of him. They got clicks. He got clicks. But it's a risk.
The overrated and underrated quarterbacks heading into this NFL season, and where's number 4 on it? Choppy takes over. Below. Next on 105.3 The Fan.
It's back to Sean and RJ segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do. It's Below the Belt, brought to you by Window Nation and DNM Leasing here on Sean and RJ. Bobby's out for the next few shows on vacation. This is your home of the Dallas Cowboys, and a guest of ours, Monday guest for 10. How long was it?
Yeah, let's see.
No.
2011 until 2019.
Okay. Jason Garrett back on the show live at 9:20 this morning to talk about these Cowboys. That's coming up in the final hour of the program.
Is your quarterback really the Madden cover boy? Or should he be?
Interesting.
CBS has the most overrated and most underrated quarterbacks heading into the 2026 season. Caleb Williams is your Madden 2027 cover star. Dak Prescott, in a related story, is not on the cover of Madden 2027. I don't think he's been on a cover period, has he, Peyton? Are you a Madden guy?
I mean, I used to play, not really, but I mean, no, I have not.
I think we would remember and we would have covered that.
I'm sure we would have covered it. So CBS had their most overrated and most underrated. So the value are a little bit overinflated or under going into this season. And
I'm really interested. I'm on the edge of my seat to hear how you're going to tie this into Madden.
Okay. Most overrated, Caleb Williams, the Madden cover boy.
And this is according to who?
CBS.
The Caleb's the most. I think Caleb is right in the middle. I don't have an under or overrated for him.
Yeah. I don't think he's overrated. I don't think he's underrated. I think that their jury is still out.
Yeah, like give me a sentence that makes Caleb Williams overrated. Like no one has him as a top 5 quarterback.
No.
None of these lists have had him as a top 5. You call him a top 5, then we can start calling him overrated. No one is saying the Bears. I'm sorry.
Did anyone have him in the top 10? Oh, yeah. The Fowler list had him 10th, I think.
No one's saying that the Bears are going to be in the Super Bowl or the Bears are going to win the championship. Right. Then you could be like, we're overrating Caleb Williams. I don't think there's been an overrating of him.
I don't think so. Unless you want to say that him being on the cover of Madden means he's overrated. But I would push back and say being on the cover of Madden is just a simple case of this is the next guy.
And Bobby would say it is overrated because Caitlin Clark's on her cover.
Yes. That's right. The AI version of Caitlin Clark. The AI picture people clap back about.
They're mad about the picture?
Yeah, they're mad about it. This is clearly AI. And I'm like, did you think...
You're fine playing Grand Theft Auto, but Caitlin Clark's AI photo really... That really takes it over the line.
Yeah.
It's okay for me to drive around in my tank on Halo.
Yeah.
But that not being Caitlin Clark's actual skin.
Right.
I mean, there's a touch up there. I can't buy that game. I can't participate.
You think Spielberg came down and took the photos himself? Like, what are we doing here? They brought Cecil B. DeMille in.
Man.
To take these pictures.
I really do think she's getting to a point where she should, figure out a way to,
yeah,
screw people over.
Get out of the way. Just.
And Bobby be like, why? She's getting propped up for being a 30% shooter.
Yes, she's not getting propped
up. The most inefficient superstar ever.
So, Caleb Williams, the NFL's biggest roller coaster passer.
Okay.
Highs are high, lows are low.
That's fair.
That is fair. The high-level praise for him as the first Bears quarterback with a pulse since, Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
Is the reason. The reason they fell behind in both of their playoff games and lost in overtime to the Rams is because of his inefficiency. That's fair. But I think the overrating of him would simply and strictly be that he is on the cover and maybe he shouldn't be. They finish it with his potential is tantalizing. He clearly possesses a high ceiling thanks to phenomenal arm talent and mobility. However, the hope and buzz currently outpace the reality of his latest on-field performance last season. So he is the most overrated Who was the most underrated? Rain Dakota Prescott.
Oh,
and that's why he should be the cover boy, maybe. Here we go! Tie this thing in here. But
he shouldn't be at no point do I think Dak should have been the cover boy.
I'm fine with this. Yeah, I'm fine with him not being the cover boy. Plus, I don't want the curse.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want that anyway. This is the write-up on Dak. In his first year back from season-ending torn hammy, he balled out despite the defense ranking as the worst. He played like a top 10 quarterback, the 9th quarterback in history to produce his 3rd season with 4,500 yards passing. He is now one of the NFL's best pre-snap quarterbacks. 10 seasons into his career, tape is littered with pre-snap adjustments that lead to big plays through the air. His 25 season ranks: pass yards 3rd, yards per pass attempt 10th, pass TDs 4th, TD to interception ratio 9th, passer rating 10th, expected points added per dropback 6th. His reputation across the football world can be weighed down by the Cowboys of it all. Thanks to owner GM Jerry Jones, struggles to build a balanced roster in the cap era, but their quarterback is one of the best. Haters be damned. The 4,500-yard stat, he's the 9th one to have at least 3 seasons. There's only a handful of those guys out there that have more. And we're talking about 8 guys in the history of the sport. And most of those guys have a jacket, a gold jacket.
It does feel like he has finally reached a place. To me, you will have your Dak homers who say, no, you should have had this opinion for the past 5 years plus, like probably Bobby. It feels like he's reached and settled into a tier and a level of very good. You know what I mean? Like I'm going into the season saying, if healthy, I know Dak Prescott's going to be very good. Like he's a very, very good quarterback, and that feels good.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen in the postseason? What's going to happen in the playoffs? What's going to happen against top 5 defenses? What's going to happen maybe in the colder weather? But we have a very, very good quarterback that I have very few regular season questions about. Just when it comes to like them playing the Texans, what's he going to do against that type of defense? But otherwise, we're good and solid.
We're good. These are the quarterbacks that have more 4,500-yard pass seasons than Dak. At number 1, tied, is Drew Brees and Tom Brady.
Oh.
They have 8. Matt Ryan is number 2. He has 7.
Wow.
Peyton Manning is 3rd. He has 6. Jared Goff is 4th. Well, along with Matt Stafford and Phillip Rivers, they each have 5.
Okay.
And then Mahomes has 4, and then Dak has 3. So you're talking Mahomes, he's going to Canton. Rivers, probably not.
Oh,
maybe he gets there someday. So like all these guys are going to be maybes, except for I don't think Dak's going to get there, and I don't think Jared Goff will ever get there. But Breeze and Brady and Matt Ryan maybe someday. Manning, yes. Stafford, yes. Mahomes, yes. Maybe Rivers, maybe Ryan. Doubtful Goff, doubtful Dak.
Give me some of the other names on the list, and let me guess if they're overrated or underrated according to CBS.
Okay.
Hey, you guess as well. You finished in second to me in fantasy every year. No, you beat me last year, I think. Oh,
Mayfield.
I got 3rd place last year.
You did? Baker Mayfield is underrated, if I had to guess.
I will say overrated.
They put him in the overrated category.
Oh! Or rated.
He earned Pro Bowl nods while guiding his new franchise to back-to-back division titles. He undid all the growth in those 2 seasons in the second half of 2025.
He undid all the growth in the second half.
They had all the injuries.
All the wide receivers hurt.
Come on.
All right, what's next?
They lost 8 of their last 11. Let's go with...
Remember, this is CBS, so even if Peyton beats me, it's a dumb outlet.
Let's go with Jordan Love.
You answer first.
I'm going to say...
Someone in this Sports Minute here picked Jordan Love for MVP, and Aiden goes, I could see it. And I was like, you could see anything in them bifocals.
Yeah.
I'm going to go underrated here. They're going to underrate Jordan Love.
This is a very tough one. Jordan Love, underrated or overrated? I'll lean overrated.
He's underrated.
Dang it!
Man. EP.
I mean,
EP.
Again, on this list, being opposite is really being right. But I don't know. Jordan Love is a tough one.
I think it's. I like him. I think he's a little bit overrated, though.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence.
Overrated. Come on.
They're gonna say underrated, but he's. I don't like Trevor Lawrence. I've never liked Trevor Lawrence. They're gonna say he's underrated.
Underrated. He led the entire NFL in touchdown passes with 24 in the last 8 games of the year.
Oh, last 8 games.
Last 8 games.
Okay.
Across the final 6 games, he had 19 touchdowns to 1 turnover, just the third player in history to record 19-plus total TDs and 1 or fewer turnovers in the final 6 games of a season.
All right, who else we got?
And then finally, Bo Nix.
Underrate.
Okay.
Bo Nix is. I'll just do this to Ty Payton so he can say that he didn't beat me. Overrated.
We're tied!
Yeah! Oh, one more.
Yeah, throw out one more.
They don't have another one.
One more.
We're done.
I don't know. I don't. What is Bo Nix? I mean, I don't think.
I don't think him is overrated either.
I think he's in the middle.
I think Bo may get trashed more than he gets overrated. I know I do. Yeah, I like Bo, but I also think that Bo's kind of
Bobby thinks he's
garbage.
trash.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider Bo Nix to be overrated.
Below
the belt,
brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing with Jason Garrett coming up live back on the show at 9:20 this morning. You talk about Ranger trade possibilities. RJ says deal and get rid of all the prospects. Find out why on your home of the Rangers after this.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
His first pitch to Osuna, slow ground ball, right side. Mydroth charges, has it on the run, fires to first, and that'll do it. The White Sox hold on and defeat the Rangers here tonight by the final score of 4-2.
Final hour fist bump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton, Philip Russell. I'll trust that he was doing it 10 seconds ago because he's not now. Alec always is. Aiden always is in the hallways of DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. This game had zero action after the sixth inning, and the Rangers end up losing 2 of 3 to the White Sox. It was a 4-2 loss yesterday. Fortunately, Seattle lost to Cincinnati, so you are still a half game up for first place in the American League West. Rangers are off today, so sorry, G-Bag. You have to work a full show.
What are they going to do?
And they will be back on Friday against Seattle, a monster series in Arlington, 6:30 pregame right here on the Fan.
Imagine getting off early on Fridays every week, like G-Bag does. You get off a half hour early every week on a Friday.
You'll save all that. Could run that back against him. What about the afternoon games for KNC?
Well, that too.
Maybe that carries over into the start of G-Bag.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just thinking end of the day on Friday. Usually Friday's a night game, so end of the day.
Yeah.
As opposed, I bet you there's only a handful of opportunities that KNC would have a day game on a Friday.
Well, don't look at next week's schedule, by the way, because it'll make you mad. G-Bag basically gets the whole week off.
Who are they facing?
So the Seattle game is an afternoon game. It's on a Monday, but it's afternoon game, and then it's at Tampa Bay, 5:40 start.
Oh, so they're done at 5.
Yeah, and then you get, I think that Thursday's like an 11 o'clock game or something. So G-Bag will probably be on there, but KNC, 30-minute show in Oxnard.
Yeah, but they'll make up for it the following week, G-Bag, because they'll be out in Oxnard with us the following week, and they won't have any shows.
Man, they really should just trade with us for a morning. Broadus would do it. Eric and Zach, we could talk into it.
We could talk them into it.
I don't know about Dawson.
No, we could do the show with Dawson. The three of us.
Bam.
To Dawson, you could stay on you could stay.
Yeah.
He could do his own thing, and then you and I could just join. We could just help out.
Heck yeah. Yesterday.
No, I'm sorry. Shoot ya. That's what he was saying.
Yesterday, Skip Schumacher joined the KNC Masterpiece for his weekly appearance. And Jason Garrett, by the way, is coming up here 9:20 on Your Home of the Cowboys. And we were talking about that foul ball in Philly with that incident. And I had a little foul ball rant. Skip Schumacher was asked, what's your rule for going after a foul ball or home run ball in the stands?
Yeah, in Miami, we got. I think something went viral with a lady kind of taking a ball away from a kid, and it became like a thing. Yeah, I believe in it's cool to catch a ball in the stands. I actually caught a foul ball in the stands the first game I went to when I retired, which was kind of crazy. And I'm a big believer in giving it to the kid. I mean, the kid can take it home. He can show it to his friends, the whole deal. I always believe that you get a ball, it's a great feeling, but there's nothing like handing it off to a kid and seeing that smile. So that should be the etiquette for me. The whole throwing the ball back is, if it's a record-breaking one, I'm sure the player wants it. I think that's also maybe give it to the kid so the kid can meet the player.
No.
That would be cool.
Oh, yeah.
But I think that's where I stand on it. I think to grow the game and to make it exciting, the whole deal was always let the kid enjoy it and have that moment.
Like yesterday, that whole process for Cam Cauley, opposite field home run for his first. And, I mean, this fan was getting, like, security escorts out to go begin the process of the negotiations.
Very cool.
That's another thing. I would not have been thinking in that moment, this is Cam Cauley's first home run.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. So I probably would have caught that ball, maybe, and given it. And then I'm going to see security escort the family with the kid out, and I'll be bitter as hell.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
He's going down there. He's going to meet the players.
Yeah. Or think about it. You just don't know that someone's 300th home run.
Right.
350, some type of thing that wasn't built up a ton.
Right.
That's not Aaron Judge.
I'd
be so bitter.
A team.
It's like you catch it, you get booed for not giving it to the kid, and you got to check on your phone. Does this home run have
This
any?
is number 300, guys. Come on. I'm keeping it.
You got to AI the historical value first.
That's where a smart team that the Rangers have always built themselves a family-oriented team. A smart team would notice that on the TV because they would usually see you giving it to a kid.
Yeah,
and they would
reward you
as well. A smart team would do that.
Yeah, but you're not going to get 2 Cam Cauley negotiations.
Not going to get 2 negotiations.
They might give you tickets to another game.
They'll give you a bat. Signed bat, right?
Yeah.
Something
and
like
how
that.
much of a jerk would you be in the moment in terms of a hardline negotiator?
Yeah,
in that moment, you got the player there, or probably a team representative. But I wonder what Cam Cauley's first home run ball, well, what does that get you from the team?
Nothing. Yeah, it's like you're going to get some bats. Maybe some tickets. Not much.
And then you catch a ball, and Cam Cauley ends up being Mike Trout.
Right. Totally different.
And you gave it away.
Nobody.
So I think I'm changing my mind not to give the ball to the children. Just keep it for yourself.
Keep it for yourself.
And let them cry. That's like my kids. They'll stop crying after 15 minutes.
Yeah, it's like the tether. Is it tether?
You want to tether them?
No, you're supposed to do it with a dog. You're supposed to
shock.
No.
Don't say anything towards dogs with Peyton here.
No, when a dog is anxious, acting up, like they're all excited.
Yeah.
You put them on a leash and you tie something in the house.
Yeah.
And you just leave them there for 15 minutes and they just calm themselves down.
And how are you applying this to the children?
Well, they'll stop crying.
To actually tether them.
I thought you were going to say tie up the children.
No, you just leave them where they are.
Oh,
you leave them where they are.
Yeah. So
some kids should be tied up.
Yeah. So you know what? Keep the ball for yourself and check all the value.
Now, Sean, I will say, I remember this. I did sell a dad a Prince Fielder bobblehead back in 2014 because he didn't get one. It was the first.
At the game?
This was after the game. I walked out with my buddies and stuff, and I had it, and he offered me $30 for it. And I said, you know what? Sure. So I gave him. So he gave me $30, gave it to his kid,
and then Prince retired. So you're good. Yeah, the value did not go up that much more after that. All right. Ton of trade discussions and deadline activity and talk and all these different ideas, but I thought you brought up a very good harsh reality for the prospects that we all try to hang on to.
Right, and a lot of people hit us up with this with the Mackenzie Gore trade that Washington got a plethora of young players in the deal. And, most of them are all top, I think all of them are top 30 prospects within the Nationals organization. But what does that mean? Right? What does that mean? So I found this article about, the players who are young, up-and-coming prospects that have been in the league, up and down, in the minors, whatever, for the last couple of years. And these are some of the dozen or so most hyped prospects. And where are they? How have they performed to the MLB level? Have they even made the MLB level yet? And one of them is Evan Carter, who had an electric start, but has since tapered off. And when you're worried about trading prospects, if you use Evan Carter as the baseline, if you're a team that's in first place, and the Tigers come to you and say, we want this player, and we're going to give you Tarek Skubal. Are you really worried about losing 3 years from now, Evan Carter?
Well,
now you don't know that's what he is.
You're not just giving them Evan Carter.
You're not. You would have to give him more.
Yeah,
right. They would want more. But just say,
give me 2 or 3 players. Pepe, way into fantasy baseball stud. Give me some hyped up prospects who have come up and delivered instantly, like Skeens and Miz. I don't know what type of prospects they were.
Skeens was a massive prospect.
Okay. Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz is huge. Yeah. There's been massive prospects throughout the sport. But if you go right now, so the guy who is
Profar
was a huge prospect. There is a guy, they call him the Magician. Do you know who this is, Peyton?
I don't think so.
All right, so this is a guy who plays for the Pirates right now. Esmeralyn Valdez.
The Magician.
You've heard of him, right? Now you know what I'm talking about. So Esmeralyn has played in 34 games this year. He's got 13 homers, 34 RBIs in 34 games. His OPS is over 1,000. He's hitting almost 300, about 292. He has absolutely taken over the sport, which it's a bad sign for baseball because nobody's heard of him.
Yeah, bad sign.
Over. Right, but the Pirates have put themselves in a really good position. I mean, Pittsburgh's they're 53-50. That's a good team. They're going to be buyers at the deadline, and they've got this nice prospect in Esmerlin, and so he has really kind of taken over. But if you go back and you look at all the players, like Kyle Harrison with Milwaukee, he's done well. He's had a couple of hiccups in the last couple of games, whatever, but he's done well. Chandler Simpson with Tampa.
Yeah.
He's only 25 years old. He's playing. He's pretty much a regular right now.
Like, I'm conditioned to think that the overwhelming majority, that's why I'm asking for reality, that the overwhelming majority of these prospects are busts. And they're not going to land. They're not going to hit, pun intended.
Right.
But I don't want to discount the ones that did,
right,
and how you need to go ahead and use them as a foundation for your team.
Yeah, I mean, Chandler is a guy that...
how many top prospects how prospect-driven is the Dodgers' success right now? Or the top teams at Milwaukee?
Milwaukee's going to have a lot more.
Tampa's
going to have a lot more.
Atlanta.
Atlanta has, they've got...
Yeah.
They've got... Now, Olsen isn't, but...
Yeah. But when you talk about those teams, then I'm like, okay, don't deal away your prospects.
Right. There are teams, but you got to be bad for a while to do that too. The Dodgers have some homegrown, but they also don't. But Chandler Simpson was the 91st ranked prospect last year. In all of baseball, so that that you figure on average it's going to be about top 3 or 4 with a team, and he's having a good season. He's hitting 270 almost, but doesn't have any power, none at all. But he's playing every day. And then you get your Jackson Merrills, who was the number 12 ranked prospect at one point, and Jackson, with he was prospect with San Diego, he's hit 225. But he was a guy that a lot of teams were like, we want him in a trade, and that's the type of player that when you're a 14th ranked prospect in the sport, that's almost an untouchable piece for some teams. It's a no-go.
Washington's got some young studs that are hitting.
The Nats have a ton of young players. They got a ton of young players that are hitting. The Yankees have this kid, Jason Dominguez, the Martian. Spencer Jones. These are big-time prospects that they've deemed untouchable. Well, they're just sitting in the minor leagues. And these teams are petrified of trading away prospects. And this entire list from Jackson Holliday, who was the number 1 prospect in the sport, to Roki Sasaki, Dylan Cruz. You've had good prospects that have either done nothing or are still in the minors.
So what's the lesson? What's the bottom line?
The lesson is, man, if you can get Tarek Skubal, and I'm not saying the Rangers should, but if you or some player like that, and you have to give up some prospects, what are the odds? These are can't
What
miss
are the
guys,
odds?
right? Kobe Mayo and Jackson Holliday. These are number 1, number 2, number 5, 10 prospects, and they haven't done what they were expected of.
It is a very special Red Zone next on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with the return of Jason Garrett.
Oh, baby.
Next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Just Love Coffee. It is the official coffee.
All fix on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee. We started off our career with him for many years. He took all the questions on Mondays after games. Now these guys, they want to wuss out and do their Friday shows. Brian Schottenheimer, Mike McCarthy. Coach Jason Garrett did it on a Monday.
Oftentimes with a hoarse voice, sipping tea, lemon, honey.
Yeah.
Toughing it out, fighting through it.
And the former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys is back on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing well. Curious, now that you've been on the media side for a while, if you have maybe some fonder thoughts and memories of us from years ago. Now that you know what it's like on the other side.
Well, I think the standard is probably too high. The level of fondness I had for you was so high. I don't know that it could exceed the original levels that I had, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm not detecting anything there, Coach. Jason, you have an Italian restaurant, right?
Yeah, you guys haven't been in yet. You kidding me? Come on now.
Laufenberg.
It's big.
Do the show from Cafe Luca.
We will do a show from there. Laufenberg, I think he threw out some false promises. He never delivered on.
Said everything was free, all the bourbon and everything.
What is it like going out with Laufenberg, Coach? Does he ever reach for that piece of paper that comes at the end of the drinks with you and Aikman?
Oh, are you kidding me? Absolutely. Yeah. Babe is a man for others. He really is.
He reaches for it just to push it closer to you. That's what he does with the bill.
That's right. How did you end up with an Italian restaurant? And tell us about it real quick.
You know, it's a long story. I'll try to keep it tight. Babe and I used to, we'd go out to lunch or dinner or wherever we'd be. And, for years he would say, when we open up the coffee shop, I like these napkins. Let's use napkins like this. I don't like these water glasses. I like that salt and pepper shaker. That's nice. I think we should do something like that. So this went on for years. And finally, I don't know how many years ago, 10 years ago, I said, Babe, let's open up the coffee shop. I mean, what are we waiting on? And so we looked into it, and people who are a lot smarter than we are said, dumb idea. You guys work your tail off and have the greatest coffee shop ever, and you're going to make 30 cents a year. There's no money in a pop-up coffee shop by a couple local guys. So Babe was like, okay, I'm out, because he loves the coffee thing. But I was kind of intrigued by the whole thing and talked to other people, and they said, hey, if you're interested, you got to do a restaurant, you got to sell alcohol, you got to do lunch and dinner. That's the only way you can make any money. And you got to have a guy who knows what the hell he's doing. So anyway, I kept thinking about it. And my good friend, Julian Barsotti, who has a number of restaurants in Dallas, he has Nona. That's his first restaurant. It's always a top 10 restaurant in town. And he has Barsotti's and Ficini. He has Baccari Taboo. He has Odelay, all these great spots. Places where my wife and I go all the time, and he's become a good friend. He's been a good friend for, 10, 12 years. And, he and I got to talk, and he's like, hey, I'd be into it. And a couple of years ago, we went to Italy. We went to Milan and Bologna and Modena and did an R&D trip, and it was fantastic. We were there for about a week, and we went to all these different restaurants. And going with him was phenomenal because he knew the restaurants to go to. He knew what to order. We're taking pictures of stuff. We're tasting all this different stuff. And we just had a hell of a time. My wife was with us, a few other people, and it was fantastic. And we came back and said, what the hell, let's do it. And we started looking for places. And we found a great spot right there on Travis in that Knox Henderson area. We're not 50 steps from the new Auberge property that's going up there on Travis and Knox. And, so we started putting it together, and it's been a really fun experience to do it. We've named it Cafe Luca, 2 F's and 2 C's. And part of the name comes from, it's an homage to Babe's son, Luke, who passed away. It's also part of where Julian, my partner's family, is from in Italy, Luca. And also the name Luca means bringer of light. So we thought that young Luke Laufenberg did that, and we're certainly trying to do that in the community. But it's been a really fun experience to be a part of, to see greatness. I think Julian Barsotti is greatness. The way he put the whole thing together, and see how the menu comes alive, how the space comes alive, how you put a staff together and a group together and try to make something magical happen every night. And that's what we're doing, and it's been a really fun experience.
That's awesome. And Coach is always in there, so if you want to grab some Italian food and talk Cowboys, Jason Garrett's always there. You mentioned the menu, and before we get to the Cowboys in the podcast, yesterday on the show, RJ Choppy, Italian, argued with us about lasagna, and he's arguing that lasagna is what?
It's not a pasta. It's not a pasta dish.
It's not a pasta. Coach, do you have lasagna? And if you were to put lasagna on the menu, is it going under pasta?
Well, I'd like to hear the explanation as to why it's not a pasta.
Great. Follow up.
I feel like, once it's baked, it's not a pasta anymore.
And you said
like
you need to twirl it.
Like a ziti. I don't really consider ziti a pasta. Baked ziti. Regular ziti is, but baked ziti.
I think you're probably more expert than I am, but I couldn't disagree with you more vehemently.
Good job.
My mother agrees with you, by the way, and I was like,
I think lasagna is a pasta, and I don't think it being baked has anything to do with it. The one thing I didn't mention was our restaurant is a Sicilian restaurant, and if you know much about Sicily, it's a crossroads in the Mediterranean. For thousands of years, different people have been there, conquered it, got kicked out. The Greeks, the Romans, the Byzantines, the Moors, all these people, the Spaniards, for years and years and years. And one of the things that's interesting about Sicilian food and hopefully our menu is that all these different influences come alive. We have a buttered chicken dish that almost tastes Indian. And then certainly there's fish and other things with all these different spices from all the different influences over thousands of years. And one of the dishes we have is this timbali chicken marsala.
Oh.
And it's freaking ridiculous. And we bake the timbali thing is you're baking this rigatoni and you're putting it with this chicken marsala. So we certainly consider that one of our pastas. So
I'm looking at it. It looks great.
Love it. Well done.
Give it a shot. You guys got to come down. Honestly, it's a heck of a spot, and I think people are really enjoying the food. So.
Coach, we got to get your Cowboy thoughts with training camp around the corner. In off season, how hype goes around here, but people are actually trying to say, no, this is real, actual change, excitement over Christian Parker. Your thoughts on the Cowboys overall, and specifically, Coach, what is a realistic? Because everyone's saying the same thing. The defense can be average, the Cowboys can be contenders. For a defense this bad last year, what is realistic in terms of improvement 1 year later with a new coach, 7 new starters possibly, and a new scheme?
Well, I just think you have to go back and you have to put the whole thing in perspective and context for where they've been over the last year or so. The whole situation with Michael Parsons last year, I think, clouded their team, and there's still great debates about whether or not that was a good trade or not. To me, one of the marquee pass rushers in the league, one of the most disruptive defensive players I've seen in a long time, and you have him in your building and you let him go. We talked about it for years. How do you build a championship team? It starts with the quarterback. You got to have a quarterback who can play at a really high level, and then it's the guy who affects the quarterback. And nobody does that more than an elite pass rusher. So, you had the guy, you make the decision, okay, maybe he's not our kind of guy, for whatever reason, we move on from him, and you get the 2 first-round picks, and then becomes the rebuilding off of that. And so I think the defense was reeling for how that whole thing started, and how the resources seemed to be allocated to the offensive side of the ball and not much to defense last year. So I don't think they really had a fighting chance, but the rebuild has happened, right? You get veteran players on the defensive line, Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, the Rashawn Gary now. I mean, the whole thing has been upgraded with guys who have demonstrated that they can play at a high level in the NFL. And then you add the young guys, Caleb Downs, a great pick. Malachi Lawrence, someone I think everybody's excited about, young linebackers, all of that. So I think all of those things are positive. The question becomes, okay, do you have the elite rusher that you had in Micah Parsons, who, was so disruptive? And I think statistics bear it out, but more than that, just watching the game, you say, damn, who is this guy? I mean, he's collapsing the whole left side of the offensive line. The quarterback is harried all the time because this guy's on your team. Can you generate that now with this group? I think they're more solid and balanced throughout their defense. There's no question about that. I think they have some cornerstone-type players on their defense, veteran guys, but also young guys. So I think there's a lot of reason to be positive about that. Christian Parker, to me, probably is still a little bit of an unknown. Never been in this position before. Certainly well trained. Vic Fangio, one of the most respected guys in the league, one of the most difficult coordinators to go against. So he's been influenced by him. I think that's a positive thing to bring that defensive style to Dallas and hopefully just simply raise their level. One of the things that I think is important to remember about last year's team is, they won 7 games out of 17, and 6 of the wins were against teams that weren't really good.
Yeah.
A couple against Washington, beat the Giants, the Jets, the Raiders, Kansas City in a down year. Lost to Arizona. They had obviously the great win against Philly, the comeback win. But in games that they needed to compete and fight and win against teams that were supposedly as good as they were, or maybe a little bit better, they didn't really show up.
Yeah.
They had 5 or 6 games where they're double-digit losses, which is pretty uncommon in the NFL. I mean, usually these are one-score games that you're involved in, and the better team, finds a way to win in the fourth quarter. But they had a lot of games where they weren't even close, and the easy explanation is the defense was terrible, right? The defense was terrible. The offense is great. The defense was terrible. Yeah. Well, sometimes the offensive numbers can be skewed because you're playing in games where you're behind and you're throwing it all the time, and you rack up these yards. I think Dak Prescott will be the first guy to tell you we need to play better in those nut-cutting games where we got to win them and those big moments. So I think they have a chance to be a really good team. I think they got a lot of really good elements on both sides of the ball. If you think about their offensive line, 3 first-round picks, tight end who can play, 2 receivers who are big time, a runner who's really good. The quarterback, I think, is one of the best players in the league. So there's a lot of resources on the offensive side of the ball. They've added a lot of resources on the defensive side of the ball. I just think there's a lot of cause for optimism, but they have to compete better. They have to fight better, scratch and claw better, because that's what the nature of this league is. And I think that's the thing I'm going to be watching out for more than anything else.
Coach, I wanted to get your take on the state of quarterbacking. I know Tom Brady has talked about this, how the quarterbacks aren't being developed the way he thinks they should be. Do you agree with that, or are we doing a poor job at the lower levels developing quarterbacks to read defenses and play the position the way it should be played?
Oh, I think this is a long discussion. I think in some ways the quarterbacks are so much further developed than they were years ago. And the reason is because they're all playing in these 7-on-7 leagues all throughout, junior high and high school. And, they're playing in these summer leagues where they throw. And, so many of these guys have throwing coaches when they're young, and they've developed their techniques, and they're more advanced. So I think in some ways they're much, much further along than we were, just because they have opportunities to do this more than guys years ago. But in other ways, I think they're really underdeveloped, and I agree with Tom. I think what's happened in football is that there's been a real trickle-up effect in so many different ways. Right, I mentioned the 7-on-7 stuff, the spread offenses that have been in vogue in high school for, 20, 25, 30 years, where all these kids coming up, they're in the shotgun, they're in 4 wide receiver sets. There aren't that many tight ends. There aren't fullbacks. There aren't the traditional way that football was played, and it's kind of spread out, and you read a box count, or you do these kind of simple things in football that this is kind of how they've grown up to play, instead of, maybe the more traditional ways that we learned, where you're understanding fronts a little bit more. You're understanding fronts and coverages and how pressures all fit together and what the pre-snap looks are and all of those things that were such a big part of us when we were learning it and then us when we were teaching it. Sometimes they just say, let's keep the game simple. Let's spread it out. Let's give them a couple of these concepts. And, that's how they've been trained. And so, when you get them at a higher level, sometimes there's a tendency to dumb it down because this is what they've learned, instead of, hey, you're a pro quarterback now, let's take you to the next level. And part of teaching is understanding how your student learns best, how your player learns best. But part of it also is to challenge them to learn more and to learn better and to learn deeper and broader. And so sometimes I think we stop and say, okay, this is what they can handle. Let's keep the game simple. Let's whatever. I'm not saying this is across the board. These are real generalizations I'm making. But I think that's where Tom would probably agree. I mean, that's where he and I would be on the same page. And so I think some of the teams that you see that are under center, doing stuff under center, doing stuff from the gun, asking the quarterback to do a variety of things, I think they have a distinct advantage these days because they are teaching them in a more of an old school manner. You hear a lot of stuff talk about progression reads or straight progression team. Well, go from this guy to this guy to this guy to this guy. Don't worry about reading coverages. Just read through. Is the guy open? Throw it to him. If not, throw it to the next guy. If not, throw it to the next guy. That's been in football for 150 years. Since Pudge Heffelfinger signed his first contract, they were doing that, right? And that's been a part of all offenses. But to say in this day and age, we're only a progression team, we only have plays that were as pure progression. To me, I think you're not challenging the quarterback enough. They can handle reading coverages and seeing how this pass play triggers a progression based on what the coverage is. And if it's this coverage, they're going to do that. If it's this coverage, we're going to do that. So having said that, there's a ton of plays that, we had forever and most offenses have had forever that are pure progression. It doesn't matter what the coverage is. We're throwing to the fullback, then to the tight end, then to the receiver, whatever. Those are great. That's a big part of it. But to say we're only doing that, I think that might be another example of what Tom's talking about, where we're dumbing it down too much. You can have that, a big part of your offense, but also challenge the guy to understand that if the safety goes here, this is what the coverage is going to be, and help them get to that next level. And I think, again, the best teams are still doing that. The best quarterback coaches and the best offensive coordinators are still doing that. And I think they have a distinct advantage as a result.
Well said. Jason Garrett back on the Fan. I think you've given a good preview. And one of the things, Coach, that we would get some of while you were a Cowboys coach was these epic, amazing stories. Yeah. And then when we got more of it, when you go on with Florio or Dan Patrick. So I think that's a great setup for the podcast series that you're launching. Tell us about the Coach to Coach Leadership Podcast series and what you're doing.
Yeah, we're excited about it. It's really just, me having an opportunity to talk to coaches, NFL coaches, but college coaches, football guys, basketball, baseball, and really just sitting back and having a conversation as if we're at Cafe Luca and talking about coaching, and not necessarily what happened in last week's game or the upcoming season or whatever, but more about team building and leadership, and everybody uses the word culture, but the environment you're trying to create on the best teams you've been around. And we sat down with Andy Reid, Sean Payton, Dan Campbell, Dan Quinn last year. I've done podcast interviews. We dropped the Tony Dungy one last week. Corey Close, the women's basketball coach at UCLA, they just won the national championship. Those are already out. Joe Girardi coming out this week, the Yankee manager, won World Series as a player and as a manager. Joe Madden from the Cubs, Sean McDermott, Jeff Monken, the West Point coach, Kelly Amonte Hiller, who's the women's lacrosse coach at Northwestern. Phenomenal. She's won 11 national championships, and other people. So it's been a really fun thing for me to be a part of, to just sit down and talk to them about, hey, Andy, when you went to Philadelphia and you're trying to build that team, what was the vision that you had? Was it your time, spent in Green Bay? Does it go back to your BYU years? All of that. And so we talk about that. And what were the things you did best early on? And what were the mistakes that you made? And, tell me about a situation you learned from. When you went to Kansas City, how were you different, 13 years later than when you first went to Philly? And you go on and on and on. And a big part of it, like you said, is storytelling. These guys telling stories and the lessons that they learned and the influence that they had. And, they talk about their parents or their coaches that they played for, or coaches that they worked for early on, and all the different experiences. And for me, I tell them that, we keep the show under an hour, but I literally could talk to them for 3 or 4 hours about all this stuff. And they're so generous and so gracious and so humble. And it's just really fun listening to them and learning from them. And I've gotten so much out of it, and hopefully people will enjoy listening and just kind of getting a glimpse of what makes these guys great.
Debut episodes have dropped, new weekly ones on all the major streaming platforms, YouTube, Spotify, Amazon, Apple Podcasts. You'll see it all over social as well. Coach, it was a treat and a pleasure to have you back on. We'll make the reservation, and hopefully Laufenberg can reach for the check. Thank you, Coach.
Yes. I always love talking to you guys. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, sir. Jason Garrett back on The Fan, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee and the Red Zone. Crosstalk with KNC is next.
After we get you over to Base Power Company.
Years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's cross-talk with a KSC masterpiece here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt out for the next few shows on vacation. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, I've been looking forward to this one for a long time.
The show?
11 o'clock. Yeah, well, the show every day.
Cross?
I look forward to the show. The crosstalk's always fun.
Do you look more forward to this cross or G-Bags? You could be honest.
Man, it's so difficult to pick between the two.
No way.
I really enjoy this one a lot. There's more people in the room for G-Bags. And so there's always there could be potential chaos.
And they're all paying attention.
Because there's so many people in the room, sometimes one is not. Here's what I try. I try to stay out of the way. Because crosstalk's always one of those weird places where the balance can get off. Yesterday I was talking to Bobby about something and y'all were talking. I was like, I need to back off.
Yeah.
But I just try to stay out of the way, and Kevin's asking questions. And I'm like, all right, well, if he needs me to get something, I need to be ready.
Mm-hmm.
But usually Kevin does a really good job of navigating 700 people in the studio.
That was a very nice political answer. Who's your favorite, and why is it us?
I'm going to give a political answer as well.
You know what, Corey, just tease your show.
11 o'clock, if every NFL quarterback were made available to build your new franchise, we do the order. So we're going to go through that order. There was a segment that kind of came up with, I think, last week.
In the Jesus podcast.
Yeah, in the Jesus podcast.
We talked about it beforehand because somebody who's a Green Bay Packers fan insinuated that Caleb Williams might not be in the top 10, and I was like, that is a crazy opinion.
I think you'll be surprised at who goes number one.
You're taking traits, or you're
building your franchise today.
Okay.
Who are you drafting number one from the quarterbacks that exist right now?
Okay.
And if you say Joe Milton, you're lying.
It's not Joe Milton. I mean, I love Joe, but I wouldn't take Joe.
Did you hear Jason Garrett put Choppy in his lasagna place? As he has an Italian restaurant.
Is he Italian?
I think Jason has some.
Just don't call him a redneck, right?
Right.
You still remember that?
Hell yeah, I still remember that.
Were you there for that?
Nope, but it was told to me by many people.
Right there. Oh, boy.
You would tell the story?
Yeah. So we were in a.
I don't know that I know this story.
Oh, we were at the Jerry party, and it was me, Sean, and Roy, and there were a couple of other people in the group. And
Peyton, there's no way it's there, but just see if you can find the Jason Garrett intro that Roy used to do when Coach came on. See if you can find that.
So Roy used to do this song, and it said red hair, red face, red neck, Jason Garrett, right?
Yeah, I remember this. Yeah.
Jason comes up to the group, and we introduce ourselves, just remind because.
And Roy probably would have said the red neck was like from the sun.
Yeah.
Maybe coaching.
Or whenever he gets, heated about something.
And is redneck a term that we can...
Yeah.
Is that a bad term now?
No,
you can say it?
If you're a redneck, let us know. You might be a redneck,
we gave those
I didn't know it was
Yeah.
derogatory.
So Jason comes into the group and introduces himself, and Roy's, I'm Coach, I'm Roy. Just want to say, I don't think you're a redneck. And Jason looks at him with such vehement disgust.
It was disdain.
And says, son, I'm the farthest thing from a redneck possible.
He sunned him?
Sunned him.
Whoa.
I was like,
And our circle surrounding Coach all took
just gonna
two this one moment of one happen.
If you had an overhead view, you would see the circle expand to leave Roy with Jason. Right
also,
there.
in a related story, not the most uncomfortable thing Roy said that night, and I'll leave it at that.
Oh,
I don't think I know that then.
The feet?
The feet.
That was
the feet.
Amazing. That was amazing. But no, Coach said, yeah, we have a dish on our menu, and it goes under pasta. He was not buying. And you asked your mom about it?
I said, Ma. I said, is lasagna pasta? She goes, yeah. It's made with semolina and all these things. And I was like, yeah, I know it's got the noodles in it, Ma. But my thing is it's a
noodle
casserole.
Pasta.
You're breaking your mother's heart.
I know. I said, listen, you're wrong. Okay, she could be
You
wrong.
told your mom she's wrong about pasta?
I've told her she's wrong about a lot of things.
He didn't listen to her about it in the father's eulogy. He's not
Listen.
going to give into a pasta fight.
Listen, my mother, she's slipping. Okay?
Oh, my
She served me
goodness.
manigat the other day. It was cold. It was cold. This was for dinner. This is a prepared dinner. She had people over. It was cold.
Like she had just made it and it gotten room temperature, or she reheated it from the
She
fridge?
made it, took it out of the oven. You put it over there on this little table.
Yeah, she didn't heat it enough.
And then it was cooked. It was ready. You could see it sizzling.
Oh.
But by the time it got over there, by the time we sat down and ate it, it had already gone cold. And I was like, that's just her timing's bad. Her timing's bad. She's losing it. She's losing it, man.
I love how he's got all
Sauce
these,
too thin sometimes.
all these old school demands for his mom, but then when it comes to his wife, he's like this whipped little dog, going around running all the errands.
What do you think the difference is?
One hog ties me and one doesn't.
Golly.
We're back tomorrow in Little Elm for the Firehouse Tour. Firehouse Tour number 1 with fan polos and breakfast.
I didn't know.
Corey said which one.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to see that fan text moving today.
Okay.
The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. How the heck is everybody out there in radio land? You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program.
Kevin, I saw the most... I think this is now the fanciest thing I've ever seen, Alec. Kevin, we've discussed this already, but you can act surprised.
Okay.
Jalen Brunson was walking from a building to his car. And,
that's not the part.
Well, he can walk. And immediately, there were multiple... It was raining outside. Multiple people just fans... were holding umbrellas over his head while he walked to his car. And I'm starting to think, like, that's king stuff right there. Like, that's the way you live life if you're, like, at the pinnacle.
Yeah.
People just walk up. He didn't tip them. It's not like he was like, thank you for your service. He just walked to his car and got in his car and drove off, and they looked so happy. And, Kevin, I think we're going to refer to this as the Umbrella Brigade.
Okay.
Now on. And I think that's where we're going to rank if you've made it in life. So anytime we discuss people that have made it or have not made it, do you have an umbrella brigade?
So you can have your millions of dollars, but can you just have people appear to hold an umbrella over you,
dude? Like I always, when you watch
That's what I want for Alec.
Like The Sopranos, or you watch, the old Italian movies. There's always that guy that's holding the umbrella over the lady whose husband just died. That's sad, right? Like that's a sad thing. But if it's just kind of raining and there's people just walking by going, "Got to put an umbrella over this fool," then that's the way that you say you made it. You've officially made it at this point. So that's the ranking, Kevin. Top tier Umbrella Brigade. And if anybody doesn't know what a brigade is, a bucket brigade is where everybody in the town gets together and gets a bucket of water and passes that bucket of water to the next person, to the next person, to the next person, until they dump it onto the fire, and then they pass it back down the line, and they just keep passing buckets of water until the fire's out. That's a bucket brigade.
Okay, man, I feel like we're learning a lot today. Mr. Medford, how are you? And would a good dad joke put you in a better mood?
Absolutely not. I'm doing great as is. Now I have a segment idea for, at least for mine, a question of the day.
Who would you hold an umbrella for?
Exactly. Yes, that's getting written down. Because that's
not if elves study the alphabet.
Corey, 2 o'clock, got to get here at some point.
Somebody told us yesterday, they said, you could stop him. And I was like, no, we can't stop Kevin from telling these.
He's too smart.
I can't remember if I said it on air,
He's got good
but
timing.
I have workshopped this one a lot, and people don't like it as much as I think they should. And I want to do a tease where I'm like, coming up next, I put the period in a weird place. That one just hasn't really seemed to catch on as much.
I think it's funny because I love timing. Like, I think timing's such a big deal, and you give it just the right amount of. And we're sitting there waiting for this. Hold on. Did he just put that in a weird place?
Yeah, exactly.
There's more to it.
See, look, Alec, I'm telling you, I've told you like 10 jokes already. Sadly, no pun intended.
Kevin from the 858, do you want to know how fast milk is? It's pasteurized before you know it. It's a Thursday. Guys, we also head out to Cowboys camp on we'll be out there Sunday. But we'll be out there all week next week. You'll have 4 hours of KNC content in your ear holes.
2 of those days.
On the Odyssey app and the Fan. And Sirius XM, where we're one of 9 stations with a dedicated channel.
That is true.
And also just keep an eye on the digital content, because there's going to be all sorts of Instagrams and Twitters and Facebooks.
And I will ask a Cowboys player or staff member if they think that cows read catalogs.
Do you get it, though? Hold on. Did you tell us how you're doing, Alec?
I don't want to anymore. I was doing good.
Oh, no, I messed that up.
I was.
I brought you wrestling cards.
Yes, that's why I was doing great. You did a good deed, and I see why you did it now, because you're going to beat me down with...
All right, I'll stop.
This.
For now. Probably.
Would you hold an umbrella for Rihanna?
Oh, I would any day.
Sure.
Ella. This is interesting from the 945. Holy moly, just out here where the Landman House is in Fort Worth. People actually live in it when they're not filming. That's from Zach and Frisco. Now, Kevin,
they do?
Yeah, dude. I remember a friend of mine said that their house got rented out by Walker, Texas Ranger, and then they threw him through glass, and then they had they put in a fake window, threw him through it, and then put his old window back in, probably Best Buy windows and siding. But it was one of the, I was like, hold on. So you're saying Chuck Norris was in your house?
Ooh, I don't know if this is going to fly. Alec, I know you have a job to do. But since he brought up Walker, Texas Ranger, there used to be this bit on Conan O'Brien where he would pull this lever and they would play cuts from Walker, Texas Ranger. If you could look up Walker, Texas Ranger.
It is kind of topical considering what I went through yesterday.
Haley Joel Osment. If you don't think it's the clip, it's not. You'll know it's the clip if you can find it. I would love it if we could play that, possibly in this segment. But, All right. Anyways, in the meantime, I guess we'll talk some sports, and then hopefully go ahead, even though I just asked you to do something else. Can you play cut number 1, and then I'll leave you be?
A run scored for the Rangers, but that would be the only run they would score that inning. The double play was pivotal as Benintendi slices one in the air to center field. It drops for a base hit. 1 run scores. Mydroth round second hits to third. He's in there safely. Andrew Benintendi with an RBI knock. The White Sox still have men in the corners. There's still 1 out, but now their lead is 4-2.
The Rangers dropped the game last night, and that would be the final score, as well as 4-2, as the Rangers lose the series to the White Sox. They've lost their first 2 series, come out of the break to the Braves and the White Sox. But because the AL in general and this division is so terrible, it is still at 51-51 your first place Texas Rangers.
So half-game lead going to Seattle.
Correct. Or hosting Seattle.
Hosting Seattle. I feel goodish about that, right? Like you feel like, okay, we're still there. You can make some headway by getting a series win. You can win. You sweep this thing. You're really doing well.
Right.
For your confidence, too. But I know up in Seattle is where we struggle the most, but it is still it's a pretty relatively good team. I kept waiting last night, Kevin, for that moment when they just crack it open or do their thing.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many of these games where they don't do that. Or they'll do it so late and you're like, yes, but it was just a little too late. Or they do it late and you benefited from it. But last night it was what they said. It'd been the 4th inning since they'd gotten a hit, and you're like, this is like the 8th inning right now. What happened? I mean, after the Cam Cauley home run, you were feeling pretty good. Like something good and positive could happen. But this is also the struggle, Kevin, that comes along with having to patchwork a bullpen day the way they have to at the moment, where Cal Quantrill, who can work multiple innings for you, goes out there and got a walk, and then that led to a run, and that led to another run, and then put you back behind after you had things tied up. So it just was an uphill battle all night last night. I didn't love coming away from that series the way that we did. Yeah, but I did tell you yesterday, I was like, maybe a 6-5 run game, something like that, because I didn't expect it to be a high-scoring outing like you had in the previous two. And I guess because you're throwing all bullpen dudes out there, it turns out to be a little more low-scoring.
So I have potentially good news and potentially bad news.
All right.
Which would you like to start with?
Let's go with the good.
All right. Potentially good news. It's just been 3 weeks, but you have seen a different look to the offense of Evan Carter. Now, it is true they're still being very cautious about how they use him, especially against left-handed pitchers. And I know he still has a sub-200 batting average for the season. I am aware that is just awful. Take a closer look at some of these numbers. In the month of July thus far, he's hitting .273 with a OPS of .869.
Okay.
And so that is a huge jump forward. So while the season stats are just awful offensively, one of the things that Evan Carter talked about whenever he came back is he was like, look, I know I can be more than just a defense-first guy, and he thought he could contribute offensively. And so it feels like the way they are using him right now, that has been relatively effective since he came back from injury on the 28th.
Do you feel it's interesting that they put Osuna? I mean, you asked yesterday a little bit about that, but Osuna in against lefties?
Yes.
That they just decided, well, we're willing to put him in for spot starts against left-handers, but not Evan Carter.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think that's the way it has to go because you are still at the top of your division and in the mix, as you can't take time to, experiment.
What's the difference, you think, though? When you watch the two in the box?
Confidence.
There's something about the way that Osuna will battle.
It's weird because Osuna reminds me kind of, without the same pop, obviously, of 2023 Evan Carter, where he's like, it might not always look super pretty, but I'm going to figure out a way to defeat this pitcher. And sometimes it works, sometimes it does.
Yeah, no, I think you're dead on. And that's what I think. That's the kind of thing that Skip likes. Like Skip's just like, hey man, get in there, fight for it, scrape something out, but you're not settling for a strikeout because that's not the way you live. And Evan Carter, I think Mike said this a while back, and I agree with him. I want to see him step into the box and go, F it, I got this today.
Right.
And or I'll figure out a way. But it does seem like he gets in that box sometimes and just kind of loses sight of it all, becomes a little passive. And I don't want him to be an aggressive swinger like Josh Hamilton where he's just swinging at everything. But I want him to be like, I'm about to knock the out of this ball.
Yeah.
So and hopefully that's the case, Kevin. Hopefully he's finding a little more of this confidence here in July.
Now, on the potentially negative front, Josh Young was unavailable yesterday. If you remember, when we talked with Skip Schumacher yesterday, he said he had talked to Josh Young in the morning, and he said he felt good and thought he could be available last night. And Skip said he was hopeful that would be the case. But when he came in, they said they did some imaging reviews, and it revealed a little bit of a strain right below the calf. Since he's had calf injuries and the Rangers are off today, they were like, hey, take that day, take today. And now Skip said after last night's game, they are hopeful he can play in Friday's series opener. So take that for whatever you will, just like they were hopeful yesterday that he would be available in like a pinch hit situation or something. He was not. So he was off yesterday. He'll be off again today, and they are hopeful that he can play in tomorrow's series opener against the Mariners. But I did see somebody, I think it was on Twitter, it might have been on the fan text, though, that they said this feels like the cycle, specifically for the Rangers and maybe specifically for Josh Young and Corey Seager, is you're hopeful, then either a setback occurs or new news comes out and you end up on the injured list. I think you could throw Wyatt in that group as well. Like, how many times has there been an injury that you're like, yeah, we think it's not so bad, maybe a couple of days, and then the next thing you know, announcement that they're on the IL. So I hope we, like everybody else, avoid that, and he can play starting with the Mariners series.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That would be really nice to have him back.
Now, you brought up Walker, Texas Ranger before, so I want everybody to blame Corey if they don't like what's about to happen. But this is from an old Conan O'Brien bit where they got like their parent companies merged or something, and he would just play random out-of-context quotes about Walker, Texas Ranger. And this one, starring Haley Joel Osment, the kid from The Sixth Sense, is probably the greatest one of all time.
Walker told me I have AIDS.
He just, out of freaking nowhere, it's just unbelievable. And somebody who already knew that this was going to happen from the 469, there's a good Facebook group called Walker Told Me I Have AIDS.
Oh my gosh.
And so they were prepared for this exact scenario.
Kevin, I think this is topical for this reason. Yesterday, for the first time in my life, I donated blood. It was the most peaceful 30 minutes of my life. I'm dead serious
You
about
just had
this.
to sit there.
Yeah, all I had to do was just sit there, and they drew the blood for me. Like, all I had to do was squeeze every once in a while.
I will tell you, if you give blood, they are very concerned about your sexual activity.
There were so many questions about HIV.
Yes.
Which I guess I appreciate, you know?
Sure.
You know, and then they were like, hey, by the way, we know we asked you all these questions. We're still going to check it. And I was like, hold on, but why do I have to answer? They're like, next time you come back, still have to answer all those questions.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Kevin, HIV is on my mind today.
Okay.
Thanks to you.
I appreciate
Walker, Texas Ranger.
And
Carter
I
Blood
see
here.
dead people, kid. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm very excited about this topic. Where do you park at sporting events, and what's it worth to you? We'll do that next, right here on The Fan.
This is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ogunbowale. Out to Beckers. Sidestep. The three. Connects. Ice in the veins of the Wings.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Dallas Wings are victorious over the Portland Fire last night, 101-97. They improve up to 18-9. Page back on the court last night after skipping a game due to what the Wings said rest, but surely was at least some of the fallout from banging your head on the court on Sunday. And Jessica Shepard just continues to be the hero we all need. 18 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists. She's a double-double machine now, obviously an all-star for a reason, with the triple-double. And that is how we're going to springboard into this conversation, because it was on the way to a Wings game. Yes, the same drive in which my wife littered. But we went to the Wings game on Sunday, and it was $30 to park in the garage right by the arena. There was a sign at a house right across the street from that garage. It said $20 for Wings parking. And there was a dude that was standing out there wearing a vest that said UPS.
Oh, okay. So not like one of those vests Broadus wears?
No.
Okay.
It was like a pseudo parking looking vest.
So kind of, was it lime greenish?
No.
All right.
But it did say UPS, and I was like, I don't know how many people saw that. And so my question kind of springboarded off of that, to use that word again. Do you think you would have parked at the sketchy house with the guy in the UPS vest for $10 cheaper? But then, do you always have a set or kind of general idea of what you're willing to pay for parking? At a sporting event?
Oh, all right. So here's the deal. I don't go to any event that is going to be like full of people without knowing where to park.
Okay.
Because, Kevin, I hate looking for parking.
Right.
I'm showing up right on time for a lot of these things. And I want to be there with enough time to get in and enjoy the facilities and whatnot, because I'm going to have to pee. It just happens, all right? So I never drive up and I'm like, ooh, $75 to park. Yes, please. I'm one of those, like, if I don't know where my parking spot's going to be, I might not show up. So, yes, I need to know. Usually it's about $40-$45 is like my max.
Woo!
If I can find that.
Money bags.
That's the
I
max,
like it.
though, dude. That's the max. Well, actually, there was one time when we went to the Dodgers game,
yes.
but we all split that. I appreciate that. But yeah, whenever I remember going to a game at OU with Adrian, and I was walking across the campus with her, and there were people who lived right outside of the stadium that all said $10 to park in our front yard.
Yeah.
And I was like, do y'all not care about your grass? And they didn't. And that made me sad.
I mean, I could get of the hierarchy of importance for college kids. The grass
and how
is
much they probably
lower.
just scrambled that cash in their pockets, and bought some kegs.
Ironically, or for more grass.
Yeah. You're talking about marijuana.
That is true. Now, follow-up question, and Alec, feel free to weigh in on this as well. 2 follow-up questions. If the tickets were cheaper, are you willing to spend more on parking? And if it is super hot or super cold, are you willing to adjust your budget to get closer?
Ooh, if I have free tickets to something, I will pay whatever for parking to be close.
Okay.
So I'll do the $45 parking at the AAC if I'm going to a game or an event for free, because I just want the convenience. If not, I'm parking at the Mavs practice facility across the highway, and I'm paying $5, and I'm taking that 15-minute walk or whatever it is.
Okay.
I'm always saving the money. I don't care about the elements either. As long as it's not storming, like thunder and lightning and all that stuff, I'm parking far to save money. I do it every time.
Dude, there is one of my favorite places to park for those games is right on the other side of the highway near the aquarium. And you can basically just walk right up Victory and through.
I read that mural.
Oh, yeah, that was messed up.
World Cup jerks.
Yeah. What are we going to do with that World Cup mural now?
I need to see what happened with that case.
Yeah. But yeah, you just walk right up Victory. I think that's what it is, right into the arena. That's usually my favorite place. It's a bit of a walk. But, basically what happens is you get some of the beer out on the way back,
Okay.
Or some of the beer in on your walk over there.
Oh, interesting.
Pre-game? I mean, it's not open carry, but...
Open carry?
With your beer.
Huh. Do you have to put it in that bag?
I think
it's like a brown paper bag, right?
Or yes, Kevin, a brown paper bag. Or you can fill up a different bottle, like a Coke bottle, just put your whiskey in there and drink it on the way in.
All right. From the
not the whole thing full of whiskey. For some people, maybe the whole thing full of whiskey.
This is the nicest thing we've gotten today on the fan text. Sometimes I really like you guys, like today. Yes.
Okay.
From the 817, I will always pay the $45 for Lot V at Rangers games. Interesting.
Dude, there is nothing sweeter than Lot T at the Rangers games. If you get to go if you get a suite and you get Lot T, dude, you're basically in the stadium already. Remember when we went to the state fair? I don't know, maybe you didn't go. And our old producer, his family, ran a place.
Yes.
And we literally walked across the street into the state fair.
Yes, and it definitely looked shady because they had to open a fence gate and stuff. And I know how people feel about that.
They had some party fort in there.
And you're like, that's fine, good enough. From the 972, I take the TRE. It's $2. And again, that is why some people have an issue with these stadiums for both the Stars and the Mavs. Moving on. Now, the next part of it is, how do you feel about parking in a garage versus an open parking lot? I know they're both frustrating to get out of, but I feel like the parking garage can be super frustrating because you're like, well, there's no other alternate way I can pretend like I'm going to get out faster. I realize in the parking lot, are you really going to get out faster? Don't know. But you can pretend.
Yeah.
You can fool yourself and be like, if I turn left and drive 90 yards, I'll figure out a way out. Where the parking garage, you got nowhere to go.
Yeah, I one time during Christmas time stupidly went to North Park and parked on the third or fourth floor there. I was stuck in their garage for an hour and 45 minutes. I at one point got out of the car and went inside to use the restroom and took my kid to use the restroom and got back in the car, and we had not moved. And I was like, this is the most ridiculous thing John Smoltz had ever said. And so, yeah, I prefer parking garage, especially the ones, I don't know, this is fancy. The ones that have the little green and red lights that show you where the spots are open and not. Most of those lights don't really work, but...
They don't?
Man, dude, there's so many times you're like, that's not a spot, that's a Harley. And you got Harley shock. That's whenever you turn and you see a Harley sitting there. But yeah, I prefer the ones that do, or they'll tell you, like out at Grandscape, it'll tell you which levels have the most open parking spots. There'll be 400 spots open here, and you're like, how many people are here today? So I do prefer parking garages. But yeah, man, because parking lots, you never know. But the problem with the parking garage is once you've completed 3 floors of that place, now you're still getting out to the street where you're like, I have no clue.
Yeah.
I have no clue which way to go. You're hoping the guy with the cone is still sitting there going, you go left.
But he's going to tell you to go the direction opposite of the direction you want to go.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You're sitting there looking at your map and you're like, okay, I'm going to turn left and hit this and I'm going to be home real fast.
See, that's the biggest issue I've always had with the map apps. Just get me out of the parking lot. It was like, go east towards this. And I was like, no.
They won't let you.
Just say go right or left out of the parking lot. All right. Now, the next question. If you are with a group of people in parking at the sporting event, does everyone split parking? Does the driver get out of paying because they're the ones who drove, use their gas, their car, or do you view them as the host of this event and they're like, you got it, buddy?
It's very random on what the car's made up of. All right.
Okay.
Because sometimes you can have somebody that owes somebody and you're just like, don't worry about it. I took care of you. All right, you took care of this, I took care of you. Sometimes you have that one friend that'll send you an invoice, and they'll be like, you owe me $22 for this. And you're like,
It just really feels like that should have been discussed ahead of time, right?
Yeah. You're just like,
Don't
hold on.
send somebody an invoice for something that has not been discussed.
I do think if you want some money from somebody, you do make it very clear that hey guys, it's this much. Y'all just send me money whenever y'all get a chance. Or maybe you're at the bar later and you say, hey, just take care of my drinks and we're good.
Right.
Stuff like that. So I think, but if the person did drive, but they also probably chose to drive because they wanted to and they feel it's their responsibility. So that's my thought.
From the 972, driver can pay for parking with the app, but you are buying their beer. To your point, from the 469, everybody ends up splitting parking. From the 902, I will give them gas money or pay for parking. That's always, I don't know, Alec. I feel like the driver should be immune from paying parking because, it's not really, the gas counts for sure. It's more the agitation of having to pay attention and also navigate these ridiculous situations when you're in or near the parking lot.
I always tell people if I'm driving, I am not paying for parking. Y'all figure it out. I always lay that out immediately. If they're like, hey, Alec, can you drive? I'm like, yes, if you pay for parking. Because I'm not doing both, essentially. And usually, especially in the mid-20s, a lot of the time, the people who are not driving are going to end up intoxicated. So I'm having to manage them, too, as well, and babysit them. So I'm essentially the parent for the night. So I should be exonerated from any financial responsibility that I don't have to be included in. So you're paying, not me.
Okay.
You always do have that one friend though that likes logistics, and he's willing to hop out of the car and get the thing
right,
and he'll take the QR code and pay. He'll be like, I got it. Let
me ask you a question about that person who likes to hop out of the car. Have you ever had that scenario when you're in a parking garage, you need to back out or go in to get into the line, and cars are like, nope, not happening. And so you have somebody get out of the car and stand in front of a car. So you're not going to run that person over, one would hope, so you could get into the line.
Hate them.
Why?
I don't like it.
Do you let people in?
Nope.
Ever?
Not if I can help it.
So you've been driving down 3 levels. That car's been sitting there the whole time. You're like, too bad, jerk.
Actually, no, you're right, Kevin. The zipper method is the appropriate way.
That's right.
One car. That's how it should be. It's the people that try and cut in on the highway.
Yeah.
When you're like, hey man, here it is, George Bush and going west on 30. People pull all the way up to the front.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I do it too, all right? I'm not going to lie. But if I stupidly got in the line way long ago, I'm going to be as close to the next car as I can the whole way to 30.
The thing that made me break bad on that, if you will, is that every time, because I even did this the other day, I do the right thing and wait in the line. You see some jackwagon who people just let slide right in. And I'm like, that's why people don't follow the rules, or because you will be there.
Going to the game the other night, Kevin, the car in front of me let 15 cars go in front of them.
Gosh.
And I was like, at one point I told Adrian, I was like, I'm just going to go around him, I guess.
Yeah.
What is this guy doing in front of me?
Oh my gosh.
And I realized he was old.
That is so much. From the... somebody texted it in. Oh, from the 214. There's a lot of texts. I just realized I'm a good friend. From the 817, my wife gets mad when I ask to split the parking. Now, I guess my follow-up question for another day would be, does that mean you have separate bank accounts? Or are you like, hey, this is $20 out of your budget?
You ask your wife to split
That's what they said, not me.
You want to split the parking?
Texter. Yeah, because my wife would be like, sure. She knows where that money's coming from.
Split the parking.
That's...
Does she get mad whenever you are driving her car and she needs gas in her car and you reach over and say, give me your card, I'm going to pay for gas for your car?
Man, that is an interesting question. And I want to know more about your bank setup. Do you have separate accounts? I'm assuming, because if you don't, then who cares?
Yes.
If it all comes out of the same account.
I think it's a funny joke if you have the same account and you're like, hey, do you want to split parking?
Yeah.
Shut up.
Because sometimes my wife will be like, I will give you $10 if you go, I don't know, do something ridiculous in public. And I was like, $10 from where? And she's like, well, don't worry about that. I will give you $10. And I was like, that's my $10.
Yeah, you got to start making some better deals.
Yeah. I wish society valued teachers at an appropriate level of pay. But thank you
That's a fact.
for valuing radio hosts at an inappropriate level of pay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where a historic streak comes to an end. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Line drive into right field. That's down for another hit. Off into the corner. That's going to score 2. Contreras is home. Durbin is home. Duran into third, and he's going to dive in there with a triple. 4-0 Boston.
Cancy masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets. And let's start, well, with that, but also with the Boston Red Sox. Yesterday was the best of times and the worst of times for the Red Sox. They started off the day by winning Game 1 of a doubleheader against the Orioles, which put them up at 15 straight wins, which tied them with the 1946 Boston Red Sox for the longest winning streak in franchise history. Also in 1946, Ted Williams was the MVP, and they won the American League. So
they lost World Series, huh?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
So it didn't work out for them. Suckers.
That is true.
Don't waste our time, Red Sox, losing the World Series with this, we had this great winning streak. No, dude, win the World Series if you're going to be that good.
Okay.
Although the Rangers are well on their way.
I suppose that is true. Yes, they lost the St. Louis Cardinals in 7 games.
Everybody loses to the Cardinals.
Yeah. Nope. Yes, I do. All right. For the Red Sox, they were the 11th team to win at least 14 games in a row this century. All of the previous 10 made the postseason. And you think about it, 3 weeks ago, the Red Sox were left for dead. 8 won their division. You're going to like this, Corey. 3 made the LCS. 1 made the World Series, but none of them won the World Series. So of all these teams that have won at least 14 straight since 2000, none of them have gone on to win the World Series.
Okay, so we know what the real true thing is.
Cross them off the list.
Win one, lose one.
I mean, hey, the Rangers are going all the way.
Never have winning streaks. Man, that doesn't depict whether or not you're a good team.
If people hated the 2023 Rangers like national people, can you imagine if they're 81-81 and like won all their series in the deciding game to make the World Series? You know John Smoltz would be like, this is the worst team that's ever made the World Series.
And they went against the Rockies, and they're like, see, it was the Rockies. And you're like, but how did the Rockies get there?
You know they're going to beat the Dodgers. And you're going to be like, how? And people would be like, this series is sweep, and all of a sudden it's Game 7.
Mar Rocker pitches a perfect 8 innings. Latz shuts down everybody, and Ohtani strikes out, and they're like, what happened?
That's going to be my reversed Ohtani-Trout showdown. Jacob Latz against Ohtani. He's going to strike him out.
From the 903, wait, was today's assigned reading The Tale of Two Cities? I am so sorry. It was For Whom the Bell Tolls. So you'll have to catch up on that one if you read Tale of Two Cities last night. Now, tomorrow's is the Joe DiMaggio story. So if you can find that book, it's a pretty good one.
All right. And then in Game 2, they lost. So I told you all these stats about how incredible it was, and then they had a chance to finish off the doubleheader, set the all-time record for Red Sox win streak, and they lost to the Orioles.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck to them
5-1
in the future.
So we'll see where they go from there, I guess. All right. Salvador Perez. Do you think of Salvador Perez as an all-time great Kansas City Royal? Because last night, or yesterday, I guess I should say, he tied George Brett for the most home runs in franchise history with 317 home runs. I have to admit, I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about Salvador Perez, and this has not been a good year for him whatsoever. In fact, it looks like it's going to end up being the worst season of his career. But Still an impressive little milestone right there.
I think of two players when I think of all-time great Kansas City Royals, and Steve Busby's not one of them.
Brett Saberhagen.
George Brett and Brett Saberhagen.
Yes!
Both of them with Brett in their name.
You think Bobby Witt will be better than both of them?
Here's the top 9 list of all-time Kansas City Royals according to the consensus from AI Overview. George Brett. Number 2, Salvador Perez.
Oh!
Number 3, Amos Otis.
I'm out.
5-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glove winner. Frank White. 8 Gold Gloves.
Please stop.
He has 8 Gold Gloves, dude.
I'm done with this list.
Willie Wilson.
No.
Bobby Witt Jr.
All right, I know.
He's number 6 on the list.
That's good.
Alex Gordon.
Oh, my God. What an awful list this is.
Brett Saberhagen.
It's too low.
Dude, he won 2 AL Cy Youngs.
Give me Brett Saberhagen over...
He was 85 World Series MVP.
Alex Gordon all day.
And then Dan Quisenberry.
Oh, the swoop pitcher.
Sidearm relief pitching legend who led the American League in saves 5 times, set an all-time low franchise ERA.
This is an outrage.
Do you think that his cards are worth a lot?
No. I think they should be. But Brett Saberhagen, who won 2 Cy Youngs with the Kansas City Royals and was the World Series MVP, is behind Alex Gordon.
Kevin, I'm surprised that somebody took the time to put a list together for all-time great Kansas City Royals.
You might be the third person that has ever looked at this list. All right, let's talk about, well, the curious case of Jose Caballero, the shortstop for the New York Yankees. There was another squabble yesterday about the pitch clock crackdown. It's interesting because, there was the rule that batters must be in the box and alert to the pitcher by the 8-second mark, or they will be charged with an automatic out. One of the things that Caballero has routinely done is he'll just look down at the ground and wait until the absolute last second, usually when there's about 9 seconds, and be like, hey, I'm following the rules. Well, Dennis Santana started his delivery with 9 seconds at on the clock. Caballero still looking down. The umpire stopped play, told Santana he had to wait for eye contact. It led to a whole back and forth, and the benches cleared. And now there are questions because Caballero also later got called for a pitch clock violation. And there are some people who are like, hold on, did MLB change the rule without letting anybody but the umpires know about it? And Caballero was like, I look up at 9 seconds. You're picking on me.
Really?
And if you look at the clock, that's where it is.
Dude.
And he's getting called for it. One umpire said it's not allowed anymore.
Why not?
And he goes, Major League Baseball stepped in. They want it enforced, which is fine. But I feel like you probably should tell everybody.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Please.
About baseball?
Sure.
It's baseball related. This is baseball nuggets.
I don't have an update on that one guy's nuggets.
There was a time earlier in the season where somebody didn't make their first move to touch their helmet.
Right.
And they said they couldn't review the play.
Right.
Last night, Wyatt Langford started walking to first base, and the dude called it strike 3, and Wyatt Langford, was walking to first base, stopped and turned around and did that. But evidently, remember, they were supposed to be standing in the box. First thing they do is that.
Correct.
Well, then they went back. They went and reviewed it, and I was like, I thought that they couldn't do that. By the way, next pitch was to Justin Foscue, high and inside. Foscue immediately goes, and it was 2 in a row, and that umpire was shooketh.
I mean, I assume they granted more leeway on that because that feels like something we all heard players complain about.
Right, yeah. And I'm kind of...
You just have to tell everybody, right?
Yeah, when it comes to these kind of rules, like you just said, when it comes to these kind of rules, are they still trying to navigate it and learn it as they go? Like what actually works and functions?
And I'm totally fine.
How umpires can pick on players?
Yeah, and that's totally fine, except when the umpire says MLB really wants this enforced, and you're like, well, which part?
Yeah.
The part at 8 seconds? Because it wasn't 8 seconds. Or this new part that maybe nobody else knows about?
I thought the umpire last night was trying to get back at Wyatt Langford for walking off by calling that first pitch on Foscue, and then Foscue was like, no, that was a stupid pitch.
Yeah.
And then he got shown.
I mean, There you go. We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it is time. If every NFL quarterback were to be made available to build your new franchise, how would that draft order go? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
When sports news.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If every current NFL quarterback were to be made available to build your new franchise, how would that draft order go for you? You can just tell us one. You can go 1 through 5, 1 through 10, however the hell you want to do it. If every NFL quarterback were to be made available to build your new franchise, how would the draft order go, and why is Dak not in the top 10? I'm going to go ahead.
Are backups available?
Sure. If you're a current NFL quarterback.
What about practice squad?
Yes. If you are signed.
What about Sorsby?
No.
All right.
If you're signed to some semblance of an NFL deal right now,
all right,
you are eligible.
What if you're like an Antoine Randall and you could play quarterback, but you're really a receiver?
But he's not signed to a deal, so ineligible.
Need the burp.
All right, ineligible. Oh! Give me cut number 5, because this is the player that started this discussion before we did an edition of the Jesus podcast last week.
What?
125 yards and the one pick. Williams slings it over the middle. Caught Odunze for the Chicago touchdown.
So Caleb Williams, and by the way, for people that are asking, the name of the podcast is What the Bible Says About. Look it up. You'll find it. It's fun. Now, there was an avowed Green Bay Packers fan who said he was in a discussion and somebody said that Caleb Williams wouldn't go in the top 10. To which I quickly responded, that's an insane opinion. Caleb Williams would definitely go in the top 10, and I'm curious where y'all would put them. So you have to factor in a lot of things. So I'll tell you, I do not have Matthew Stafford in the top 10.
What?
I do not have Dak Prescott in the top 10.
No, you got Malik Willis up there, though.
I definitely do not have Malik Willis in the top 15. So for Stafford, he's going to play like one more year, most 2 more years, but probably 1 more year. So I'm not starting a brand new franchise with that. Here's the other thing. I don't necessarily want you to worry about contracts either. You're just starting your franchise and you're like, who's the quarterback that is going to lead us? I will give you, do you want top 5 or top 10?
Let's start with the top 3.
Okay, top 3.
We'll do your top 3.
All right.
My top 3.
And we will prepare to be mocked. Number 1, I'm gonna stick with what I think works. Patrick Mahomes goes number 1. Josh Allen goes number 2, and Drake May for me goes number 3. So Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen are both 30. And Drake May is 23. So I went with just like what you've seen as quality from those two. And then Drake May is a good 7 years younger. His team just went to the Super Bowl. I realize some people think they're going to slide back. I understand all of that. He's just too young and seemingly talented not to take a swing at to build my franchise around. So God bless the person from the 469 whose 1, 2, 3 went Mahomes, Allen, Drake May. We differ from there, but our top 3 are the same.
Well, Kevin, I'm drastically different here.
Okay.
Because we also don't have like an order of coach. We have none of this stuff.
None of it.
So I could pick whichever coach I want to be my number 1 guy.
Sure. As long as they're still alive.
Caleb Williams is number 1 for me.
Whoa!
And the reason is, and it probably should be Mahomes. You're right. You got a really good point. But now we are starting to enter injury history territory with him.
And that just goes back to the idea that Caleb Williams wouldn't be in the top 10 is insane.
Yeah, for me, he's easily a top 10.
Sure. Me too.
And actually, Kevin, he's number 1.
Yes.
But again, it goes back to he's so young that I have a long future of the franchise with him.
Right.
And I think he's just starting to scratch the surface of what he's capable of.
Can I ask you a question about him versus May?
I'd probably keep Ben Johnson with him.
Okay. What has you taking Williams over May at 1?
personal preference.
Okay.
Plus, May's now lost a Super Bowl, so he is a loser. Caleb Williams has not gotten there yet.
Okay. And for some people, that's weird that's better.
Right. And I would also say that what they put together with the Patriots as far as talent was concerned was fantastic. And that defense with the way that it was built was brilliantly done. And they also lucked out that Bo Nix wasn't healthy. But also, I think that it's been on Caleb Williams' shoulder to do everything for the Bears since he got there. And Drake May benefited, in my opinion, from having a very well-constructed team around him.
From the 601, I'm not saying that fake nickname that is not his. I'm taking Caleb Williams, number 1, bear down. Yes, Corey! Caleb! Bear down. So they're very excited.
Number 2, Drake May.
Okay.
And then number 3 is Patrick Mahomes.
Is that drastically different than mine?
Very close.
Okay.
No. You had Josh Allen, and I do not.
That's true.
But Mahomes being 3 and Mahomes not being 1 for you, or being 1 for you, is pretty different. But I do say that Mahomes is closer to May, and then May is closer to Caleb for me.
Oh, so there's a pretty big gap there.
I could go with Mahomes or May at 2.
Interesting. Mr. Medford.
Youth was the decision.
Will you give us your top 3, please?
My number 1 is Patrick Mahomes. That's a no-brainer for me. Number 2 is also a no-brainer, and Josh Allen. I'm with you, Kevin. But number 3 is where I differ from both of you. Lamar Jackson.
Oh, that is going to make the 972 happy. Kevin with the Lamar disrespect, shaking my head. Who the F is Drake May? I mean, I
he
hear...
went to the Super Bowl.
I was going to say...
Lamar has not gone to a Super Bowl.
I hear what you're saying, but yeah, he's already made it further in the playoffs than Lamar ever has, and I love Lamar Jackson. Okay, all right. All right, so we've got all of the top 3 from the 214. This might be Bobby. Caleb Williams paints his nails. He is disqualified. From the 405, Caleb Williams 1, Brock Purdy 2, and Fernando Mendoza number 3. They said not on the Raiders. Remember, this is your own team. So, I mean, unless you call it the Raiders, you are good to go there. All right. Do you want 4-5, 4 through 6?
Let's go with the next 3, Kevin.
All right.
This is your top 9 list.
So, man, that's going to make Aiden upset. All right. So, my 1, 2, 3, Mahomes, Allen, Drake May. 4, 5, 6, I'm going Lamar, Burrow, and Caleb Williams. So I have Caleb Williams at 6. I see the appeal. Absolutely, I see the appeal. I just need to see more of it, or at least I feel like with Burrow and Lamar Jackson, I could try to tailor my team to what I think their strengths and weaknesses are, which is one of the reasons I thought Harbaugh eventually got fired, is because they had the perfect scenario with Derrick Henry, and then they forgot Derrick Henry was actually on their team. And so I think I could tailor that better. So I go Lamar, Burrow, Caleb at 4, 5, 6. And so I just realized I'm following a pattern. I go established, young, established, young, because Mahomes and Allen are 30, and then Drake May is 23. Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow are 29, and then Caleb Williams is 24. So I'm willing to take a chance, but only after a little bit.
Again, Kevin, drastically different list from here for me.
This time I'll be quiet about that.
Lamar at 4, which I'm not sure. Where was Lamar on yours?
4.
All right. Allen is next.
Okay.
Then Burrow, and I'm not sure you have Burrow in your top 6.
Burrow is 5th.
Okay.
For me.
So at the moment, Caleb May, Mahomes, Lamar, Allen, Burrow. And Lamar and Josh Allen, for me, you can interchange them.
Okay.
Their career paths so far have kind of fallen at the same areas. I guess the difference for me is that Lamar has 2 MVPs. And 2 MVPs in drastically different ways. One, he was an amazing running back and kind of played quarterback too. The next one was his best quarterback play that I've seen, and he deserved the MVP that season. So he's kind of shown he's a different player. Josh Allen, for me, has been the same player consistently his entire career. And something's got to give for him and Buffalo to break their curse.
From the 972, no Daniels or Burrow or Drake or Caleb is wild. I just want to point out that both of us have 3 of those 4 in the top 6.
Okay.
So your text is wild.
You're
From
wild.
the 972, Allen, Burrow, Daniels, May, Williams. From the 903, crazy not having Dak top 3. I don't have Dak top 10. Look, Dak is 33. All right. For the purposes of this segment, please don't clip that out of context. For the purposes of this segment, every NFL quarterback is made available. You don't have to worry about salary to build your new franchise. How does that draft order go? So, Mr. Medford, you got Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar 1, 2, 3. What about 4, 5, 6?
At number 4, I have Drake, May. I have Caleb Williams at number 5. And then number 6, Joe Burrow. Burrow's probably top 5 if I sit and think about it longer, but injury history, I put Caleb Williams above him just for that alone.
So let's think about this for just 1 second then. I do believe we all go in different orders, but we all have the same top 6 of Mahomes, Allen, May, Jackson, Burrow, and Caleb.
I'm pretty sure that my list is drastically different from yours.
I did say they're in different orders. So now this is where I think it's going to pivot quite a bit, because this is where I really struggled. 7, 8, 9, and this is where I think people are going to really get mad. Justin Herbert at 7, Trevor Lawrence at 8, and Jaden Daniels at 9. Those players are 28, 26, and 25. So when you make the comparison to Dak Prescott, those players are 5 years, 7 years, and 8 years younger than Dak Prescott. Hence my decision-making process. That does not impact what you think is going to happen in 2026 or anything like that. But yeah, I'm going Herbert, Lawrence, and Daniels, and am ready for people's scorn.
This is where we might depart.
Okay. I like the way you said defer.
Deplete.
That's can't be right.
Disengaged.
I always worry about that.
Jackson Dart is next for me.
Oh, man! That is a big departure.
Then I have
You're going to hate one of my overreaction reality questions.
Then I have Cam Ward.
Holy moly. I wonder if Alec has him.
And then I have Jordan Love. And again, this is young. I am going with youth over age in a lot of these.
I get it.
Because there's still a lot we don't know about what the potential is. There are a lot of players I feel like we've kind of seen the max out for them. And we kind of know where that could be. And somebody said that Dak Prescott, feels like with better coaching, he could have been I feel like with Dak Prescott, he's had a lot of really good teams around him.
Yeah, could have, should have, would
fallen
have.
short.
Yeah, like I hear what that person is saying in theory. Look at him in the playoffs. His stats are not good. That's wrong. Actually, let me back that up. It's not. I shouldn't say that's wrong because that's not fair to say. But I don't think that's based in fact.
Here's the thing. I think I am doing something wrong here, and I might be disrespecting Jaden Daniels in a way somewhere because last year was just another injury grouping, and they were a bad team. So I might be giving him a disservice considering how good he was his rookie year. But then again, C.J. Stroud was fantastic his rookie year.
And so I don't have Stroud in the top 15. So
Justin Herbert, I still don't have on my list, but he can change my mind with one season with McDaniels.
Right.
Because I think McDaniels is a good offensive coordinator. So again, here's my top 9. And I have some quarterbacks missing on this list.
And then from the 405, no love for Penix. He's not even close to my top 15.
Where is Tyler Shuck?
He's going to get benched for Kirk Cousins. So, no, Michael Penix is not high on my list. All right, so we have diverged. Mr. Medford, I am really curious if you have Cam Ward here now. So let's hear 7, 8, and 9.
Kevin, you and me literally just flip-flop too. Number 7 is Justin Herbert. Number 8 is Jaden Daniels, and number 9 is Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, so you are not here.
Drastically different list.
By your standard, yes.
You are not here to hate on my list whatsoever.
No, not at all.
That is lovely. All right, walk me through your process then, because again, Corey's is quite a bit different. I will say one of your picks, I just know the difference. I am not particularly high on Jackson Dart. But
I have been high on Jackson Dart for quite some time, though.
And I do, to be fair, I do have Jordan Love 10. So, like, I don't think that is in a particular outlier
Dart
at all.
might have to get away from being a meathead, though, to be a better quarterback, and I don't know if he's going to be able to do that.
At least he doesn't constantly backflip and then sometimes fall.
His coach said stick the landing next time. Instead of, hey, don't do that crap again.
I mean, it'll be amazing if his coach remembers he has a running back in key situations. All right, Alec, who are your...
Is he, Pete Carroll?
Yeah. Who are you? I'm sorry. Walk me through your process of 7, 8, 9.
Honestly, outside of top 5, once you move past some of the elite, I'm looking for that, like, middle-aged veteran experience. Second contract outside of Jaden Daniels.
Maybe he has a kid that he can take care of.
Oh, stop! I'm thinking about Jaden Daniels. I'm thinking about upside and hoping he stays healthy. But outside of that, I'm like, what second contract guys do I think haven't really reached their full potential yet? And that's Justin Herbert because he wins the Super Bowl in everybody's fantasy every year. And then Trevor Lawrence last year gave me enough confidence to say that guy can win at a high level.
Yeah. Okay. So I am fascinated from the 6-2-3. As you made reference to this person, y'all are sleeping on Tyler Shuck. You might be right about that. I thought him, Kellen Moore, and the Saints were quite the rise-up story of last year that I did not anticipate at all. So you might be right, and I might look back on this list in just a year and regret it because I see another person saying they would take Shuck over Ward and Dart. That's why I think these are kind of fun lists to go through.
Looking at fantasy stats right now, or fantasy rankings for this year. Cam Ward's 25th. Sam Darnold's 24th.
Super Bowl winner.
Shuck is 17.
Ooh.
So like that kind of gives you an idea of what the expectation from most of the fantasy people are for this year, and that's kind of where I went. Josh Allen was 1, Lamar Jackson 2, Jaden Daniels 3, Drake May 4, Jalen Hurts 5. Jalen Hurts wasn't mentioned in this list by anybody.
He's not my top 15.
I don't think I have him there either. So I'm kind of looking at those to get an understanding, but that nobody is looking at those fantasy rankings and going, I'm going to have this quarterback for 10 years either, right? They're thinking about this year alone.
And look, none of us put Dak in the top 9. We all had the same top 6, but in different orders, and I'm willing to bet, since ours diverged so much on 7, 8, 9.
Diverge.
If you moved into 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, they would diverge even more. And if you're going to cut out of context the thing I said about Dak, cut this one too. I have Dak Prescott higher than Matthew Stafford. So, make sure you do the positive one out of context as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the airport game has changed. Next on The Fan. the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very, very much to all of the people who were engaged on that, whether you agree, disagree. A lot of people were participating, and I appreciate that. It really was.
Even though all y'all's lists were wrong.
Except we all agreed on the same ish top 6. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah!
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. 877-881-1053 is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day.
Can I ask you a question of the day?
I have an answer of the day.
Do people think Emmanuel Acho is kind of a dope?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I guess I didn't realize that until yesterday when he was like, or the day before or whatever, when he was like, Ryan Clark made, NFL Live. Nobody watched that show. And then obviously Trey Wingo had to come in and absolutely dunk on him. And then I saw all of these comments were like, yeah, but he always has terrible sports opinions. I guess I didn't realize that a lot of people thought he was a chump.
Very good talker.
Yes.
But a lot of people are just like, you just say things.
Okay.
When he's actually dialed in trying to be realistic, he's one of the most thought out people I've listened to in the sports media world. It's just, I know some people that have worked with him. I know somebody that currently works with him on his show.
Whoa!
And I know the way that he works. That was way too much.
That was perfect. You don't listen to him.
He has a very systematic way of doing his business, and it is very, very smart. But it's very agitating at the same time.
Okay.
I'll just put it like this. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Right.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
Sometimes when I think he gets in front of the TV and does breakdowns, I really like that stuff, those film breakdowns. I'm like, this is where you excel, dude.
That stuff, awesome. Is same with Cam Newton. Another ESPN layoff in Cam Newton. Whenever he's doing the analysis and breaking down tape, some of the best sports content you'll ever get. Sometimes he says some wild stuff whenever he's asked for a take.
Do you think his hat budget is what got him fired from ESPN?
Oh, yeah. They said wardrobe can't keep up with you, man.
Okay.
We got to move on. But he'll land on his feet. He's too good at this media stuff. I'm with Bobby. I think he's one of the best former athletes in the media game right now. Guys, before we get to the question of the day, I want to start something new and see if it sticks. I was cutting up stuff for Masterpiece of the Week, and we already have 14 entries.
Oh, dear.
Ready to go, which means we're not going to get to all of it. So I want to start something called Master Preview of the Week.
Ooh.
On Thursdays, where I just give you a small sampling of what you could expect. So, as I ask the question of the day, I want you to text in Kevin or Corey. The first person to text in a name, that's who will be played. But the question of the day today is the start of Comic-Con. So, who is your favorite comic book character of all time? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well for the start of Comic-Con. And I'm sure we're going to get all kinds of new trailers and announcements and whatnot. I just got my ticket for Spider-Man yesterday. I'm excited for that.
That comes out next week, right?
Yes, it does. So I'm seeing it next Friday after the show.
Is that Lonely Spider-Man? The one who's out in the streets?
Yeah.
He's just him now.
I don't remember him anymore.
Just him catching criminals again.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah. He's just he's a normal teenage kid. I like her early 20s. I don't know what age he plays in this movie anymore.
He's a married dude there.
He's 30.
He is?
Yeah, he's something like that because...
Wow.
At what
I did not
age?
realize
At
that.
what age will Tom Holland be when he actually plays a character his age?
He is 30.
Man.
Zendaya.
He does not look 30.
She's 29?
Okay. Well, good on them. And they're married?
They better hurry up and have kids.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Obviously, I'm going to say Batman. I love all things Batman. I think he has by far the best rogue gallery in all of comics. I just love his story. I love his detective work. I think there's been so many incredible movies and animated shows and movies with him. So to me, it's Batman by good deal.
Solid pick. Corey, your favorite comic book character of all time?
Hulk is too cool. But Hulk's just smash, you know? So, like, there's that.
And they haven't figured out a way to do a good standalone movie with him.
And then I think it was the cartoon, and because he was hooking up with Rogue, it was Gambit.
Yes.
Makes a lot of sense because Rogue, y'all know.
X-Men 97 is bad.
If you know what I mean by Rogue, text in X-Men 97 is badass. And then, so it was him because he could like power up little cards and toss them and whatever he had in his hand, just bah! And it looks like he's in the Doomsday.
He is.
So that's cool.
Yeah.
But
is it Channing Tatum?
Yep.
Okay, because I know
he nailed that role too.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah. Was it Deadpool where he was saying stuff and he's like, I have no clue what you're saying. None of the words made sense. But it is like ultimately Wolverine always was the one that I found myself reading the most. And so I guess like that became the one that I would always go pick up one and be like, I liked following his story.
Yeah.
And then the whole Deadpool thing like blew my mind on the amount of stories differentiating over all the universes. But that it seems everything in Hollywood was like, hey, let's just go to multiverses.
Right.
And
except for Hugh Jackman. It's always got to be Hugh Jackman in whatever multiverse you're in.
Yeah. So it's for me, I know I follow all the Spider-Man stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's almost impossible not to enjoy that. But Wolverine's character was always fantastic.
From the 972, Spider-Man is the only acceptable answer. From another 972, Wolverine, agreeing with Corey. From a 214, Spider-Man again. From the 469, Captain Underpants. That's a solid option.
Oh, I had not considered that.
I would like to submit something that I've got in on recently.
Gross.
Invincible. I
don't know that one.
Freaking love it.
Is that the cartoon?
It's on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
And it is bloody. Like there's some bloody stuff. But it is a really fun story, and the fight scenes are really cool. I thought they did a good job. And eventually they finally got a budget to be able to draw.
Would that be your number one thing you'd want to do is the fight scenes on animated shows? Because you're like, I can do all kinds of things that we couldn't probably do in live action.
Yeah, Invincible's really good, but it doesn't kind of fit in that same world of DC Marvel.
Okay.
And one of my favorite things that'll pop up on TikTok is watching these voice actors for those animated high action series recording fight scenes and stuff. So they're literally just in a dark room just grunting and screaming, and it's like, that translates into awesome television somehow.
Did it kind of blow your mind the first time you found out that it wasn't every single person all together recording the entire episode?
Yes.
That makes me kind of sad.
Because in interviews with these people, you'll hear, we were really lucky we were in studio together for the first time after doing this show together for 7 years. It's like, it took that long?
Yeah.
Like, what?
I just envisioned that they all sat together like a table read, except you're recording it and you're like, that's not really.
That's a lost art at this point.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like one of my favorite stories, I saw Butch Hartman. He's the creator of Fairly Odd Parents on Nickelodeon. He was talking about how they got Jay Leno to come in and do a guest appearance. And he came in, he recorded his lines. He was in and out the door in 7 minutes.
Is that the show that goes, do-do-do-do-do-do, Jimmy is an average kid.
Yes, sir.
No one understands.
They drew up a character for him, and he was like, and he was like, we catered for him and everything because it's Jay Leno. Like, it was a big deal. In and out the door in 7 minutes. Okay, where's my lines? Did his lines. He was out.
Awesome.
I'm like, wow.
Dude, Quail Man. How did we forget about him?
Oh, from Doug?
What a pull.
What are we even doing?
What a pull. But again, for Comic-Con kicking off today in San Diego, 877-881-1053, your favorite comic book hero of all time from the 214. My favorite comic hero, superhero is Alec, the single mom saver. All right. Stop. Stop. It's just not right. From
no,
the
my marriage
469.
is falling apart.
Shut up.
All help, ma'am.
Can't stand
He
it.
shows up and his hair is his cape.
From the 469, Moon Knight.
Right?
I like Moon Knight too. I'm going to pivot.
Moon
and I'm
Knight
going
was actually a fun on Disney. I enjoyed
We're never going to see him again, are we?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
Which makes me mad because I loved that show.
Yeah, his capabilities are really cool.
We are never going to see him again. The 214 was the first to text in one of Kevin or Corey's names. They said Kevin. Woo-hoo! So your master preview of the week for Masterpiece of the Week at 1:30 tomorrow is this.
Yes. Go off, Queen.
Oh, I love it so much.
That is going to be used a lot, I feel like.
At the time, it made
so
sense
good
to me.
So good.
But I can see on retrospect. We're talking. And you know what? It's as bad as you think. Because I can't be like, yeah, I was reading the fan text. No, I was talking about my reaction when watching Project Runway.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, whatever you think it was from, that's about right.
Well, I have a request for you guys since you are taking off to Oxnard, California for Cowboys training camp this weekend. I think that the airport game might have been changed because a myth has been proven true. At TSA, yes, TSA, on Twitter, they confirmed a long-standing myth, saying, quote, "Nobody said you couldn't bring a hammock to the airport. To reduce tension or to avoid having a falling out with the airport, check them with them about where you can and can't hang your napping apparatus." So,
well, how do they not call it a napparatus?
That's a missed opportunity, yes. That's a good one.
Just saying.
But now I need to see that. Specifically Corey. I could see Corey doing this, pulling up to the airport with a hammock and just chilling out before his flight.
First off, if I saw somebody in a hammock at the airport, it would piss me off. Right?
Would you kind of want to get in the hammock?
Because I would want to be in that hammock.
Yes.
But I'd be like, that's stupid. Why am I not in that hammock? And then it also then reminds me of the time I had a hammock and Adrian and all her friends climbed into it and it broke and I was ticked off. It was funny when they fell, but then I realized I still didn't have a hammock.
Man,
but yeah,
brutal.
I kind of, dude, if I see people in hammocks,
Hold on, you don't like walk by people's backyards and just kind of like poke your head over their fence,
you
dude.
do that hammock over
Sounds
there.
about white.
Is hammocks a white
Dude,
people thing?
hammocks are so cool. I hope not. Every time I go to Mexico, they have them.
Okay.
And so it's a Mexico thing, right?
I do not know if you're allowed to say that.
Hammocks are awesome.
There you go.
So is Mexico.
Got it. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Just stop there?
No, you see, yes, please. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. You saved it. Coming up next, it's time. Don't say anything else. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. I forgot what we were going to tease. Gridiron is next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, our countdown to training camp.
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Motion now from Tolbert, inside handoff, Javonte Williams, and he breaks free, and Williams has a head of steam, and Williams to the end zone, and Javonte Williams running hard, took it home, 30 yards for Javonte Williams.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Right now, time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And let's start with a reminder of what everybody wants to avoid at training camp. Dave Canales confirmed that Nick Scorton suffered a knee injury. Now, he's going to undergo an MRI. That does not necessarily mean the worst, but it doesn't matter what team you are, what level of expectation your fan base has. This is the number one thing that everybody wants to avoid. And for the Panthers, it happened in their first training camp practice. Hopefully he'll be okay, because look, there's going to be times, whether they're doing 3 live mics or when we started out and we're doing stuff live from practice, where you're going to go, so-and-so is going to the tent. Mm-hmm. And you're going to hold your breath. And you're like, is he going to the tent because he just cramped, because it's just early in the process? Did he just tear his ACL? Like, tell me more. And you're like, we have to wait a minute.
Yeah. And it doesn't discriminate player.
For sure.
You could be a rookie. You could be a guy who, like, you need this camp. You could be a guy who's a veteran and the team's relying on you. And it is, Broadus has said it for years. I just want to come out of camp clean, and that's, and healthy. Out of every one of these preseason games, we just want to be healthy. That's the constant thing that you're hoping. That stings for any player, but it is a natural order of it. And I wonder how the teams look at it. Do they look at it as, well, it was bound to happen, or why our luck?
You know what I kind of think of, and I know this sounds so cold, but I wonder if they ever look at it as the cost of business, right?
I think so.
And you go into training camp and you're like, well, unfortunately, we're probably going to lose 3 or 4 guys.
Which is why you need $14 million during camp.
You had talked about, or you had asked about this earlier. Is going to be John Gruden and Rondé Barber on a Bucs-Chiefs preseason game? Because we heard that Gruden was going to do a preseason game, so there are the specifics for that.
Are you going to watch that preseason game?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because I don't care.
About Gruden or the Bucs?
Probably both. Well, and I also don't care about most of preseason football when, like, you and I know for a fact that you get more actual competition and learn more about actual teams in joint practices than you do in any preseason
Will
game
Dak
anymore.
Prescott throw a pass in the preseason?
Under. No.
Under one pass?
Yeah, under half. I'll take the under. In a preseason game?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the Cowboys are looking at it as, why would we risk it?
You sure?
And then the other part is, we can absolutely take advantage of seeing more Joe Milton and Sam Howell to help us make decisions in what we appear as the closest to live action NFL we can get.
All right, I'll tell you this then. And this is not just for the Cowboys. This is for any NFL team. I don't love that strategy. Give me a half, whether in that second game.
Because doesn't it feel like the season starts and everything looks sloppy?
Yes. And that extends far beyond just the Cowboys, because I know other teams do this as well. But, like, give me a half with everybody out there. And if the concern is injuries, which I know it is, that's why I'm only playing a half. And honestly, you can get hurt whenever. Like, I don't want to go full Jerry. We haven't given Micah a contract extension because he could get hit by a bus. But you can get hurt in those practices, in those joint practices, almost as easily as in the game. So yeah. I would love to see like a half.
Yeah, and they say with the joint practices, like, you can control it so much more but it's really just the coaches' control.
Sure.
The coaches are saying, well, I don't need to see these things. I can work with this coach on what we're trying to accomplish, and we're both doing something together that's beneficial to us, rather than just go out there and try and beat that guy's ass for your job.
You think Tyreek Hill's ever going to play in the NFL again?
Yes,
Okay, so
but not. I don't think he's going to have the command of cash that he used to.
He posted a video on YouTube last night. Is 10 months removed from the surgery that he said he got on his left leg. And I appreciate his honesty. He said, my left leg is the one I injured. I have no power in my left leg.
Well, then no.
I'm trying to regain all the power back in my left leg, but it's one day at a time. And that's just scary.
Yeah.
And sometimes I'm guilty of this. We all just kind of forget about that person who got hurt and move on, and they're trying to figure out their life, trying to figure out if they can get back in the NFL. But yeah, that did not sound super positive for Tyreek Hill.
And you hear about this a lot. The work done is silent to build the thing that people see.
Right.
And you don't think about all the anguish they actually go through. Anybody that's ever had to go through some physical therapy kind of gets it of the chore that it is. Now, their chore, though, is to get back to what they think they are.
Right.
Because all they know is that they were this before that moment, that scary accident. Everything else was this. So, yeah, for him, that's a frustrating thing. You kind of have to have somebody psychologically with you on that ride, too.
Yeah.
To help you go through. These are, Kevin, you discussed this a lot, celebrating those small accomplishments because they're getting you to the big accomplishment at some point. But for Tyreek Hill, for a dude, again, we watched that dude at the fastest, and we think of him that way, and now he's trying to get back to that place.
Now, we saw Bruce Buffer obviously doing the UFC announcer or in Octagon announcer, doing the White House event. He was also just there for the World Cup final. He gave note to the NFL. He's like, hey, I live right down the street from SoFi, so if you want me for that Super Bowl, take note, NFL, I'm ready to go.
Why?
I do think he adds a little something. You might be like, do we need to add to the Super Bowl? And that might be a fair critique.
No.
Okay, well, there you go. What do you think about the interest level in Jimmy Garoppolo, who I forgot still might kind of want to play football?
I thought he retired.
He did, but he
said retired.
He is now open to playing football in the right situation. Why would a team in the right situation want Jimmy Garoppolo?
Because they're trying to field the most attractive team.
Okay.
Other than that, and maybe, okay, here's one thing I don't know about Jimmy Garoppolo. Maybe he's a good locker room guy. Maybe he's good in that quarterback room. He can see it, and he's not going to threaten your starter.
Right.
So, and if you need him for one game, he's not going to be the reason you win it, but he can also play the position. But other than that, I don't really know a lot of reasons.
Nick Imanwari. Nope. Nick Imanwari. There you go. I don't know why I added some letters in there. He did undergo ankle surgery, so he is starting training camp on the PUP, but he says he expects to be back for week 1. We'll see how that plays out. And then I wanted to see what you would think. I think it might have started in the Bleacher Report, which, by the way, I went back and checked. They did eventually change that picture to Adrian Beltre. It took a while.
No, they didn't.
But they eventually changed it.
I refuse to believe that.
Okay. Would you want only one coach's challenge per game? Or are you okay with the current system of 2 and a bonus?
This is interesting. Do you like the ABS system?
Very much so. Because it's fast.
And it seems like the player, yes, it's very fast. It seems like the players honestly have a pretty good understanding of what's a ball and strike a lot of time.
Right.
I need to go look at the percentages, but when I'm watching, I'm like, man, our guys know because they practice it. But it gives that immediacy, right, as a player that I was right about what just happened.
Right.
And as a fan, you get to know that your guy was right about what just happened. Kevin, I think more NFL receivers need coaches' challenges so that they can say, I was being pass interfered with.
Okay, as long as they can do the circle motion like every NBA or WNBA, every time they're like, nope, do it. Like we saw.
Run it back.
Yeah, I saw that at the Wings game on Sunday, like halfway through the first quarter. And I was like, what? Why would you conceivably use your challenge there?
But I want them to be like, I want them to get 15, all right, per half.
Oh, my God.
But I want them to be so lightning fast that they'll be like, nope, it wasn't. No,
Okay.
I just want as fast as ABS is. But dude, some of these challenges, I'm like, or some of these times you're like, that was definitely pass interference.
I thought that way a couple times
Or not.
about the VAR, where sometimes they're like, it's going to take 8 minutes. Other times the announcer's still going, yeah, so maybe they got a shot. And you're like, they already started playing soccer
Doesn't
again.
matter. They could call this goal off 4.5 minutes
I know,
from now.
but I'm saying again, and I'm like,
Yeah, no,
so they
I'm just-
decided.
Yeah.
He was like, you're wrong.
Yeah, no, I just feel like they're like, hold on. You can call this off later?
Yeah, I know they already made a run the other way, but we're going to go back 2 minutes ago and see what happens. And I'm like, do I get those 2 minutes back if it is a goal?
Nope.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
time for a hydration break.
105.3 The Fan. Is that what our commercial breaks
Keep the
are?
clock rolling,
Coming
guys.
up next, your Dallas Cowboys news of the day right here on 105.3 The Fan.
believe in a home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we like to have fun in the breaks. But hopefully you guys are having fun with us on air as well. It is time for your Dallas Cowboys news of the day. And I would like to start with this, if this is okay with you. Joseph Hoyt, who you remember last year in one of the press conferences, was the hero we all needed. And also, as already said, he'll be glad to jump on with us live from Oxnard next week.
Did he say, something about getting hit by a car? Did he ask what kind of car? Okay.
No. Yeah.
Like, what kind of bus?
Yeah. That was the dumbest. We'll be there next week for that introductory press conference. Welcome to training camp.
No drama press conference. Guarantee.
My prediction is he will say something to spark drama.
No.
He being Jerry, of course. All right.
Wheel spin bet?
I'll think about that. All right. But Joseph Hoyt put out his first 53-man roster.
Okay.
And there were a couple of interesting things about it, and I wanted to see, you could discuss it as much or as little as you like, if you could see these as realistic cuts. Go to wide receiver. No Jonathan Mingo, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, or Anthony Smith.
Okay.
Could you see those three all missing out? Trayshawn Holden takes the fifth wide receiver spot in that scenario.
Anthony's, okay, that makes sense. Anthony Smith is an interesting one because they spent a draft pick on him.
People seem to be hyped about him.
Alec, I think you might agree. Did you like what you saw out of Anthony Smith?
I really liked it.
Yeah.
And that's why I think he'll stay on the roster. Like you said, they spent a pick on him. He's a good player.
Yeah, I think when you watch him, you kind of have this we could do something here. He might have a lot of polishing to do, He might have a lot more work than what we saw. And again, level of competition he was up against, it's just he was destroying them. So he's the one that I would be like, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, we'll see.
Yeah.
But
kind of where
the first one, though, I think we're all kind of in the same boat on Mingo at this point.
On the tight end and defensive line front, Michael Trigg doesn't make it. Neither does Princeton Fant or Jay Toya.
This is early.
Pre-camp.
This is pre-camp, and I think that Trigg's going to get every opportunity he can.
Agreed.
Because of the weapon that he possibly can be.
Agreed.
From the 469, why no Mingo? He's going to have a breakout game this year. You don't believe it, huh? You're done with the Mingo. All right, I got you.
Hold
on. In that tight ends part, did they keep Schoonmaker? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
That's a status quo thing that I just don't know that I'd be okay with.
Yeah. Does that feel like Mingo to you?
No, dude. Mingo. Listen, man. Again, Bobby's the one that said it.
Checking.
Jonathan Mingo looked like a guy that did not want to be on the field.
Cuts at the linebacker position. Well, kind of combo with the edge. Maris Leofau, cut. You see it?
Unless he says he's the new leader of special teams.
Okay.
If he walks over there and he's like, "This is my special teams now. I'm going to make sure I'm the green dot for special teams."
Right.
Then I could see it because his current position is an area that has a lot of competition. Like there's a lot of I want to say depth, but I can't say that it's amazing depth at that spot where he is.
Right.
But there are a lot of people that can rotate in there. So again, he doesn't have the job. So I think special teams is going to have to be the place where he goes, this is it. Y'all can't cut me because I can play this, this, and this, but I'm also one of your key special teams guys.
So far, then, does it feel like Schoonmaker and Leofau to start are playing to keep their job in training camp?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. At this point in both of those guys' careers, did Shoddy have to have a conversation with them about that? where he sits down and goes, here's how you're going to make this team. You better go out there and show you can do it.
I bet he did with Leofau.
Okay.
Because
I think it's honestly, I do think it's fair if you think a guy can do it, he just hasn't yet, and you give him here's what it's going to take. Because what did he say before? If I've given you advice on something once, you probably should have taken it if you didn't messed up again.
Yeah.
So that's the signifier after camp is I told him what he needed to do, and he still didn't do it.
So also cut from that position group, Tyrus Wheat and Isaiah Land, and I could see that, but I ask you this question. Is Sam Williams playing for his job in training camp?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think they actually do like Sam Williams, who... Was it Bobby that said his favorite stat of all time is he has the same amount of personal or 15-yard penalties as he does tackles for loss? And I was like, dadgummit, dude.
Oh, dear.
For every time you do something positive, you do that too. But I think that they just look at him raw-wise, and they're like, how do we use him? The athleticism. How do we use the speed? And they're just trying to figure that out, and hopefully somebody in this coaching staff is going to be the one to crack that code this year.
Okay, and
that's just my personal take on that.
I think I might be able to guess your answer here, but let me throw this out as well. Is every single wide receiver not named Lamb, Pickens, Flanoy, or Turpin fighting to keep a job?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Gotta be.
And those are the four that. I mean, Turpin, I think they want to replace him as Gadget with Jaden Blue. I think that they would rather Jaden Blue be the guy that they can put in the backfield because it's more disguise and he's a more polished running back than Turpin is. He has speed also. He can be a receiver. I think they want that to happen, but they got to see. And they can tell Kevontae Turpin, we appreciate your service. You are a kick returner in all forms.
Right.
Go be the best at that.
I'm going to, once again, go back to this, go to the defensive backfield. Shout out to our buddy Joseph Hoyt. We will talk with him next week at training camp. He has Josh Butler, Triquez Bridges, Reddy Stewart, and Marquise Bell all being cut from this team.
Fair list. I don't think anybody on that list is solid yet. Again, as you were discussing, as we discussed, injuries happen, all sorts of things happen, but at the moment, I feel comfortable there.
You know what? And I'm sorry for using these players as an example. I hope nobody gets hurt at training camp whatsoever. But you brought up an intriguing point right there. The group of, let's say, maybe not Devin Moore, but the group of like Darian Kendrick, Butler, Bridges, Stewart, that feels like a group where unfortunately, like, somebody could get knocked out, not because of anything they did wrong, just because they couldn't be out there because they got hurt. And that's the thing where, like, maybe in the middle of the season, you have, like, a bit of a hamstring issue. You're like, it's probably going to cost me one game. It won't be the end of the world. But that's a thing where, like, if one of these players has that and you end up missing 2 weeks of camp, that could just kill you from the competition.
And how much, one thing that sticks with me that Mike would say all the time is, who's your sponsor?
Sure.
And there were a bunch of dudes brought in front of these guys. Why? Because the people that came in who are sponsors now, coaches, whatever, wanted to have either competition at those spots or upgraded players at those spots. But that's why Jalen Thompson's here.
Right.
Because they looked at Marquise Bell and went, is that really our starting safety?
Right.
And so the guys that have sponsors are going to get the opportunities. The other ones are fighting.
And just to be clear, I'm just saying in terms of these guys missing time could crush their hopes of making the roster. Not to say any of those particular players would actually get hurt. How to y'all does Caleb Downs live up to what feels like our already outsized expectations? It feels like for some people, if he's not like an all-pro straight away, you're like, pfft, which is unfair.
I do feel like he needs to be a Pro Bowler this year.
Okay.
That doesn't say much. Shedeur Sanders was a Pro Bowler.
True.
And he asked his people, why the F am I in the Pro Bowl?
Is there any chance you think it could be something that is not quantifiable at all by stats, but you just see it on other levels of the defense? You're like, that is because Caleb is there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Man, I think was it Film Watchers that put the piece together? There's this video of Caleb Downs at Ohio State. And the same play run by Miami 3 different times in the game, he came up with his defensive end 3 different ways to play it. The first time they gained like 6 or 7 yards on it. Then he went back and told his defensive end, hey, we need to work on this. When we see this happen, here's what we're going to do. And they stopped him for 2 yards. And then the third time, he was like, no, this is what we're going to do next time. On the third time, they stopped it for negative yards. That's the difference I think you're going to get with Caleb Downs is in-game strategies.
Right.
And, Kevin, I think that's the unquantifiable stuff you're going to see.
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, that play's not going anywhere because this dude now understands it. He's seeing it. The matrix is all starting to make sense to him. And I think by the end of the season, you'll see that. Maybe he doesn't get the accolade that he deserves, but he's impacting plays not just for himself, but for guys in front of him because he sees the game that they need to learn. Not everybody on that team knows the game the right way, and sometimes you need a dude on the field that can help with those guys.
And it would be outside accolades, right? Because I feel like people who follow and watch the team would be like, oh, yeah.
You're seeing all the good stuff. Yes, for sure.
Now, Alec, I saw you kind of nod your head. Is that your general thought or maybe takeaway from how Caleb Downs can live up to the admittedly very big height?
Yeah, because even if you go and look at his stats from his last year in college, you're not going to see the game-changing numbers that you might see from some of the other safeties that went after him in the draft, just because it's kind of like a really, really good corner that doesn't get a lot of interceptions. They're not throwing his way. They're not looking his way because they know that dude already knows what we're doing before we even do it. Let's just avoid him altogether. And then a lot of the pre-snap stuff that Corey was kind of drawing out where he will come down into the box if he's not already close to the line of scrimmage and start directing traffic pre-snap and say, no, you need to get closer. You need to step out a little bit. You need a wider stance. He's going to understand the defense probably better than anybody on that team, not named Christian Parker, who is making the calls. He's going to be out there directing a lot of the traffic, even if he's not wearing the green dot.
And then I don't know how much our audience cares about the personal lives of some of these players, but in case you do care, Quentin Williams and his wife Miranda announced that they are expecting baby number 2.
Do you mind if I comment on you real quick?
Oh, sure. I hope.
A lot of times I did not care about this stuff, but now you, Jared, seeing, things that y'all went through, wanting a child, knowing how bad I wanted a kid and wanted kids. I do celebrate these things for people when they have this. If they wanted it and they got it, congratulations to them. So nice work.
I think that is a great thing to say. And then from the 512, this might help us out for next week as well. I just met Malachi Lawrence. He is now my favorite first-round draft pick. Amazing young man. I wish him all the best. And it's always great, not that you don't root for your home players and team anyway, but when you have that interaction and you're just like, I'm going to next level root for them now,
From the 682, like JSN getting Defensive Player of the Year, Caleb Downs needs to get Rookie Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah. That is the new definition by which I think we should now kind of grade him. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll fire up a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality. Got some stars, FC Dallas, and what law or rule do you not really understand? It is a jam-packed expressway next right here on The Fan.
By the on-time experts.
Second year back from New Hampshire is in as Geno Smith is going to have to get rid of that. And he's sacked. He had a chance, but Bobby Wagner wouldn't let him go.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And we start with this. Overreaction or reality, you care about who the Cowboys team captains are.
Reality, in moments where I know who's supposed to step up and be a captain. And captains they're the ones that are supposed to have the ears of the guys. Not just because they got the coach thinks they're cool. It's the guys that everybody looks at and goes, what direction do we go? And they have an answer. Whatever answer it is, the team follows. They're not the ones that they're like, all right, guys, let's go do this. And everybody's like, shut up, dude. You don't put in any work.
Right.
You don't do any of this stuff. Why would I follow you?
Yeah.
Because you have the C on your chest? That might be the stuff that Jim Nill talks
Gold glove.
That might be the stuff that Jim Nill talks about. And that we don't see is all the work he does, all the players are like, well, I mean, he's doing it, so I better do it too when it comes to Jamie Benn. So I do care about it for that reason.
Okay.
Otherwise, it really doesn't bar much of an effect on anything else for me. Like, there's no, captain's award for the NFL.
Right. Yeah, because that's just kind of where I landed on it. Is like, I could not possibly care less about this.
But do you want to know who the guys are turning to?
Not really. Because I'll tell you this. This is just my opinion. I know meritocracy and everything like that, but I think sometimes people just get named captains.
I agree.
Like, you have to be the captain.
And that's why I'm saying it has to be the ones.
Yeah.
If you're gonna put captains out there,
right?
Like Tim Ream was the captain. He wasn't the best.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, there were times he was the worst. All right. You just have to assume that he was the captain because he was the one that they all said he works the hardest and we love him and we'll fight for him.
Right.
That's kind of the reason that I care about it is if they'll fight for a dude, you find a reason to go do something, it's always worth it.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you care about who the Cowboys team captains are.
This one's weird for me. Whenever they do the rotating captains week by week, reality. Whenever it's like a season-long thing where it's just like we're stamping this in the preseason and they're the captain, overreaction.
Interesting.
Because I liked with Mike McCarthy how you got the week by week where it was somebody who stepped up really big on the field, but they're like, it's because during practice that week, he really worked his tail off and he added something different to his game and it showed on Sunday. I really like that because especially on the special teams side, that week's captain would be somebody that a casual fan didn't know was on the team.
Right.
So it meant something to me when it was rotating and it was somebody different every week because it was like, okay, they earned it. But whenever it's a season-long thing, I'm kind of with you where it's like a lot of the time they just look at the quarterback and they're like, well, you're the face of the franchise. You're a captain. We look at the defensive end that's making $40 million a year. You're a captain because you're a face of the franchise, and we just kind of go like that.
Who are your leaders on this team? Dak. What about defense? Dak.
That's a real thing.
That's concerning, Jerry.
Jerry really said to us.
Well, because he don't think you had any other options.
I get it.
He was like, well, crap.
No, I'm with you.
You got
on
me there,
that.
guys.
All right. So for this one, 92% of NFL players per the NFLPA have said that they prefer grass. You've heard all about, that beautiful World Cup grass and everything like that. Overreaction or reality? That 92% of players would take slightly less pay.
Overreaction.
For
They want the grass because they understand how much the owners make.
Right.
And they're like, you guys make that much money.
Right.
It doesn't need to come out of my pocket. It should come out of your pocket if you want that stadium to have something that we can play on.
bonus question.
But I understand.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we already have fake grass, so if y'all want it, why don't y'all pay for it?
Bonus?
Because you make more money, boss.
Okay, so let's talk about the money part of it. Bonus question. All of the players who play in grass field stadiums would take slightly more money if it switched to turf. Would be okay with it switching to turf if it meant they got slightly more money.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, no. That's overreaction. I can't say all.
Okay. A lot?
80% is
that's a lot.
Yeah, 80%.
Yeah.
I think they'd be like, yeah, sure, whatever, dude.
All right, Alec, we didn't even need to end of the statement, but I go to you. Overreaction or reality? That 92% of players would take slightly less money if it meant all grass fields.
I feel like they would even start to tweak out a little bit if they saw $50 taken out of their check. They see grass keeping fee.
Okay.
Like, no, they would be like exactly what Corey said. Y'all are billionaires.
And I'm not saying that's wrong at all.
I better not.
I will not.
That's the player's argument is just help us give you a better product. At the end of the day, that's what we want is to give you a better product. If we're on the field more, you're going to get more butts and seats because we're going to be competitive. Get grass.
Dude, I think, though, the owners would fire back on the competitive product and say, or the better product and go, you're faster on this turf. You look faster. You look slow on grass. And they would.
Man, that'd be an interesting question if you're like, how come you didn't run your 40 on grass?
Yeah. Yeah. Or underwater.
Man, I'll tell you this. 100% I would tune in to the scouting combine if they did a 40 underwater. I would watch every one of them.
So everything, like they do the what is it, the high jump?
Yeah.
They do that out of water?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you jump up and out of a pool and land on the
That was the most athletic thing I've ever seen in my life.
Brian Arakpo.
Who jumped out of the pool and just landed on the ground.
It's insane, dude.
I was like, I don't need to see anything else. I don't need your spark test or anything else. I have seen your athleticism, and its name is Arakpo.
And then instead of bench pressing weights, they bench press like bags of water. You ever tried to pick up a bag of water, dude? Stupid.
I don't.
It's heavy. It's so much heavier.
Yes. I guess.
So much heavier than weights. I don't understand it.
They'll tell you it's the same weight, and you're like, no, because it's sloshing around.
Yeah.
I don't have a handle. I'm with you on that. Man, well, how much more weight does it add if it doesn't have a handle? Just across because you know what I'm saying, right?
15 more pounds. 5 to 15 more pounds, depending on the weight total.
Okay. Because you're like, this box is not that heavy. It's just oddly proportioned, and there's nowhere to hold on to it. People who made boxes without those little slits on the side where you can hold them are evil. Overreaction or reality? It's going to take Drake May and A.J. Brown a while to develop a rapport. Some people seem to think, stay focused now, don't make a box joke. Some people, that's what was going to happen. Some people seem to seem to think.
Coming up at 1 o'clock, I have a story for y'all.
Yeah, and I just want to tease this about the story. He had to go ask both of our bosses for the okay to tell this story because we were not helpful because we were like, yeah, do it based on nothing. All right. Because some people think, hey, A.J. Brown's just going to rock and roll. Let's go. Overreaction or reality? It's going to take a while for A.J. Brown and Drake May to develop a rapport.
I think the one thing that won't take a while is the deep ball. And here's why. A.J. Brown is very good at creating space for him to catch the ball out in front of himself. He uses his body to fend off and shield cornerbacks from behind him, and then gives himself distance for his arms to reach out. He doesn't like to fall back. He will slow up in his run if he needs to, and he's very smooth in that transition. Drake May might be one of the best deep ball throwers in the league. in my opinion.
Right.
I think that connection with those two is going to be pretty immediate. Now, all the other stuff, you might be right about that. Crossing patterns, slants, that might take some time for their timing. But I think because Drake May is such a good deep ball thrower and A.J. Brown is very good at catching the deep ball, that's something that they'll have immediately.
Alec, to you, overreaction or reality? It's going to take a minute for them to develop a rapport.
Reality. Literally 1 minute.
Oh, I should not have used that phrasing with you.
I think it's going to be pretty quick, and I think it's not too dumb of an idea if you wanted to go make a trade on Kalshi or something to say the first touchdown scorer of the season for the Patriots would be A.J. Brown. I think they are going to intentionally try to establish that right off the rip. First drive of the season, they're like, hey, we made this big move that took 6 months to come together. We need to establish this right here, right now.
Overreaction or reality? This is definitely one of my opinions. You still want the Cowboys to sign Bobby Wagner. Do it.
I mean, if they need him.
They do. They didn't get Jordan Brooks.
Is he going to start?
Hell yeah.
This changes a lot of things. I would wait till after the first or second preseason game to start making those decisions.
Okay.
If I was going to sign him and he was coming in as depth, then I'd say that. But I think there's a lot of things they're still trying to figure out right now. But I don't, and he might not be around, Kevin. You might be right. He might not be around at that point.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You still want the Cowboys to sign Bobby Wagner.
Reality. That's one of those moves that I feel like they've made a lot of this offseason where it elevates the floor of your defense because he's in year, it feels like 25 of his career, and he's still playing at a good level. He's not at the Hall of Fame level that he was a few years ago, but he is still a serviceable player that can start for pretty much any team in the league because of his IQ alone.
He had 4.5 sacks, 8 tackles for loss, and 2 interceptions last season. In addition to the tackles. Pretty good.
Average. Okay, hold on, Kevin. He's 36 years old.
He is old.
He'll be 37, I believe. I don't know. I don't even know what his birthday
He just turned 36.
Okay, he's 36 years old.
He is old.
He averages 155 tackles a year.
Hell yeah!
Last year he had 162.
Oh my goodness.
2 years ago he had 183. Or 3 years ago he had 183. Like,
sign him up!
He is still playing at a high level. Dang, dude.
You want to change your answer?
4.5 sacks last year. Oh, man, yeah. I'm at a point now where I'm just like, go ahead and bring that dude in.
Yes!
But why don't they?
I don't, money. That's a good question. Overreaction or reality? If, for some reason, a non-quarterback was going to win the NFL MVP this season, it'll be Will Anderson.
Sounds good to me.
Reality. Alec?
I love Will Anderson.
I know. He's great. Overreaction or reality? If, for some reason, a non-quarterback was going to win MVP, you think it'd be Will Anderson?
Easy reality. I've got a sports crush on this guy. He's awesome. Will Anderson is a gift from the football gods.
Ooh.
Like, he does no wrong. And I know that a lot of us here in the Metroplex are probably not super focused on Texans football, especially with the playoff meltdown and everything. A lot of people might turn their head whenever they see them on TV. If you want to see some of the best technical football in today's game, watch Will Anderson every snap.
Yeah.
He is a technician.
And to have D'Amico Ryans as his coach and like mentor with it all, very effective to have that guy who has that kind of faith in you, talks about the physicality with you. Like, you're already a monster. You're already that, but you go out there and you have somebody that, like, that's what their mentality always is. You're going to play at a high level.
NFL overreaction or reality? Omarion Hampton is more likely than Ashton Genty to have a breakout season.
I disagree.
Ooh.
So I'm going to say overreaction, if you will, Kevin.
Yes.
You want more?
If you want.
I have more.
Please.
My faith in this all comes from what I know Kubiaks do. The Kubiaks
yeah.
run the ball.
Right.
Like, that's just what they do. Now, that being said, guess who comes from a Kubiak lineage? Kind of, in a way. Mike McDaniels, who is Omarion Hampton's offensive coordinator, who is also the guy who got Achane. Is he Achane? Achane? And then Ryan Mostert.
And there's no S on
Raheem
McDaniel.
Mostert. Like, all those guys, all those running backs in Miami were producing. Well, guess what? A bunch of those dudes were in San Francisco also. They were like, Jeff Wilson Jr., you went to UNT? Come over here and play in Miami and run the football, and you're going to have an awesome game. They're all really good, and then you say, well, why? And then you go, oh, Shanahan. Well, guess where Shanahan got that running game from? The Kubiak family. So I think that Ashton Jeanty is a step above Hampton anyway, and I think with Kubiak, he's going to be that much more effective. Hell, we just saw Sam Darnold have a great year because his running backs were so effective too. I think that he will have a really good year. But Kevin Hampton, I think, is going to be lined up for a fantastic year as well. But McDaniel thinks that, hey, I can run a bunch of different running backs in this system too.
Yeah, I do get that. Overreaction or reality to you then, Alec. Omarion Hampton is more likely to have a breakout season than Ashton Jeanty.
Corey just changed my mind. Because I have an Omarion Hampton agenda that I've been pushing since he got drafted, that he is going to be a top 5 back in this game at some point soon. But I do think because of the coaching system in place in Vegas now, second year for Jeanty, settled in a little bit, plus rookie quarterback. How can you take some pressure off of a rookie quarterback if and when he plays this season? Run the ball. Have him hand it off. And I think that offensive line got better in Vegas. I think the offense in general got better. So I think that it's probably going to pay off quicker for Jeanty.
I am kind of curious on the Chargers offensive line. Here's why. Chargers offensive line, very good, had a lot of injuries.
Yes,
but what
they did.
In my opinion, they got some big... they have some
Because you wanted to say meaty.
No, I was going to say stiff.
Oh,
like there's some giants on that offensive line. But one of the things you notice about the Dolphins, one of the things you notice, I mean, even Trent Williams, one of the most athletic offensive linemen out there, is these kinds of systems have all called for athletic guards and athletic tackles as well. There's a zone blocking scheme that goes into it. So I do wonder if that Chargers, if he's going to utilize that the same way, if McDaniel will use it the same way.
Now, I know that I said earlier Will Anderson would be the guy, right? But stay with me on this. Overreaction or reality, it is a no-brainer to predict that Myles Garrett will lead the league in sacks again.
You just said that Will Anderson will be the guy, Kevin.
That's for MVP.
Oh.
Will Anderson does
sacks
many things.
But if he leads sacks again, you know what? It could be 15. And
Will Anderson could be like 13. So do you overreaction or reality? It's a no-brainer to predict Myles Garrett will lead the league in sacks again. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, he's 3 sacks better on the betting line than anybody else. After him is Aiden Hutchinson at 12.5 and Myles Garrett 15.5.
Where's Micah? Where's Michael Parsons?
Michael Parsons is actually 11.5 despite what we know about when he's going to return from injury. Alec? It goes to you then. Overreaction or reality, it is a no-brainer to predict Myles Garrett will lead the league in sacks again.
Reality, how many he had last year compared to his projected line in Vegas right now is just absurd to think about.
Right.
That one human is possible of recording that many stats in one season. And, hey, didn't know if you knew this. He's on a lot better of a football team now where he's going to have a lot better players surrounding him that can hopefully open some things up for him. If you're Myles Garrett, you are jumping for joy that you are not one of... It was a good defense in Cleveland, don't get me wrong, but you have a better offense. You have a better overall coach team. All the circumstances point towards him being even better, which is terrifying.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I appreciate that. I will fire up some more NFL overreaction or reality tomorrow as well. I want to point out that people demanded it. And it will be every day this week. We've gotten some overreaction or reality.
Who demanded that?
The people.
I was also part of the people.
You are part of the people. If you can give me cut number 8, I want to give you a couple of stars, quick hits before we get into our next discussion.
20, for their last 52. Wheel around shot. Robertson off the drop from Johnston. The Dallas Stars pouring it on.
I wanted to see what you thought about this quote from Jason Robertson. He was asked the presser yesterday if he thinks he'll be a Dallas Star for a long time. Quote.
Easiest answer you'll ever have to give.
I'm just happy to start the season in Dallas right now. I was pretty much planning to.
Oh, my God.
They had my rights. Now I can focus on this season and have a good summer.
I hate.
That is not the most optimistic answer I've ever heard.
You're lying, right?
Nope.
Read that again.
All right.
Hold on. I want you to do me a favor.
All right.
We're going to count the moments when he bailed on this question.
At least 3.
Okay.
But let's see. Jason Robertson, do you think you'll be a Dallas Star for a long time? Quote, I'm just happy to start the season.
Right there. I'm just happy. That you start it with, this is the greatest thing ever. All right, go ahead. Next year. So that's 1.
I'm just happy to start the season in Dallas
2,
right now.
3.
I was pretty much planning to.
4.
They had my rights.
5.
Now I can focus on this season and have a good summer.
6, 7. That's
Does he
7.
mean good summer like the summer we're in, or the next summer where he'll now be unrestricted?
He still considers summer. Yeah, man. Maybe he means both. But he's probably still considering summer. Like, when do they start their, getting ready and everything? So he's probably not there yet. But yeah, dude, that was 7 at least in my mind. You said 3, and I'm telling you, there's so many moments where he was like, "I'm not answering this question the way you want."
Now, one positive: the Stars are a minus 450 to make the playoffs.
Are you in love with her? And you're like, she is so nice. And you're like, but are you in love with her? And they're like, she made dinner the other night, and it had so many flavors. And then, but are you in love with her?
Similar conversation about that one.
She has a stable job. Are you in love with her? And
she is a good adult.
Stop answering the question.
The Stars are a minus 450, which puts them at 81.82% to make the playoffs. That is the 7th best odds in all of the NHL, behind Colorado, Carolina, Edmonton, Florida, Vegas, and Minnesota.
I know we asked Robert Tiffin yesterday, Kevin. You asked the question. I was thinking the question. With the group that they have right now coming back, do you have any different hopes for this team based on what you know about them?
One of his answers I thought was spot on, and it feels like the pivot to me is what's Ottinger going to do? Because Ottinger gets back to the best version of Ottinger, then yeah, that changes a lot of my opinions about this team. But if he kind of meanders along, or he's really good in stretches in the regular season and okay in the playoffs, then it just feels like you're going to end up in the exact same place, right?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely, dude. And now, maybe the team has maybe Mikko Rantanen being healthy is the difference, right? At playoff time, and maybe not playing in the Olympics will be the difference for something like that. But you're right, man. You need a sterling performance from your netminder this year to remind everybody of who he is, rather than just being like, you know what, I'm uncertain of what I am as an NHL player now.
All right, we have a couple of different ways we can go. The law or rule, you don't understand, the World Cup and tomatoes, or the Mavericks.
Alec, I'm going to let you choose here. Do you want the World Cup and tomatoes or the Mavericks? Because the rule that you don't understand,
we need more time.
I think we can hold on to that one.
All right.
I am intrigued by the concept of tomatoes.
All right.
You like tomatoes?
Yeah, they're cool.
You don't like tomatoes, I presume.
Really.
Cooked?
No.
Spaghetti?
Yes. In sauce form, I think tomatoes are great. Otherwise,
they're doctored up with salt
and
whatever else goes in it.
Yeah, or they carry my pizza topping.
They're a vessel?
Pizza is so good.
Sure.
Pizza is the top 3 thing in the world.
Cosign. Agreed.
Maybe number 1.
Okay. Does that include like freedom and stuff like that?
Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that.
Okay.
Still top 3.
I was going to say, I would put freedom ahead of pizza, but pizza's really good.
Think about this. I love hamburgers.
Sure. You know
make
what?
me a hamburger pizza that is really good, not that like that one that I tried. Ugh.
If you have the time, I would really love Corey's top 5 of things that exist in the world.
Right now?
No, I mean, if you could tell me on the fly.
Pizza.
Oh, think about it.
Okay.
I'll tell you the tomato story in soccer. Think about it. This is a weird thing I just said. All right.
I don't know why that should belong on Masterpiece.
Let me tell you that tomato story. For the MLS, they're already seeing massive increases from the World Cup. So they have multiple teams that have told Front Office Sports that they have seen ticket increases of more than 150%. Throughout and since the World Cup. So the MLS is obviously going to have to take advantage of this because, look, I love FC Dallas. I really enjoy the MLS, but there is a lot of room for growth for them. So they need to take advantage of this. Now, I don't remember this at all. So Fabian Ruiz was one of the players that went back to their hometown after helping Spain win the World Cup for the second time. And this was a tradition that this city started in 2010. It's, Los Palacios y Villafranca. And not only were they just celebrating, but the players had to step on a scale. And whatever they weighed, they got their weight in tomatoes.
Awesome.
How long does a tomato keep?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Because what about those people that weigh less? And now they're looking at you and they're like, I wish I had more tomatoes.
Would you binge a little bit in the lead up?
Yeah,
so you
absolutely.
Can get 5 more pounds of tomatoes or whatever?
Dude, I'd shove weights I'd fill my pockets with sand or bags of water, as we discussed earlier. Yeah, dude. No, that's really cool. Now, what are they doing with tomatoes? You know, are they using this to throw at people?
The only information I have is they posed with them in boxes.
Cool. Remember, was it the Bulls on Parade thing?
Yeah.
Running with the Bulls at the end of it, you have a big tomato fest?
Yeah.
Where you throw tomatoes at everybody and everybody just squeezes tomatoes on each other and you're kind of wasting some pasta sauce right there.
True.
Or lasagna sauce, as Choppy would call it.
Well, Fabian Ruiz weighed in at 185 pounds and Gavi weighed in at 150 pounds. So he got 35 pounds fewer or less of tomatoes.
That sucks.
But still, I don't remember
it doesn't sound like he's going to need that many tomatoes anyway because he's a fit guy.
That population of that city or that town was 35,000 people. But they were able to get all these tomatoes ready to roll, and this was a tradition that I did not know about, but I think it is super duper neat.
You know, Kevin, my grandpa, when he was a kid, there would be this guy. He would drive up, and he would always ask my grandpa to count the tomatoes in his truck. And so he would sit there and count all the tomatoes, and then as soon as he counted them, he'd collect his, 75 cents or whatever?
Yeah.
And then he'd run a mile down the road and sit next to the guy that was at the end of the road, and he'd be like, whenever he saw the truck come up, he'd go, I bet I can tell you how many tomatoes are in that truck.
Oh, smart.
And then he'd make an extra 75 cents every day.
Which is probably a lot then.
It's a hustler, baby.
Right. What year was this ish?
The 20s.
Oh, man, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I got my list if you want it, by the way.
Oh, yes, please.
All right, list of greatest things in the world. And this is just kind of on the fly. Not in any particular order. All right. Pizza.
Okay.
Waking up fully rested.
Okay.
If you've ever woken up fully rested, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Freedom, because Kevin suggested it, and I feel like that was a pretty good one.
Right.
Financial security.
Okay.
Tologo. Or sweet love.
Okay.
Well, you know. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I definitely
He's nuts.
Okay.
You said that to Stephen Jones.
Yeah.
We're about to talk to him next week, maybe.
Well, he did not answer my question legitimately. So
he said, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I did not believe him.
You read the quote.
Look, man.
And the Cowboys didn't call you and say, Steven's on the line waiting for you, sir.
I have definitely gotten that phone call before. Please hold for Stephen Jones. But
and hold on,
wasn't in that moment.
I want to know real quick, Kevin. in that conversation, did he say, never say that to me again?
No.
Or did y'all have a conversation?
No, yeah. Actually, we had a really great conversation. It felt like one of the more human conversations that we've ever had because he was like, I'm just trying to like look out and protect my family. And I was like, hey, I get you. But like I felt like this is a legitimate story and I don't ever want those stupid promos to be like, Jerry's pocket. Well, you can shut the hell up and why don't you show up at training camp? And so I just wanted to make that clear. We made both of our sides clear as grown-ass men, and we moved on.
I like it.
And he still comes on the show. Coming up next. Do you remember that show, Growing Pains?
I do.
You remember Mike Seaver's best friend?
Hold on, Kevin. Hold on. Let me tease this real quick. It is the C Block where we will discuss our trip next week to training camp. But I also have a story that includes innuendo. Next on The Fan.
Guaranteed.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I believe we are in for an interesting, dare I say, captivating edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate the idea that you think that I'm a captivating talker.
You are a captivating talker. I am somewhat nervous for you going into this specific segment.
So here's also... All right, so I have a funny story. I also have some Cowboys content. And Cowboys content that is actually like related to us a lot.
Right.
So there's a lot of texting that I kind of need to have the conversation. So do y'all want the funny story first, or do you want me to save that to the end and do the Cowboys stuff first? What is y'all? I actually should have asked y'all this in the break.
I want the funny story first because I know the story, and the story I thought was effing hilarious.
If we do it first, I don't know if we're going to recover for the Cowboys stuff.
You do make a quality point.
Okay. I'm about to tell you a story on live radio. When you hear part of it, I have to alert you, it is innuendo. Okay?
Innuendo.
Nope. No, stop that.
Sorry.
Get me in trouble here.
That's a word.
So just so you understand, it's not something bad, but definitely have to preface this with there is innuendo in this story. Tolos, do you understand? I'll wait.
Yes.
Okay.
Corey, we do.
All right. So my son is getting ready to celebrate his 4th month anniversary. Our boss is holding a mini version of himself outside of the window for the story.
There is pressure on this story.
My son is he's about to have his 4-month anniversary with his girlfriend. They are in love.
That's nice.
It is very cute. He's known her. They're best friends. He's known her since they were in kindergarten, and just one day they decided they liked each other.
Man, what'd you think about our buddy Cody at the Rangers game, just crushing the idea of young love?
He did.
He was like, that's great. It's going to suck when they break up. And you're like, oh, man, I mean, probably, but geez.
Yeah, because we took her on a family vacation. He was like, I did the same thing, and then I never talked to my family again. And I was like, oh, my gosh.
Jeez.
So.
That was a good story.
Again, this story that I'm about to tell on live radio has innuendo in it. Again, last night we were taking her home. So me and Adrian and Carter and her got into the truck, drove home, or drove to her house and pulled up. And then Carter got out to walk her to the door, as a gentleman should do. Very sweet. And then she unlocked the door and he went inside the house, and I was like, what is happening right now? And I said, Adrian, why is he going in the house? And Adrian looked at me and said, he has to spray his boner with her perfume. At which point I said, what the F did you just say? And she looked at me like I was a crazy man and said, his stuffed animal is named Boner, and he sprays it with perfume so that he can sleep with it at night.
What the hell? I really didn't know if you were going to say the name or not. I think you reacted appropriately. That's a weird thing. So for your wife to just play it off like, don't worry about it.
So his stuffed animal's name is that.
He's a big Growing Pains fan, I assume. Mike's best friend also had that name on the show.
So how would you have reacted if you were a father whose wife just casually threw that out there?
And it feels like she's just like, fine.
She could have said his stuffed animal.
She did that on purpose.
I don't know.
Yeah, you do.
So at this point, I that's when I start laughing because I love a good bit. All right, I love a good bit, and I'm laughing so hard, and she's laughing so hard because I think she acted, Kevin, like she just realized what was happening. You know, like she acted like it, and I'm laughing so hard. She's laughing harder than comes. By the way, so we're laughing. They walk outside, and
both of them,
and they kiss.
Oh,
and Adrian goes, honk the horn. So I did. At which point,
what the hell?
I would have never kissed my girlfriend in front of my parents while they're waiting in the car. And then he jumps and sprints to the car with his stuffed animal
intact.
And he gets in the truck, and we're still laughing. And he goes, why are y'all laughing so hard? And we're like, it's just an inside joke. It's funny. But we were stupid 15-year-old kids and couldn't stop laughing. So he goes, seriously, what's so funny? And we told him. And at that point, he just smiled real big and laughed and was like, that is pretty funny. And then we laughed all the way on the ride home.
I'm sure he realized it before that. But that first moment where your kid laughs at something that you laugh at and you have to come to the realization that they know the thing and you're like, oh crap, why did you just laugh at that?
So anyway, what do you name your stuffed animals?
Shower.
So,
you hear what he said?
Do you do you ever lay down, Kevin, at night when Jess is out of town and smell the pillow and think of her?
No.
Oh,
I'm just not. I'm just not that type of person.
We're going to work on your sensitivity.
She is lovely. I'm just not that person.
Do you know what she smells like? Do you know her perfume?
No.
I will say this: that perfume was very sweet smelling. It was a little too much. They sprayed too much on there.
Yeah.
But you don't know her perfume? If you had to buy her perfume for...
She doesn't wear perfume a lot.
Oh, really?
Maybe I'm going to go home and she's like, yes, I do. And I'm like, oh, my bad.
So there you go. That was that story. Now on to Cowboys content. One boss told me not to do it. The other boss.
Oh.
And he said, go ask the other guy. And the other guy was like, all right.
Oh, I thought both gave the thumbs
Here's
up.
how you have to do it if you're going to. And I said, okay. So I played by the rules. I think we should be okay. Training camp we're going to be there on Sunday.
Yep.
So we'll start doing our stuff. Like, keep your eye on the social medias. We will actually have stuff popping up on Sunday because we're 105.3 The Fan. We're always first. Especially when it comes to your favorite local sports teams. Kevin and I will be out there. Broadus is flying out there with us as well.
Correct.
And we're very happy to be there on Monday, too, and then get everything started for all the actions going to be happening. Tuesday's the press conference, Kevin. We'll be having some guests on from the Cowboys on Wednesday, and the action on Monday. Just be prepared for Monday because it's going to be awesome. Yes. I think the content on Monday...
We already have multiple guests.
Some of my favorite people when it comes to the Cowboys on Monday. So be ready for it. So we'll be out there for it. And thanks to On Time Experts, Heating, Air, and Plumbing, they crushed whenever I needed them in an emergency. And they're taking care of us as we head out there.
I got a whole new HVAC system from them.
So Tolos, I'd like to ask, I'm going to start with this one. What is it from training camp you really want to accomplish? Now, Kevin... Usually, and I had this already in my notes, it's funny. Usually, it's just be healthy. Like
yes.
A lot of times, you're just like, just be healthy. But I think the thing I really want to see, there are two things that I want to see the most from our training camp. I want to see that the linebackers have a complete, true grasp of their duties. Like, just, they know everything. So a lot of times when we'll go out there and watch, we'll be watching. It feels like you just end up watching the receivers and the cornerbacks, and you just watch that because it's fun. Like, that's the thing that's the most fun. But I think that on a daily basis during practices, Kevin, I'm going to be locked in on what are these linebackers adjusting to. How are they moving around? Who's where on these rotations?
While you're doing that, I will be doing the exact same thing for the cornerbacks.
Okay.
I really want to know more about what the other outside rotation looks like opposite Bland. What are they doing when Bland is not necessarily out there to start? Is Caleb really nickel, or do they move him around more?
Well, you do me a favor then, since that's what you're going to be focused on, and that was my second note, was I want to see the communication post-play.
Yeah.
So after plays, who's going up between the safeties and corners and talking to who?
You're right.
And is it Caleb Downs walking up to a Deron Bland and he's working something out? Is it Jalen Thompson saying you got to be doing these things? Or is it vice versa? Or is it Christian Parker bringing the group together? So if you can do that for me, like that note is going to be those two things are going to depict to me from our week out there of what we're really going to see in the season from this team. Because this morning, Sean and RJ were kind of talking about where things look at certain stages. And I go back to what Christian Parker said before. Look, guys, right now, we just started orientation. By the end of this mini camp, we need to be through our freshman year. By the end of this, we need to have graduated. By the end of training camp, we need to already have a master's in this thing. So, like, how fast can they progress in their communication and what their duties and roles are supposed to be? Second question, and this is to the Tolos out there. What players do you want to hear from for us? Because this is always kind of a thing. I know who I want to talk to, and I have 1,000% faith that Kevin and I will deliver a funny or good or informative, whatever it is, the interview is going to be good. We find a way to make the interview good. But who do you want to hear from, Tolos, that you're like, that's somebody that I want to know this about him? Here's my list right now. Caleb Downs for sure. I have questions about him, but in his interviewing skills, we'll see.
Sure.
Maybe he's great. We don't know. Jalen Thompson, I want to crack that skull open and be like, hey, dude, like, not literally.
You probably shouldn't pitch it to Bront like that, or else it might not work.
No, I just want to peek inside of the brain and be like, all right, when you signed here, why was it important? Like, what is Christian Parker? How does that matter to you? All those things, and how are you going to look at this thing this year? Javonte is somebody I really want to talk to, too. I wanted to talk to him last year and never really got that opportunity to. It was more of the. I
would like to talk to him.
Yeah, I kept thinking he was going to serve a big role on this team last year, and then he did. So that was good. And then Tyler Booker, because I just think Tyler Booker is a fantastic interview. He's entertaining. He's fun. So I think just chatting with a dude like that. Kevin, I know you dropped Malachi Lawrence. Somebody texted in moments ago, and they said they met Malachi Lawrence today.
Yeah.
And they're like, he's my favorite Cowboy now. Like, the dude was so nice. He was awesome. And I said, should we interview him? They said, absolutely. You pointed that out. They may have helped us out. And then Easy. Easy's one of those guys, too, because coming off the hip surgery, having to kind of change positions a little bit. There's definitely a lot going on there.
Rashawn Gary. Another one. I could end up being so.
That might be a good leadership conversation too. Like, hey, this captaincy thing and leadership. How do you feel? What's important when it comes to that?
And I could end up being really wrong about this, but it feels like everyone kind of wrote him off and thought the Cowboys were stupid for making that trade and that he's not got a whole lot of value. And I just don't know if that's how it's going to play out.
You want to challenge him with that question too and see how he responds.
A little bit.
And because if he gets heated about it, not towards you, but heated in general.
I kind of want that.
I kind of do too. I want him to be like, dude, that's one of my biggest motivating factors, by the way. And then he tells us this little story about how he wrote it on a Post-it note. And he stuck it inside of his helmet, and he looks at it every time he goes out to play. And you're like,
awesome.
Oh my gosh. Or maybe we tell him that story. And then he's like, that's a great idea. Should I laminate it? And we're like, we'll help you laminate it. And he's like, come on, best friends. And then we go run off and do stuff together.
I mean, that would be great. I don't know how much people think about lamination, let alone the rest of that story.
Have you ever used a laminating machine, though?
Yes.
They're so good.
We have a laminating machine at our house because my wife is a teacher, and that is a must. We have had multiple laminating machines at the house, which I did not know a thing any human had.
How many cards have you laminated? How many one-of-ones?
I definitely don't do that.
Why not? It keeps it in perfect condition.
And just write Kevin and then 9 on there. That's my grading.
I have a whole other set of questions, Kevin. Guess what?
What?
Tomorrow's Friday, the last day before we head out. I'll ask those tomorrow. This has been the C Block. Thank you so much, Tolos, for being in on my innuendo story.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I really do want to have some fun with this topic today. What law or rule do you really not understand? Plus, a couple more notes for FC Dallas and the Mavs. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ball into Cooper with 46 points. A three would tie it. That's what he takes. Are you kidding me? He's got 49, and he is on a heater.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A lot of people have a lot of thoughts. What law or rule do you not really understand? We will get to that in just 1 second, but a couple of other notes for you. Fernando Mendoza did in fact sign his rookie deal before training camp. 4 years, $57.27 million fully guaranteed with the fifth-year option. In the world of other football, the FC Dallas has signed 15-year-old Benjamin Flowers to a professional contract. He joined the FC Dallas Academy in 2021. He is the youngest player to ever sign a pro deal with FC Dallas. So the 15-year-old forward signed a homegrown contract, the organization announced today. And then
congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely. That's super cool. And then I just wanted to see real quick, I think this grade's maybe a little low. ESPN gave the Dallas Mavericks a B- for the offseason. Said loaded up on big forwards with Cooper Flagg, PJ Washington, then Aldama, Risache, Morris Johnson Jr. They have a glut in the front court where Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively are there, as well as is Moussa Cisse, but little backcourt depth remains, which makes Kyrie Irving's return from ACL tear even more important this next season.
Okay, but it's a return from ACL tear that's a year in the making.
Sure.
You know, like,
he's been off for a while.
Yeah. Now, again, I have no clue how his body's going to respond, and I think he understands his body when it comes to what it takes to be an NBA player.
Right.
But I'm not necessarily like, oh my gosh, is it going to hold up because of how long he has been off for it. But they are right about there are some question marks, and it's going to be a lot on his plate there. And Kevin, they didn't add a name that you were just like, oh my gosh.
Right.
And so I can understand the B, maybe, but B+ would probably be where I am, less than B-. So
okay,
I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think I would probably be
and you
over.
have Cooper Flagg, so
yeah, I think I would be at B+ as well. And then somebody pointed out that Cooper Flagg and his family are going to take on Barstool Sports on Family Feud tonight. I know Jess had mentioned that because she loves Family Feud, and I was like, is Cooper going to be on this one? And
is Coach K going to be on it?
Oh, I would
John Cryer?
Guess not. That is John Shire. Probably not him or John Cryer.
Oh.
But we move into something that Corey had brought up, and it has led to all kinds of thoughts and feedback. 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. What law or rule do you not really understand? From the 405, all of the rules about how to use a traffic circle. Now, I feel that same way, or have felt that same way, but I've started to get more confidence in the traffic circle. Do I still get nervous?
The roundabouts?
Yeah, the roundabout. Do I still get nervous when a car wants to get in to the traffic circle and I'm already in there and I know I have the right of way, but I'm like, do they know I have the right of way? I do still get a little nervous at that.
I think actually that might be more effective. I wonder if there's less accidents at roundabouts than there are intersections because of that.
I don't know.
Because people
Texas
don't quite understand it, so they're more cautious about it rather than going up to an intersection and just being, it's my right of way, dude.
Right.
But I think people pull up to roundabouts and they're like, I don't know what to do. Here's what you do. You look left. And if nobody's coming from the left, then you go and you're safe. And then you get out of there. Don't drive around in a circle.
Right.
You're driving to a destination, not around in a circle for an hour, all right? But
if you have no destination, I guess you could.
I understand where you're coming from, Kevin. You mind if I throw one out there?
Please.
I don't understand, and specifically right now, 75 north, they have an expressway lane. There are no meters on this expressway lane at the moment. It is just an extra lane with 2 lines that used to be an HOV. Is it still an HOV lane?
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know the answer, and quite honestly, I won't look up the answer so I can plead ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
But every time I get into this lane, I'm like, this is just the fast lane. Because the right lane is a slow lane, enter and exit. The next lane over is the other slow lane. The middle one is the cruise lane. And now the fast lane has become the, I think I'm driving fast, but not fast enough to be in the express lane.
Yeah.
And so the people that really want to go fast, they get in that express lane because there's no fee at the moment and there's less people in that. So, but I don't know exactly what that lane is right now.
Okay. That is a good question for sure.
Thank you.
From the 817, I really don't understand squatters' rights.
I don't either.
I'm with you on that.
I think if you break into the house, you can squat on their property.
Yeah.
And now it's yours.
See, I need to learn more about that, but I do think it is an insane idea that if you have just been staying somewhere that's not yours, that you somehow have a right to it. That is a very bizarre thought to me. Somebody said property taxes from the 214. Specifically, why in the world would you have property taxes after you outright own your own property? That's asinine.
I agree. Taxation is theft and all that stuff.
Welcome.
But it does feel like once you're no longer paying for it. But I think that the city is saying, well, it's still our land.
Right.
You are paying to the community. That's what that kind of... I'm assuming you're paying to the community. You're helping us take care of the school systems, even if you don't have kids. How many people live in a neighborhood, they don't have kids, but they're still paying taxes that go to the school systems? That's one of the things I liked about Plano when I moved out there, and I don't know where it is now, but the mass majority of my tax money does go to the school system.
Now, I'm going to go to Alec. I'm going to go to you in just one second, but I want to read one more from the 817. In what language does yield mean go, MFer? All right. Now, it's interesting because I agree with that, but I also think people take it too far the other way. You do not need to stop at a yield if there is nobody coming. Yield means you stop or slow down if there is somebody coming from the other direction, or you're trying to merge, I guess, into that direction is the better descriptor of it. If there is, they take precedent and you yield the right of way to them. If they're not and you stop, you suck at driving and you are problematic. So I agree on both sides of the yield there. Alec, is there a law or just general rule that you don't understand or you think people perhaps do not understand?
Mine is twofold that I just don't understand the reasoning. Why do you need a license to fish after you're 17? One, why is 17 the marker where you say, okay, you need to go pay us for you to go catch a fish, even if you're just doing catch and release? Two, there's no test. There's no exam. There's no verification process that you know what you're doing. You just go, you show your driver's license, you pay money, and you have a fishing license. It's not like a driver's license or a motorcycle license or a boating license where you have to pass a test or something. It's literally just give us money and you can fish. Now, if you just at any body of water charged me, and said, hey, it's $5 to fish here. Cool. Okay, I get it. You're trying to make some money off of me potentially making some money off of you. But I need a piece of paper that says I can do this with no prior knowledge?
I do have some reasons that might help on why licenses matter, okay?
Okay.
Because I'm with you. What is it? Because I'm just going to fish and, catch, 8 fish or so, and I'm happy. I had a fun time. My kids, they're not catching fish to feed their families on a daily basis. Fish stocking money from licenses to buy fish raised in hatcheries. State agencies release these fish into lakes so people can fish more. Habitat protection, and because they help fix damaged shorelines and clean up and stuff like that. Science and rules, and then law enforcement obviously is part of that. But yeah, it's some of the reasons. That money that you pay that license for is supposed to help keep the population of it going.
Okay.
That helps.
Well, what'd you say about taxation though?
So, you know what? I was going to throw one out there. It's not taxation, but people's general misunderstanding about a grace limit or a grace with the speed limit. That is not a thing that cops have to enforce. Like, if a cop says you're going 50 in a 45, I'm not going to pull you over, that's one thing. But you can't argue, no, it's 10% or whatever you think the grace is. That's not a law.
Yeah.
The speed limit is the speed limit. Now, hopefully, cops are just cool like that. And you shouldn't get pulled over for going 72 in a 70. But that is not going to fly in court if that is your argument against the cop who pulled you over with that.
Alec, you could also, I got my fishing license when I was in Galveston on an app.
Oh, that was fancy.
That was pretty dope.
It's called Plenty of Fish.
So they needed.
That's a dating app.
My money went to the. You think Alec's going to that one?
I don't know what each app does
What
anymore.
app are you going to?
None.
You didn't have to.
I know Hinge was popular
The app
for a
comes
while.
That's probably the most popular right
Okay.
now. I hear about it the most, but I could be wrong.
The app just comes to Alec, you know?
Oh,
You don't
I
even
wish.
You don't even
That's
have to
right.
search anymore.
Yeah.
Life would be easy.
I heard Alec just uses it for the weather. You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
There's
That's a music joke. Kind of. All right. The other
registration on your car.
See,
why do I have to register it every year?
And they lied to us about that, by the way.
Because they use them money for the
Texas
streets.
deceived us when they were like, from now on, you're only going to need one sticker. I guess you know what you did.
You still have to get it.
Yeah, you still have to go get your car inspected. And I know they're going to be like, well, we didn't say you didn't. We said you just needed one sticker. And if I could look at all of Texas and the government, I would be like, you know what you did. You led us to believe that it was going to be a one-stop, easy process, and you still have to do all of the other things. The other thing is freedom of speech. Not to get into the weeds too much here, but people claim freedom of speech for everything. And I'm like, you do realize, again, that freedom of speech just means the government won't jail you for what you've said, as long as it doesn't actively put anybody in danger. It does not mean that there are no consequences to what you say.
Yeah, and now that you can hear us on Sirius XM, we get to cuss.
That's the same thing. That's what I hope.
Freedom of speech.
Is that, it would be, instead of Free Fun Friday, it would be Free Different F Word Friday.
Yeah,
but we have been informed.
There's an SNL skit about that.
That you should watch it, Jingleheimer Junction. But we have been informed that is not the way that us being on satellite radio is going to work whatsoever.
And Kevin, freedom of speech also is part of freedom, which is one of the top 5 things in the world from my list. Pizza, sweet love, waking up fully rested, freedom, and financial security. Those are the 5 best.
I like it. From the 512, I don't understand having to wear a seatbelt. I understand it's safer to wear, but doesn't it just make it unsafe mainly for you and not really everybody else? There is a scenario in which it could make it unsafe for someone else, but yes, I feel the same way. However, as somebody who has been ticketed for that, I now follow that law religiously.
Do you want to be the one having to clean it up?
No.
And that dude flies through the windshield?
No, but if it was me,
seatbelt?
then I would have to clean it up.
Again, it's not about you.
Because I would have been dead.
You're dead.
In that scenario.
You're dead.
From the...
Like that time Pete Delkus was pointing to the TV or the monitor, and he was like, it's 101,000 degrees in McKinney right now. Everybody in McKinney's dead. I was like, what?
From the 214, I do not understand why the HOA has so much power over my house and property.
I've never lived in an HOA. I've always avoided areas that have HOAs.
If you want a trip, though, try to run to get on the HOA and eventually move up, you can make like so many decisions that are outsized for the amount of power you should actually have.
See, that's the thing. I've as a matter of fact, there were 2 homes that Adrian and I looked at, and there was an HOA, and I was just like, they said like, oh, by the way, HOA says you have to do this, and I was like, I'm out. I'm going to go somewhere else. I will look at a different home. This is my property.
Right.
I bought this property.
Right.
You don't own me.
I thought the HOA at my first house,
pay my mortgage.
Exactly, was a scam because like they didn't really announce when they had meetings, and the payments were sent to like, I don't know, some company over by a strip mall. And I was like, hold on.
What do you have to do? Like, do you sign paperwork when you're signing the mortgage for everything to say, yes, I agree to the HOA?
Usually included in the contract.
That stinks. I would redact it. And be like, I don't agree to this part. And then whenever the people come to me, I'll go, oh, see, I never agreed to this. I even initialed right next to my redaction, and be like, y'all can have a great day. Enjoy your lives with your group of friends.
I have to admit, I've never been in a scenario.
What are they going to do?
Where someone actively redacted something from a document, and they're like, so are we still doing this?
Yeah, what are they going to do if I redacted it and signed the paperwork and was like, it's redacted though, initials please? And then they're like, well, you still live here. What are you going to do about it?
By the way, we probably should explain the satellite radio thing so people don't panic. We're not leaving the station.
No, we're here too.
The station is now also going to be featured as a channel on satellite radio.
Variety of platforms, the Odyssey app, iHeart. There's lots of different areas you can find our show, our podcasts.
Yes.
And be able to listen to the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And, by the way, with Sirius, the Rangers and Cowboys.
Damn right. And then finally from the 972, why can men go topless but women cannot? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Because we're hornballs.
You know what? Or when did we decide the butt was going to be like a sexual part of the body?
When we looked at it.
Okay.
That was the moment it happened. We were just like, I like.
I would like you to go back into history for that first moment. Caveman like.
Most everything, dude.
Coming up, jeez Louise. Coming up next.
The chair, the toilet.
Oh, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
That have notched the save. His first pitch to Osuna, slow ground ball, right side. Mydroth charges, has it on the run, fires to first, and that'll do it. The White Sox hold on and defeat the Rangers here tonight by the final score of 4-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Pretty dang good, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing very well indeed. We were just having this conversation after sports things, of course, first. But is there a general law or rule that you just don't really understand? Because it's taken me a long time to get on board with the roundabout. I realize it's better for traffic flow. It's just taken me a while to really understand it.
Oh, to like how to execute the proper...
and who has the right of way and all of that. And,
and if you're on the inside. Yeah, there is some confusion. And anytime there is a bit of a hiccup and I'm involved, I'm not sure. Was that my fault? Right. Or was that the other dude's fault?
Right.
So Eric just drives through the middle of the circle, just straight across. Screw this.
Jump it like Evel Knievel.
Move out of my way.
And the other one we brought up is because we've all heard people who are like, well, I mean, they're not going to pull you over. It's a 75 and a 70. You get a 10%. You're like, that's an opinion. Like that is not part of law. It's the speed limit.
It's the unwritten rule.
Yeah. So like somebody texted in that a judge will get annoyed if that's what you put in front of them, and I could see that. But just people should probably know that that's not the law. You can't go, well, I was only over 5%. And they're like, here's your ticket. Have a nice day.
Yeah, especially at the end of the month, man.
Got those
with the quota situation.
Is quota a thing?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
I've never known
that rule. But that's a law I don't understand.
It's a law I hate.
You do notice towards the end of the month a lot more.
I do like how those roundabouts ease congestion.
Yes.
You know, you get flowing through some high congestion areas pretty good. We got one in Sunnyvale, and it's nice.
Skip told me to ask you about the one in Sunnyvale. As a matter of fact,
well, I mean, it's kind of annoying that they've spent so much money on a water feature that comes up from it. That's when made me think of Evil Knievel.
That's a fancy thing I've heard.
It's a Caesar Palace thing.
It's landscape. They're doing a lot there.
Yeah.
But I think for me, the one has all, and I figured it out recently. It's for insurance reasons. But like seatbelt laws, laws that are putting my life in danger. I think I should be free, to do these kind of things like jaywalking.
Agreed.
If I get myself hit by a car, that's my bad.
Yeah.
But I want to get across the street right now on a road from taxpayer dollars that I helped contribute to. Can I please just use it how I would like as a free American?
Before my kids were born, the only reason I wore my seatbelt is because I got a ticket for not wearing my seatbelt. That was it. Now I feel like my wife would hate me even after I was dead if I died because I wasn't wearing my seatbelt. Yeah. Oh, I got not peer pressured. I got money pressured into it. I don't want to get another seatbelt ticket.
I thought we all did it just because the annoying beep sound.
Oh, that's exactly what.
Do you think they put that in all cars now to be like, this is how we're going to wear it?
Oh, for sure, definitely.
Mine's relentless. It never stops. You used to be able to go a couple minutes and then it would be like, all right, I give up. And now it's like, no, I'm going until you put this thing on or put it in park.
Is it a Toyota?
It is a Toyota.
Yeah, dude, Toyota's the one.
Yeah, and I don't know, is there a way to turn it off?
I'm sure there is.
To disable it.
But they shouldn't do that if your car is still in park, right? Like there's been times where my wife put Noah in the car and I was like ready to go. And I may or may not have moved the car into drive with my foot on the brake. So by the time she sits in the seat and closes the door, it's like, boom.
Oh, immediately.
And I just look at her and I was like, you need to put your seatbelt on.
The late great NFL reporter, the professor John Clayton.
Yes.
Hated seatbelts so much that he just lived with the incessant dinging.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you seen the people that will they go buy the seatbelt thing and they just put it in there so it just clips in.
I did not know
they'll cut
that
one
was
off
a
the
thing.
the other seatbelt and just stick that in there.
Wow.
So they don't have to wear it. As a matter of fact, I know a cop that's how he does it.
Man, I tell you what, I watched the show like Highball Highway, like in Driver's Ed, and people were like flying through the window. Yeah, Bill's an insurance
They're still
salesman.
showing those.
Bill's had way too much to drink, and then they show him flying through the windshield. I'm like, you know what? I'm kind of into that. If I have to buckle the seatbelt,
Wait, what does that mean? Hold on, what are you saying that you're into?
The buckling the seatbelts.
Oh, okay.
Not flying through the window.
That's what I thought you meant.
Yeah, I don't want to fly through the window like Bill. He had too much to drink.
Okay.
On old Highball Highway.
I didn't know if this was a situation like yesterday when Dawson said he married a man, and we all just had to be like, hold on.
I'm not sure how that happened. Heard it back on
listen to
G-Bag
it back,
today.
though?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
just skipped an important chunk of that story.
now, speaking of stories, obviously you should run whatever you like in G-Bag of the day. But did you hear Corey and his story about his son that really was something?
I'd have had the same reaction you did. Like, what are you talking about right now? What did you just say?
Yeah. If you haven't heard it, it was innuendo. This is definitely innuendo in the story.
Very innuendo.
Dropping off my kid's girlfriend. My kid gets out of the car, walks her to the door. The door opens. He walks inside. And I asked my wife, why is he going inside? And she said, he has to spray his boner with her perfume. And I said, what the F did you just say? And she said, his stuffed animal's name is Boner.
Oh. And Growing Pains fan.
And that was the moment that I was just like, oh my gosh. And then she I don't know, she acted like she didn't have a clue what that meant to me. And then she started laughing. And we laughed very hard. So that was a moment in time.
Super hard.
So he still has a stuffed animal and it's named Boner? Okay.
Yeah,
that's is there a name? What's the reason behind the name?
I don't know. I think because I know my son. I think it's simply so that he can say that. I think I have not asked him, but when he got back in the car, he was like, "Why are y'all laughing so hard?" We told him initially no, and then he got back and then he was like, "No, but seriously, why are y'all still laughing?" And we were like, "Well, here's why." And he goes, "Yeah, that is funny." And then he laughed all the way home with us. So he thought it was funny. I really, you know what? I'm going to ask him, and I'll report back tomorrow.
Did he bring the boner back with him, or did it stay?
Holy moly!
Yes, no, yeah, because he was going to sleep and wanted to make sure that the stuffed animal was there so he could smell the perfume while he slept. It helps him sleep better. So
I'm sure he does. Yeah.
How's he get his face all the way down there, though? Sorry. That was too much. Chief's so much better at subtly doing it.
Got some.
I just hit it with a sledgehammer.
Got some flexibility there.
I think he just flips.
It was a rib cage
into the
thing,
bed
wasn't
and
it?
sleeps at the foot of the bed like I do sometimes.
Oh,
It was a rib cage.
What?
Thing. Yeah, that one guy.
do you or your replacement show have coming up on the program?
A lot
today?
of great stuff. Will McClay was on with Crown Global Media with Broadus today, so we have some clips from that to get to. Jason Garrett from Sean and RJ. I'll play you those cuts coming up at 6. Joey Erickson locked on Stars at 4:20.
Oh, yes.
Talk about how they're looking, where they're heading, and everything that's relevant here right out of the gates in 5 minutes.
And hopefully things that are not. I think
Pure Gold is always things for
that.
us.
Yeah. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, we hope. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a full show Thursday. General at your service. Addies, there's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, and a beautiful Cowboys quarter zip. Fresh off an interview with Will McClay earlier today. We'll have highlights of that. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635, fixing to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your Nosebleed brothers. And, of course, I believe Austin Nix is out there coordinating your video. I saw the whole crew out there with Josh Clark and Aiden Butler. They were having a digital video content coordination party. But Austin, doing a hell of a job for you, for us. Salute. You can watch us on the Odyssey app, YouTube, and soon to be Sirius satellite radio. It's a back to 500 show for your Rangers. Bases loaded in the fourth. Diaz got one home, but also hit into a double play, limited the damage, and that was pretty much it. 4-2 the final. Just 7 base runners. Not patient enough. Not good enough. Perhaps missing Josh Young.
Perhaps. Hey, Cam Colley, first career home run. That's our guy. Do want to give him a G-Bag Nation round of applause. We love you. Thank you for that. But, they missed a golden opportunity there with the bases loaded, no outs, and they squandered it.
So off today and hosting the Mariners tomorrow. I guess the good news is this is a series at the Globe.
Yeah.
And
not in Seattle, which has been a terrible place for them.
It's been a house of horse, so hopefully you can take at least 2 or 3. Maybe get the sweep. I think there's day baseball on Monday.
It's a 4-game set.
It's a 4-game set.
It's a wraparound Monday.
Got a getaway day Monday, huh?
All right.
Getaway, boys.
I got a way to say that, Eric.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
You like a good wraparound.
He does.
More of a reach-around guy.
Reach-around guy, whatever you want to say.
Oh! Happy Thursday, boys.
Yeah.
Woo, I chose violence. Let's go.
I'm getting used to you wearing sunglasses on set, by the way.
You are?
Yeah, I really
Okay,
am.
good. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Down with it?
Down with it, yeah.
I think it'd throw me off if you didn't have the sunglasses on.
Yeah, it's starting to throw me off, too.
I didn't
Every
really
time
like looking at your eyes.
I wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, and I'm like, gosh, where's my shades?
It's a little bright.
Well, somehow the Rangers have found themselves back in first place. Half game ahead of these Mariners who dropped the last 2 games.
The incompetence of this division, man, it truly is incredible.
It'll be interesting to see if anybody can break out here over the last 55 games or so, but I don't think so. I think the Rangers are going to be in on this one way or another. Either they make the kind of trade deadline moves to make themselves a legitimately good team, or just around 500 will get the job done. So I'm starting to look forward to some playoff baseball at this point. And I guess the good news is Corey Seager hit off of a machine. He has worked 3 days in a row, and he has had some positive reports. And Evan Grant wrote today that they're looking at the 31st, which is next Friday. A Friday return for Corey Seager.
Wow.
And, we'll just keep our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
That the back doesn't get tweaked. Again, he even wrote that this would give them 3 games to play for other teams to have a look at him before the trade deadline on the 3rd.
Oh,
wow.
Nice nugget there.
Just going to slide that in there, huh?
And this is the entrenched beat writer of the Rangers. I mean, in order to write something like that, I feel like the team is open to it. Maybe Corey Seager himself is open to it.
Maybe Evan's also just fed up with Corey.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are, but maybe not to the extent that people that have worked with him on a daily basis. Just because how challenging his very unique personality can be. But he has missed 51 of the Rangers' 102 games. This will be the most games he has missed in a Rangers uniform, and it seems like a fitting time. I just wonder how aggressive they would be trying to move off of him. I think if you can get anything back just to clear that $31 million of payroll, I would love to see what they could do. A similar deal to what happened with Marcus Semien, where maybe you have to pick up part of the tab, but you get back a player who's going to be less injured, more consistent. I think that would be fantastic. But I remember when Josh Hamilton left, and they felt like their championship window closed when Josh Hamilton signed with the Angels, and maybe this championship window has already closed. I don't think it has to be the same, though. I think I don't think this is a for sure step back. I think this could be a move that would open up maybe a next chapter for this Texas Rangers. So, I think I said it 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm ready. I'm exhausted. I'm fatigued, and I'm ready for something new. Speaking of something new, the Buzzer app continues to be a big focus for the Rangers, and Angie Swint, who works for PR for the Rangers, we see her sometimes when we go out there and do shows.
She's the best.
She says DVR functionality should be added soon, so you can go back and rewind and stuff like that. They're doing everything they can to get on the Roku device, which apparently a ton of Rangers fans have, and the Buzzer's not on the Roku, so they're having to bring it up on their phone and then cast it to the television, which is sort of an extra step that people don't want to do. But maybe by mid-August, maybe early to mid-August, they'll have that Roku device all coded up and ready to rock. I guess some fans have requested a refund from Victory Plus, but have not got their money back yet, so they're asking Victory Plus to do right on that end. But this Victory operation, they're having a difficult time even paying their bills. So I don't think I'd be holding my breath on a refund.
No. I mean, I don't know all the ins and outs about it, but I'm sure if anything, it'll take some time.
Yeah, I'm just I'm thinking this Buzzer thing has a chance to be a new model. Just it's like, I don't know if you haven't checked it out yet, it's pretty cool. Like the other day, that's how I saw the Rangers lineup. It's like a social media feed, right? For the longest time, it's been a sports cable channel that tries to throw additional programming at you throughout the day in the form of high school sports or college sports or whatever it might be. Sometimes they get podcast type of things to fill out the day on Bally's or whatever. So it's kind of like that concept, but mixing in YouTube and Twitter at the same time. It's like YouTube plus Twitter plus your games. And I think with where consumer habits are right now, being so phone-oriented, being so social media-oriented, I think if you hate the idea of switching from Victory to Buzzer, I get it. I'm fatigued by that as well. Like, we can't get a good solution. But I think if you lean into this thing just a little bit, you'll be like, wow, this is kind of neat. And I'm hoping that Buzzer and similar platforms become the future of how we access our teams.
So you're watching the game on the app on your television, and then you're on the Buzzer app on your phone, basically?
Yes.
All at the same time?
Yeah, or you're just watching on your phone as... the next generation will. It's like YouTube plus Twitter, and then when the game is on, I imagine just going to the screen. And then at that point, I'm treating it just like I'm watching the cable channels app on my phone.
Okay, so it's not like during the game everybody's firing off whatever their version of a tweet is,
like
or something like that.
In a community.
In between games, you're talking about the team and stuff.
Yeah, and they want to aggregate as much social media content as possible. So throughout the day, you're watching maybe Skip was on a radio station or TV, and they recorded that interview, and that radio station or television channel has a Buzzer account, and they have uploaded their video just like they would to YouTube or just like they would to podcast. So you're checking your Buzzer app throughout the day for news information, because the Texas Rangers will already have an official Buzzer account, and if they have news there, they're hitting you with it. And then you're seeing the lineup, and you're seeing interviews, and you're seeing different press releases and stuff. So maybe it's ambitious to think that they could actually pull this off and thread the needle of aggregating all of this content and pulling people into one app throughout the day. But it's a cool concept, and I think it's a different media model that might be able to solve things. And the fact that it's in-house, right, essentially with Neil Liebman being one of the main investors, I think gives them some advantages on controlling costs.
It's pretty forward thinking.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool that they're doing that. I mean, because you're right, with everyone being on their phones, one, you can just kind of watch the game anywhere, but then eventually it could partner where we do a CY interview. Next thing you know, if I miss the CY interview, here it's uploaded there, right? Yeah. So it is. I mean, that's a pretty neat tool.
Okay, let's talk some football. Mike Elko at SEC Media Days. What did you learn from the playoff loss? He said that they just continue to take incremental steps to learning what it takes as a program to win in those moments, pointing to the idea that they had never been to the playoffs before. They did, lose to Miami. Brian was hilarious talking about this yesterday, but I would say it was an incredibly weird game with the wind, and you were up against a more physical team in a 40-mile-per-hour windstorm. You can't throw the ball. You're going to lose. It's turned into a tug of war in a windstorm.
Yeah, you went up against a team who probably had the best trench play going in Miami on the O-line and the D-line, NFL players all over it. And
I mean, they bullied Ohio State the next week, didn't they?
Yes,
Miami. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, Miami went on a heck of a run there. I think the big thing is just, hey, you're at home at Kyle Field, and
yes,
the other team is having to deal with it the same way you are. Miami was more built for a game that had some level of elements to it because they could actually pound the rock in a way that the Aggies just simply couldn't.
It is exciting that they made the playoffs, that they had one of their best years or their best year in program history, but I don't want to hear about incremental steps to learning what it takes.
No.
It didn't take Washington that. It didn't take Indiana that.
You
get
take
better
Boise
players.
State back when you're in the BCS, and they're beating teams. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. And I think that we forget because of how the playoff happened, but going into the Texas game, like Texas A&M's undefeated. They look like they're arguably the best team in the country. We're looking like, is this finally the Tech team that can actually do it? Marcel Reed, Heisman contender. Then they get smacked. They laid their two biggest eggs in the two biggest games.
Yeah.
There's something to be said about that.
We paid you $10.7 million a year. You should know what it takes.
Yeah, and you're getting five-star recruits. You're getting the best recruiting classes in the country. You've got all the money in the world. There's really no excuse for Texas A&M to not be a perennial team that is competing for a national championship like Alabama, like your LSU Tigers, like they say Texas does every single year. A&M should be one of those schools. Unfortunately, they always find a way to stub their toe, but they'll make excuses for it.
Yeah, I mean, their quarterback, Marcel Reed, was the leading rusher in that game for the Aggies. 15 carries, 27 yards.
Ouch.
They could not they could not run the ball.
Mixed messages from Tyreek Hill. Said in a short workout video, he has no power in his left leg right now. He was injured September 29th, so it's coming up on 10 months since his operation.
He's done, man.
Then he said his timeline is looking real good right now.
It's
know.
over. That injury looked so bad, and he's built on speed, and you could already see the play was declining just a smidge. I don't see how he's ever back, and even if he did get brought in, how he's ever close to the same player.
Paige Beckers returned, and she scored 21. Ogunbowale had 24. But another Jessica Shepard triple-double, 18, 15, and 10. So the Wings pull into the All-Star break after a win over Portland, 101-97 at 18-9. That is fourth in the West, but just 3.5 behind Minnesota. You also have Vegas and Golden State in there just ahead of them in the standings as the Lynx are getting back Nafisa Collier, one of the top players in WNBA basketball. But the Wings are a young team and a team coming together. I don't know. Maybe it's possible they could bridge the gap to the top. It has been an incredible year compared to last year. FC Dallas thought they had a winner from Musa late, but the Timbers equalized in stoppage time, 2-2 draw in their return to MLS action. They will visit San Diego on Saturday, L.A. middle of next week, and then they will be back home. And I wanted to send out a congratulations to 15-year-old FC Dallas international winger Benji Flowers. He signed with Chelsea, and he's going to go there when he turns 18. In the meantime, he is signing with the MLS first team and is going to play here. But Chelsea views Flowers as one of the brightest young talents in American soccer.
That way, boys. That's how we do it. That's how we improve the Team USA. Go on overseas. 18, get over there, boys.
All right, we got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Top 10 football coaches in movie history. Stumbled upon a new list today. What's your favorite next?
All right, I want to chat about the Frankels with you before we do anything else, though, because life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. Right there roadside, they can begin to advise you on what to do to make sure you make the full recovery, you Don't settle for less. These recoveries, can take 6 or 7 figures. I mean, if you think about it, the immediate damage to you and your vehicle, it can be quite significant. Then you look at pain and suffering for the rest of your life. Maybe that's on board. Maybe it went spinal or something, affected your lower extremities. How do you put a number on that kind of pain and inconvenience you could be dealing with? The Frankels know how. And if it's a tragic loss of life, then yes, absolutely. You want to have the Frankels on your side, because in moments of vulnerabilities, maybe you're under the influence of medications that are changing the way you think. Sometimes you just want to put it behind you and sign, whatever they're offering you, so you can get back to doing what you want to do and what you need to do. And it is in that moment right there that you end up settling for less. That's why you want the Frankels on your side. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online at frankelfirm.com. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
I like shorts that are pretty short.
What do kids want to wear back to school? We asked them.
I love wearing things that make me feel confident. Nike shoes, running shoes.
Academy is giving back to school back to kids with brands like Nike, Burlebo, and Adidas. Line up early on August 1st to score a promo card worth up to $100. Be one of the first 125 in line for a guaranteed promo card valued at $20 or more. No purchase necessary. Open to Texas residents 18 or older. See academy.com/official rules.
Moving? Get free electricity every night from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX for clean energy. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy. PUCT 10009.
Our 2026 Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour has been the best one yet. It's your chance to grab breakfast and a one-of-a-kind fan item. Where are we going to be tomorrow, RJ?
Sean, Little Elm is the place to be. Firehouse number 1, 88 West El Dorado Parkway. And we got a unique, one-of-a-kind item. I might just have to grab one. What do we have, Bobby?
Fan polo shirts to wear with pride to work or out and about, so you need to come out as we give these away while they last. Our Firehouse Tour is presented by Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Tolbert Garage Door.
We'll see you tomorrow morning at our Firehouse Tour in Little Elm with the Fan.
Grass-fed ribeyes.
Yes, chef.
Responsibly sourced salmon that was never frozen.
Yes, chef.
Restaurant quality steaks.
Yes, chef.
Organic chicken.
Yes, chef.
Wild-caught seafood.
Yes, chef.
At Sprouts, every cut is handpicked for flavor, freshness, and quality worthy of the chef at home. Even if your toughest critic still needs a booster seat.
More steak, please.
Yes, chef.
Sprouts Farmers Market.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, Tolos Choppy here. If your business is still living in the dark ages, it's time to get off the sideline. Is your company finally ready to automate with barcoding or RFID? Then call the heavy hitters, Texas Barcode Systems. These guys are local based right here in DFW, and we're talking about a name that over 6,000 companies have trusted for the last 30 years. So whether you're starting fresh or you need to refresh that clunky old equipment, they got the best roster in the game. Zebra, Honeywell, Datalogic, Sato, and Printronix. Do it right the first time. Texas Barcode Systems. Check them out online. TexasBarcode.com.
This hour of music is sponsored by Texas HVAC experts. Does your home need a new heating and cooling system? Your Lennox dealer with over 100 5-star reviews on Google, Texas HVAC Experts, is here to help. Visit TXHVACexperts.com today. See dealer for details. License TACLB 44971E.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. We'll be talking Stars coming up in 2 hours. Joey Erickson from Locked On Stars is going to join us. We have Wolchuk's Top 10 here in just a second. Here's Lucius. Jam.
I don't care. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every week. The Other Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. Our champion is from the Fan itself, Fred Davis, our very own Fred Davis, the host of the Fan After Dark. He called into Westwood One just randomly because Trap House Trevor, a producer here at the Fan, let him know that, man, I think there's a bit that they're playing that sounds so familiar. It might be yours.
We got Fred in Dallas, who's got a bone to pick with us, which, let's pick it. What do you got, Fred?
Let's pick it.
I'm just curious where you came up with the idea for fair or foul.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard that you think that somehow we jacked the idea.
Radio can be a very unforgiving business, so I just figured, somebody who listens to
Fred,
Westwood One on a fairly regular basis.
Fair or Foul has been alive in the sports radio, sports talk medium since I've been a little guy back in the early 80s. And by no means did anybody at Westwood One jack that segment. If you're going to come to me and ask me if we stole a segment, please have it be something like a little more original than Fair or Foul.
Ouch.
Just ask me where you got the idea from, Pete. You're here in Dallas, so I just asked you a question. Where you got the idea for the segment from?
Well, to be honest with you, I fill in on Westwood One, and the segment was already here because the guy who hosts the show and does a phenomenal job, it's his segment, and it's his producer segment. But for them, I will tell you that if you're gonna call a radio station and say you jacked my bit and treat us like Carlos Mencia,
I called and asked. It's fair. I mean, I'm asking you, man to man.
Actually, it's foul.
The producer.
Honestly, like nobody's ripping off your radio ideas, dude. I can promise you that. And the only reason I have contention in my voice is because I know you called to challenge us.
I asked the question. I said, where did you get the segment from? You said where you got it from. That's it. I don't need anything else. You said the guy before you did it, period. Never heard him do it. Just ask a question. That's all I ask. I don't need your background or anything like that. You care less. Just ask you where you got the segment from. That's it, Pete.
All right, Fred, take it easy on the coffee, brother. We'll talk to you soon.
To answer, I have no idea.
I just want to know where you got the bit from, Pete. Where the bit from?
He pulled a Dawson and did a great job of eating a burp towards the end there, if you noticed it. Or he's like, I don't care about your backstory. Oh, yeah.
He kind of turned away from the phone for a second.
Just ate it like a pro.
I just love how strong Fred can be while kind of getting owned, I think I would just be looking to be like, oh, my bad. Oh, phone's breaking up. Got to run.
Fred stands tall in the pocket.
I'm coming to you man to man, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, that puts me up some points again once I say man to man, bro.
Yeah, he's man to man. He doesn't need your backstory. I mean, he has been knocked down twice in this round, but he's not hiding in the corner.
No.
He's not looking for anybody to throw the towel in on him. He's throwing haymakers. That's why Fred's the man. And after the producer laughed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Actually, it's foul. Shut up.
Yeah, blood would have been boiling. Okay, so tune in tonight 5:30 to see if Fred can keep this run alive. And then, of course, tune in tonight at 6:40, 6:45. We'll have crosstalk with Fred and Blake, as you said, for the Fan After Dark. Should be a lot of fun to listen to him reflect on it.
We finally get a crosstalk with him.
All right, it's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here it is.
All right, 877-881-1053. Give me your favorite football coach in movie history. I did see a couple of these headlines during the break. According to Adam McCalvey of MLB, the Brew Crew in Milwaukee are touching base with the Tigers about trying to trade for Tarek Skubal and the Padres about Mason Miller. So Milwaukee's a team that's being very aggressive here, trying to get one of the front arms at the deadline. And then we've already got practice updates from Carolina. Mike Kay, who covers them for the Charlotte Observer. Bryce Young picked off by Lathan Ransom in what looked like an overthrow. #Panthers.
Football is back.
It's back!
Training camp interception highlights, dude.
We are back! Man, I'm pumped. I just can't wait for Elliott Shore Parks to give us how many interceptions or no interceptions that Jalen Hurts has thrown.
I just forgot what Sirianni's record is when they have joint practices.
Right.
I think
it's undefeated, never lost.
I think he's got a very Vince Lombardi-like run where he's never lost.
Never lost.
They have training camp joint practice banners.
Yeah.
In filthy.
I mean, he's got the streak of how many practices without interceptions thrown, how many touchdown catches for Devontae Smith. I mean, Elliott Shore Parks is like the only guy that keeps stats like this. This is unbelievable. All right, this is actually courtesy of The Ringer and Steven Ruiz, who we are fans of. He'll provide content during the NFL season, but he's got a list ranking the 15 best football coaches in movie history. And what he did was he actually comped them to real-life current or former coaches. So the honorable mentions here, it is the Little Giants. Danny O'Shea.
Which one?
Danny O'Shea.
Nah. See, we're not being realistic. No? Kevin O'Shea was the dude.
Kevin was better. Kevin was
his
the former
squad was
player.
ready. Yeah, you went on a fluke.
Yeah, he did.
You went on a fluke,
He
bro.
did. It was the annexation of Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Like, he's having to try and do gimmicks because he knows he's up against it.
Yeah, but like it was the GM factor of all of it. It's like this dude had a loaded roster. Danny O'Shea came in there with a bunch of jobbers.
And all it took was one time.
He had to get creative with it.
That one time he beat Kevin in the bike on Cherry Hill when they raced, and then he galvanized the troops at halftime when they were losing, and he realized, guys, all it takes is one time. One time.
So if you were a Little League, which coach would you want to play for?
Kevin.
Rick Moranis or Al Bundy?
Yeah, give me Al Bundy and the gum that he's chewing.
He was chewing the hell out of that gum, dude.
Turn Sean Payton like?
Yeah.
Or Pete Carroll?
Pete Carroll.
Carroll's the best gum chewer ever.
That's my niece Becky, and she's pissed. Yeah, he was a badass.
They were drawing up plays on the torsos of their players.
Spike, don't play with girls.
Yeah, it was on the wrist and everything, bro. They were little wild kids.
Did you have any of your favorite football coaches in movie history, Lucius?
That was it, man.
He's number one?
Kevin O'Shea, bro. I wanted to play for the Little Giants. I mean, the Little Cowboys.
The Cowboys.
I did.
And they had the badass throwback unis.
Yes. Yeah, and they were so just squared away together as a squad. I was like, man, I want to play for these dudes.
I mean, this guy is literally drawing up plays in the living room. He's got his wife holding a pillow like he's about to go run a drill, and she gets terrified, jumps out of the way. He goes flying through the window. Like, that's commitment to the bit right there. Little Giants, an all-time great. Danny O'Shea, his brother, though, in the film. The comp.
Kid had a stick-em on his hands. They were cheating, bro.
Oh, yeah, they did.
They were cheating, bro.
Then they get some stuck to the jersey.
Yeah. Talking about.
Bill Belichick without the ball knowledge. This is NFL comp. And I think that's more so probably because of the style in the clothing. Other honorable mentions, we got Bud Kilmer from Varsity Blues, the West Canaan High School head coach. His pro comp was Urban Meyer, according to Stephen Ruiz.
John Voight probably kicking his players and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
Being
beating
just a
him.
total a-hole.
13 was Gary Gaines, Permian High School. Billy Bob Thornton in the movie Friday Night Lights, which is fantastic. You must be perfect. Tom Thibodeau is his NFL comp if he were a head coach in the NFL.
Yeah.
Just no nonsense.
Well, and just running your players into the ground.
Gosh, they're doing two-a-days. They bleed just like we do. Coach Klein from The Waterboy.
Waterboy.
Comes in at 12.
Oh, Henry Winkler, Fonz. Probably see him Nobu every night about 6 o'clock.
He's so tiny.
Don't call him the Fonz.
He's such a little guy. I think Tim accidentally ran into him and like knocked him on the ground once by accident. He was just shamed by it.
Yeah, call him Henry when you see him.
He said, "I'm sorry,
Mr. Winkler."
buddy.
I'm sorry, Henry Winkler.
Yeah, he don't like that Fonz stuff.
He created Sploosh.
I accidentally said hey to him. Not a like the Fonz, but like hey.
Okay, that's fine.
And I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Hey.
He don't like that.
He
It's
looks
like
at you.
seeing JJ and saying, Dynamite! He don't like that neither.
The comp here was Mike McDaniel. I think that's pretty good. He's a little bit of an airhead. But okay, here you go, Lucius. The final honorable mention, just on the outside looking in, is Kevin O'Shea from the Little Giants. Urbania Cowboys head coach.
Haters.
Gosh, he was freaking yoked in this too. Ed O'Neill, shout out
he
to you.
looked great in that movie.
I liked Henry Winkler's foil, the bad coach, who was always talking trash about the water boy, trying to kick him off the team.
Stole his plays.
It stole his plays.
Yeah.
That was a real character. I think he deserves some mention.
Some of the texts rolling in here. The annexation of Puerto Rico, the programs, coach winners, that will be on the list. We'll get to him.
Seat at the table.
Coach Eric Taylor, there's not even a close second. See, that's television, not movie history. And I would give you Gordon Bombay 408, but it's specifically football coaches. Yeah. Gordon Bombay, just hockey. But gosh, in terms of just overall fictional movie coaches, he's the freaking man. All right, number 10 on Steven Ruiz's list, we go to Remember the Titans. Bill Yost, T.C. Williams defensive coordinator. You blitz all night. Eric, take it away.
Make them remember forever the night they played the Titans.
Gosh.
That's a hell of a speech, man.
It is,
Goosebumps.
It is.
That's a guy who can motivate you.
But eventually he needed to know that Petey needed to go in the game. He's better. And Ryan Gosling to this day says people will remind him that he was ass at playing cornerback.
Yeah, dude. He was a tap dancer in real life.
La La Land? Yeah, it's true. Yeah, he was not good.
He was. I think he was in your musical theater class.
Yeah, we were. We were good friends back in the day.
You punted on football right when high school started.
I did. I knew. When I went up against Jackson Jeffcoat in 7th grade, I'm like, yeah, I'm not built for this.
This is different.
There are levels to this. Jackson Jeffcoat's going to go play Division I at Texas. And me, I can maybe hack it in 7th, 8th grade ball. We start moving up the levels. I might need to be like a student coach or something because I'm not going to be able to make it.
I'm not going to be Larry Allen. Maybe I could be Brad Sham. Let's go for it.
Let's go, Brad. Jonathan Moxon, Wes Cannon, player and interim coach from Varsity Blues, comes in at number 9.
Wasn't he the quarterback?
He was the quarterback, but I guess he ends up being the interim coach towards the end of the film. Mississippi Valley State. He gets come to Cliff Kingsbury here. Locker room management, he writes, it's a mixed bag for the high school senior, which makes sense. He leads the mutiny against Kilmer, showing that he's earned his teammates' trust. Then he delivers a rousing halftime speech that gets the team all fired up coming out of the locker room. But he also took his teammates to an all-night party at a strip club the day before a game that the Coyotes lost.
Ooh.
It's probably a no-no, Coach.
That's youth and inexperience right there.
8, the replacements, Jimmy McGinty. Washington Sentinels head coach. He was a badass. Gene Hackman was fantastic in that movie.
Gene Hackman could always be a coach.
He was so good.
Hoosiers, he's always been a coach.
So good. NFL comp, Nick Sirianni. Don't agree with that one, Steven. I think he was way more likable, not quite as punchable face. 7, Any Given Sundays, Tony D'Amato.
Yeah,
there we go.
You do what you effing told.
Damn right.
That's a good one, Lucius.
Miami Sharks.
Seriously good. I don't think I've ever heard you do that one. You do.
Pacino.
What you haven't told,
baby.
That is a good one.
You got to claw with your fingernails for that inch. John Harbaugh is his NFL comp. What? I don't know about that one. That's a little off.
Wilson's a little nicer than that dude.
Maybe Bill Parcells?
Quirkier.
You play for the Miami Sharks. You play for the Miami Sharks.
Yeah. North Dallas 40. Shout out to Tim and Carthage. She's always telling me to watch that. Yeah, B.A. Strothers, North Dallas Bulls.
Oh, that's North Dallas. Okay, North Dallas 40 is B.A. Strothers.
G.A. Spradlin played him. B.A. Strothers.
Yeah, he's supposed to be Tom Landry in that thing.
Man, his NFL comp's Kyle Shanahan on here. But it's because of the offense, I guess. The Bulls go to a shotgun formation, hurry-up situations, but mainly stick to run-heavy formations. North Dallas wins thanks to execution, not the fancy play design. That does not sound like Kyle Shanahan at all.
Yeah.
Longest yard, Nate Scarborough.
Yeah.
Mean Machine head coach. And in the remake, That is indeed Burt Reynolds.
Burt Reynolds, yeah.
Who was the star, Paul Crewe, in the original that you're so fond of.
Right.
His comp is Sean Payton. That's his NFL coach.
Yeah, should be in jail.
4, I don't know if you guys saw this one. Eric, you probably did. We go to the 1998 Classic, Air Bud Golden Receiver. Jimmy Finelli, Fernfield Junior High head coach. This is a pull from Stephen Ruiz because I saw the earbuds, but I don't even really remember this guy.
This is the guy who's like snacking on the sidelines.
Yeah, he's eating hot dogs and honey buns and all kinds of crap the whole time.
He had a pocket honey bun ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, he does.
His blood sugar.
Which his NFL comp is Andy Reid, and I just think that's fat shaming from Stephen Ruiz. We could have been better here. So he looks more like a Marty Morningweg to me.
In the face, he actually does.
He does, right? 3 is Sam Winters, Eastern State head coach in the program, 1993. His NFL comp's Mike Tomlin. Molly McGrath in Wildcats comes in at number 2. Football. Shout out to Goldie Hawn. That's a great movie.
I've never seen that movie. I don't even know if I've ever heard of it until now.
Wildcats, 1986. I think you should watch it with the girls. It's a hell of a film. Sean McVay, the NFL comp, but number 1 greatest coach in movie history. Remember the Titans. Coach Herman Boone, T.C. Williams head coach, Denzel Washington, NFL comp, Ben Johnson.
Terrific stuff, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Did Herman Boone ever take his shirt off in victorious excitement?
No, this is why I'm struggling.
It's all right. I mean, Ben Johnson's a hell of a coach. So was Herman.
Yeah.
Herman,
Schematic greatness.
Maybe Tony Dungy. Would that be considered kind of a Herman Boone?
He was a very no-nonsense kind of guy, but I feel like Boone might have been more of a yell at your players guy than Tony was. Tony didn't seem like he ever raised his voice.
Not once.
Kind of felt like, though, the intensity a little bit.
Yeah, very intense. Yeah. No question there.
And Tom Landry, though.
Tom?
He was so serious, that guy.
Very stoic.
Yeah, real stoic. Didn't keep his emotions on his face or nothing. You didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
All righty, catch Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20 every afternoon here on The Fan right after the G-Bag of the Day Champion replay. We got a Newsbag Nation coming up.
Sad news bears and more food to stay away from next to the nation. But Tolos, you're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. And that's why, fellas, you need Advanced Hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched results. Whether you have a receding hairline, a bald spot, or some just general thinning of your hair, you can address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and you need to be next. How about this? Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. Absolutely unprecedented stuff. No one can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair, and I highly recommend their team. You're going to love them. It all starts with your free consultation. Call 469-599-HAIR, and just for being a Tolo, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, we are out again for the Firehouse Tour. It's continuing in Little Elm, 88 West El Dorado Parkway. It's Firehouse number 1 in Little Elm with Sean and RJ Friday morning on The Fan.
Willie back with you. Let's talk East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars. If you are in the market right now for a new truck or vehicle, you know the one place you need to go. It's East Dallas Diesel. Here's why. Every single car or vehicle on that lot, it is custom. I'm talking the wheels, the tires, the trim. Owner Tony Alberti has been in the car and truck game for nearly 30 years. He's personally handpicking everything that you see on that website. Check him out, eastdallasdiesel.com. He's turning away a ton of cars. Why? Because they don't meet the standard that he wants for his customers. When it comes to
cheap.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. Right after this.
You're rolling with the News Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Really sad story in New Mexico, man. Did you guys see the video of a giant brown bear climbed up
on a telephone pole?
On telephone poles in New Mexico?
Yeah.
Sounds terrifying.
Did he get shocked?
How did he get yeah. As a matter of fact, he did.
Yeah.
And now there's no video, it's a good thing, of seeing him
fall,
getting electrocuted, and presumably just falling off the giant telephone pole.
Oh.
It is it's a funny visual to see him when he's up there and everything's okay, and he's just kind of checking out the views from up top. Would love to have seen him, like how he actually got himself up there, because it's not a tree. You're not grabbing branches. You're having to really use your bear strength for that.
It's a lot of strength and to haul up over 1,000 pounds.
Yeah, really impressive, but it's crazy. Like, he's just sitting up there chilling at the top. When you get to, like, the crossbar of it, he's sitting up there like it might as well just be a tree.
Yeah.
And he's just hanging out, enjoying life. And so somebody calls the police, like, hey, I'm calling to report a bear on top of a telephone pole. And before they could get the power shut off and then try and go rescue him, unfortunately, the electrocution took place.
Now, what does that take? You got to be touching the wire and the pole at the same time, or two wires?
Yeah, he just stepped on.
Complete some kind of a circuit?
Yeah, there's actual, it looked like to me from what it would have to do, there's a part where the electricity runs through it and the metal part, and he just stepped on that, and that's what got him. It's hot. It's hot because of the electricity running through it, so he stepped on a part of it that was exposed, and it ended his life.
Absolute nightmare to spot one of these bears out in the wild. They'll climb a tree better than you, or they'll just push the tree down and eat you that way. They'll outrun you. If they decide they want to eat you, you're done for. Brown bear, forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw what the bison was able to do.
Yeah.
Let alone a bear. So really sad situation there. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah. You get in the water, you're in his territory. You're in the woods, you're in his territory. It's just like, good luck. Hopefully he likes you and he's not starving that day.
Yeah.
Did you guys see the Hawaiian Falls in Roanoke trying to beat the heat? They dropped 2,000 pounds worth of ice into the wave pool. Wow. That's how they're trying to keep the water. Because at this point, I'm sure your pool, Dawson, starting to get to the point where it's not necessarily refreshing anymore. It's just like some warm-ass water that you're swimming in.
As I was walking out to the truck actually to go here, Abby jumped in the pool for the first time today, and she popped her head out. She's like, oh, my God, it's like hot.
Yeah. You got to go deeper.
Yeah.
Go deep.
Yeah, you got to get to the deep section of the pool.
Go deep.
But everything's getting warmed up, so now water parks are doing 1,000-pound ice dumps into their water to keep it nice and fresh.
I think I saw yesterday afternoon when we were on our show, it was the temperature felt like 120 degrees. Is what it said.
Oh, that was the feels like?
We were watching on Fox.
And that's all that matters.
It feels like 120. I went, wow, all right.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, the best pool hack I got for you is, the sprinkler. You set a sprinkler over that water coming from underground. I don't know, it's 10, 20 degrees less cold than the water sitting in your pool. So you get a little sprinkler dropping into the pool.
That's a heady play right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do like that as a pro tip. Now, we have a couple of more food items that you need to be careful of. We already know about the lettuce situation. Unless you're Brian Broaddus, that's going to bite you. We also have the recalling of eggs from Texas farms that were produced and distributed to customers across 6 states, according to the FDA's recall notice.
These are Texas eggs?
Yes.
So we're going after other states with our eggs, huh?
Yeah, this was in, you have Texas, you have Oklahoma, New Mexico, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, and they were sold Brookshire's. In Texas specifically, it was Brookshire's and Kroger. Is where these eggs were being sold.
That's where I got the Taylor's Farms lettuce.
From Kroger?
Kroger, yeah.
It's a salmonella situation. Ooh. It's like every time you turn around, there's something new that is happening with our food that you don't want to have happen. I think the salmonella would be worse than the explosive diarrhea, I would assume.
Oh, yeah.
Because I think the salmonella is all-encompassing with all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's not going to be good. Isn't it crazy the massive range on egg price? I started paying attention to it when we had the egg shortages or whatever caused the price to go up so much a couple of years back. I've started buying like this 30-pack of eggs.
That's what I do.
Oh, from like Costco?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Just
get a sweet deal on that.
And you could drop like $6 or $8 on a dozen.
Yeah.
With some of these high dollar like cage-free eggs.
Yeah, you want the soy-free, corn-free, pasture raised.
I just want
let's
an
not
egg.
go that far.
I'm just saying that's what you, if you want the top tier egg, that's what
There's
you're looking
brown
for.
eggs.
I think those are a scam.
Yeah, the brown eggs are.
Yeah,
good.
it's not a scam. You don't want to eat the chicken that has been consuming corn and soy food.
Really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't.
So you're buying the high dollar eggs?
That is one of those purchases that I'll
like 70 cents an
overextend
egg
on.
as compared to 10 cents.
Spend like $7 or $8. Just
Goodness.
I mean, there's a reason why there is a gulf. You get what you pay for. You're eating the 10-cent egg. That's because those chickens have been sitting in the same coop together, crapping all over each other, and being fed a bunch of garbage. And then that's what you eat.
You got my vote for agricultural commissioner. If you want to ever do that.
He knows his food stuff.
You don't
he
want
does.
that.
Like, listen, folks, I'm telling you right now, sitting in the same pen, crapping on each other.
They're crapping each other.
That's why you need to vote for me, Eric Chiafalo. Man of the people.
chickens.
You don't have to eat crap eggs.
You don't want to eat
yeah.
chicken poo eggs, man. You simply don't want to do that. You want them to be able to just roam and eat of the earth. That's what you want, and you're going to have to pay the price for it. Now, after you eat your delicious eggs that are very expensive, you can buzz on over to Krispy Kreme over the next 3 days and get you their original glazed blueberry donut, which is making a bit of a brief comeback here.
God knows what kind of crap's in that thing.
The blueberry donut, yes. This is probably
Blueberries are falling on the ground. Ground's got crap on it.
I'm sure
I'm
the
not eating
eggs.
this thing.
I'm sure it is rough on the quality of eggs that are being used to make these donuts. But when you're going on a donut run, that's not something you care about.
No, you know what you're gonna.
It's like if I'm gonna spend time eating eggs, I want to make sure that they're quality eggs. When I'm going for the donut, I'm just going for the flavor. And the blueberry donut is the best. I've never had the Krispy Kreme one though, so I'm gonna have to make a stop.
I don't know the last time I went to a Krispy Kreme. I think a lot of them have closed down around me.
I just think the mom and pop donuts are better. Like Krispy Kreme has its own brand and its unique type of deal, and I think it's nice, but I would rather have the mom and pop shop.
Eric, did you see that Burger King's having, if you're not happy with your Whopper, you can turn it back in and get another Whopper for free?
Or you get the guarantee?
I could just do that in perpetuity.
I was about to say, I really wasn't happy with this one.
Just get another one.
I hate your food to begin with.
If you can eat it and just say, hey, I want another one.
Yeah, what's the bite minimum on that? Can I take like 5-6 bites of it and then decide I don't like it?
I was coming up the elevator and I saw it on the little board
I
there
did
where it
too.
says it's 105. Okay. You know, I was like, oh, wow, look. And I was thinking, Eric will appreciate this one.
That is an informative elevator screen that we have, giving you just fun little nuggets.
It's too informative. Yeah.
You don't like it?
No, I mean, it's way too informative. I don't need to know that much.
Do you guys think Chiefs fans should be worried about this?
Probably.
Just with the general physical shape of their quarterback, Pat Mahomes, and knowing how much he consumes and knowing how much of a Coors Light guy he is.
Oh.
No, it's Cheez-Its is doing a collab with Coors Light. So they're going to get beer cheese flavored Cheez-Its cooking. I'd have to imagine
Beer
Mahomes
cheese.
is going to be stocked up on that.
Wow.
I would like to try it for sure.
Beer
And
cheese had a Cheeto flavor?
It's Cheez-Its.
Oh, Cheez-Its.
So Cheez-Its with a Coors Light flavor profile.
I think Mahomes is just so East Texas that he's never going to really change his diet and his approach. So I think they just have to accept it. Maybe they could get him to go on like a 2 or 3 week crash diet before training camp or something. But he's so far down that path that, I think you just have to. Hayes in the barn anyway. The Hunt family, they're not committed. I feel like since Tyreek Hill left, they've just been bleeding this for every bit of value, and now they're back to managing it like a hedge fund, like they do their MLS product.
It's sad.
Got that $3 billion stadium around the corner, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's cash-in time for them. We got 1 down and 4 to go, and I think the Hunt family has done a lot of great things for American sport. I have a lot of respect for them as sports businessmen. Yeah. But I would not want them owning my team when it comes to let's spend whatever it takes to get the job done. I think that's why the Chiefs were a failure until they got Mahomes and Reed together. Okay, we got to run. Football Fix coming up next. We'll check where you're taking it.
All right, keep this man away from Caleb Downs. And how have the Cowboys drafted in the first round since 2020? We'll talk about that next in the Nation.
105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys news of the day coming up here in 20 minutes. There's no Rangers game tonight, so you're going to get us for a full 5, and then you're going to get Fan After Dark with Fred. And is Blake back?
Yeah, I think so.
Fred and Blake?
We'll find out.
Very nice. Okay, that's coming up 7 to 11, one way or another, fatties. You're going to be locked in for a full 4 tonight with your guys, and it's time now for Wolchuk's Football Fix.
Let's do it right after this.
You think football is still fun? Yes. Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side! I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
Big news for the Texas Longhorns is John Meredith III of North Crowley here locally has reclassified. He's the number 1 corner in the class of 2026. He's going to enroll at Texas this August, and he is eligible to now play for Texas this upcoming season. So the top corner in all of high school football available for Sark. Now, he's missed all of spring ball. I don't know if they'll actually play him much. He might end up just kind of redshirting this year, but he is available if they want him, and he is a supreme talent. So congratulations to John Meredith III getting early enrollment.
I've been wondering, because there were so many teenagers in the World Cup, 17 years old, not only the 2 Spaniards at 19, but there's a kid in Mexico, 17 years old, I believe. And then you have the news about the FC Dallas kid today. Like, how many other sports could actually break these teenagers in? And in America, we typically gatekeep you and make you leap through some hurdles. But I don't know. I think it's the development of young players, and it's the fitness that they're getting put through, and then their ability to learn the game at such a high level that they're ready. There's this kid in Philadelphia, Kevin Sullivan, 16 years old, already out there, playing soccer at a very high level.
Wow. Well, yeah, and we talked about this the other day going home, going down the elevator. Obviously, Freddie Adu was a big-time failure.
Yeah.
But that was one of those guys. I wonder if they ever change the rules in the NFL, and it's not, okay, you've got to play 3 years or whatever it is, and you can be kind of one and done like they do in the NBA. And these things might be changing in Major League Baseball as well. We know with the Players Association, MLB, with this new collective bargaining agreement, the draft could drastically be changing. But that's a good point. I wonder if we end up moving to, we allow younger players to then enter the league at some point. Sticking with some Texas alums, how about Jonathan Brooks? It's been such a heartbreaking start to his career, the former Texas running back whom, man, we were hoping maybe the Cowboys could get their hands on. Jerry was a big fan of his, so much so that he might have told on himself, and the Panthers ended up taking him on day 2 of the draft. But Cameron Wolfe of ESPN said, talking to people in Carolina, Jonathan Brooks has looked incredible this spring. The hope is early in the season he can form that 1-2 punch with Chuba Hubbard, but if he's healthy, he can become that lead back and take this offense to another level. So I'm certainly rooting for the player and the person. But that could be big, and that could definitely take a lot of pressure off of Bryce Young as the Panthers look to go ahead and repeat there in the NFC South. In fact, they are launching a $1.3 billion renovation that's set to complete by 2030 for Bank of America Stadium in hopes to one day possibly host a Super Bowl. Now, I have not gone to Charlotte, but would that be Charlotte, North Carolina? I've heard it's beautiful in North Carolina. Would that be a good host city for the Super Bowl?
And it's no Raleigh, right? But it's up there.
It's no Raleigh.
Raleigh, I think the stadium's located right in downtown. So, you'd be around all the hotels and stuff like that. I've never been to their convention center or anything like that. They know how to host big events, so they do with the NASCAR stuff and things like that.
No,
so
it's the ACC championship game every year.
They do.
Right?
They have the ACC championship game there every year, and so it would. We went there one year. I've been there a couple of different times. So I went there when with Parcells, we got beat on
the wild card game.
Yeah. So it was okay. Other than losing the game, but like I said, this stadium is right in the middle of downtown, so not too far from hotels and stuff. Kind of very similar to what Indianapolis probably is, doing with all their
good walking
hotels.
city there.
Yeah, walking city. Indianapolis is the best walking city. Indianapolis and Chicago, the two of the best walking cities I've ever been in.
Chicago. I've never gone to Chicago, but I've heard great things.
Great walking city.
Amazing that food there as well. Obviously, the Italian beef, maybe not the deep dish pizza, but the tavern style pizza. That could be a star.
That's what we hear.
Taylor Moton, the Panthers left tackle, another just sad situation. He's been diagnosed with blood clots in his lung. So he's going to miss the start of the season. He got a big contract last offseason, so now they're going to have to turn to one of Brian's favorite players in the draft, first-rounder Monroe Freeling from Georgia. He's going to have to fill the vacant starting right tackle role.
Might be all right.
I liked Monroe Freeling, but I do think he's a little raw. I mean, he's a guy that I think he only started 1 year at Georgia. Kind of similar to Guyton coming out. Like, you can see very talented, good footwork, athlete, but is he going to be able to hit the ground running? That remains to be seen, but now he's going to be thrust into a starting role. So hopefully we see Moton back on the field soon. Ike Ekwonu, I think their other tackle, also underwent surgery. He repaired a ruptured patellar tendon, so they signed Rasheed Walker, the tackle from Green Bay. So they're going to have 2 new offensive tackles. That might be something to monitor when you're doing your over-unders this coming season for Carolina. Just keep that in mind.
A lot of people like Carolina.
I mean, while we're on Carolina, are you going to get to the Nick Scorton thing? Did he get hurt today?
Eric, I know, has that.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can talk about it.
He did. He did get hurt, and that's a Texas A&M Aggie, and that's a guy that, gosh, I mean, I didn't really know where you would play him coming out of the draft. Him and his teammate Shamar Stewart. I liked Scorton more than Stewart, but it was, okay, where is he going to fit in a defense? He actually had a decent rookie season last year for Carolina, but now he suffered a right knee injury. He's going to have to undergo additional testing to determine
No, it's ACL. 15 minutes ago, they confirmed it.
Oh, did they? Okay, thank you for that update. So he's done for the year.
I mean, the seconds into training camp, dude. This has to be a record time.
And that wasn't
I watched Tyron
right?
Crawford one time blow out his Achilles basically after stretching.
Gosh, it was going like day one of camp?
Yeah, going through bags.
Yeah, it's awful.
Laying on the ground. Go get the cart.
It's just a reminder of how crappy training camp can be.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing. Like, as much as we want to see all these guys play, but please just stay healthy. That's number one. Let's go to a little bit more positivity. Congratulations to Shy Anderson Jr. and his wife Tori are announcing the second child to their family. So Jerry's going to have another great grandchild. Congratulations to them. And then Quinnen Williams has announced him and his wife Miranda are expecting their second child as well. They've got a daughter. Not sure if the second one will also be a daughter. So they'll have 2 girls like 3 of us on the show have. But congratulations to Q and the Jones family as well on welcoming a new child to the family. Now we go to Caleb Downs and Josh Downs and the Downs to Business podcast.
And that Shy Jr. looks like such a young Jerry, doesn't he?
He does.
And
he's a big Tolo. We get to party with him and hang out and talk at the Jerry party every year.
He's fantastic.
He's a sweetheart. Shy's awesome.
He listens. Him and his father-in-law listen to the show quite a bit, right?
I think I met him the first time when he was like 10.
Yeah. I know. Isn't it crazy?
Yeah.
Time has flown. But yeah, Shy's an awesome dude. We big fan of his and the family, and hopefully everything goes well with the pregnancy.
We do have a North Carolina Tolo that is alleging in the 704 they would have to build more hotels.
Yeah.
If they wanted to really comfortably host
So then
the Super
very
Bowl.
Similar to like what Jacksonville had to go through, right?
Did Jacksonville have to?
Well, they brought in cruise ships. People were staying on cruise ships and stuff like that. Yeah,
that is so bizarre.
I just know that we stayed right downtown. But if you're doing the Super Bowl, you're right. Probably have to. I don't think they pick places without the hotels in mind, right?
Well, if I guess they did with Jacksonville. I mean, that was a long time ago.
That was like, we're not doing this.
That's
again.
A good point. I guess 2030 was the date that they've got this thing set to be renovated, so maybe they've got some time. But 870 Carolina had the best package for NFL fans the last 4 to 5 years. $1,000 would get you flights, hotel, and tickets to the game for a 3-day weekend. So I guess if you were a road fan traveling, but they also were the team because the team's been bad, so you could get in there like we would be doing stories on a Friday, and it's like $3 to go get in to see the Panthers play the Texans or whoever, the Saints or whoever the heck it was. They definitely were having trouble selling that thing out. All right, Downs to Business. Cam Newton, what Caleb Downs is most excited about as he begins his NFL career with the Cowboys?
What are you most excited about, Caleb? Playing for the Star, bro.
I would say, like, I told y'all, like, for me, I just like competing. Like, it doesn't really matter, like, where it's at, what it is. So, I mean, I'm just excited to play in a new challenge.
How many primetime games do y'all have?
Like 7 or 8.
How many y'all
play primetime every week.
I think we got 3.
For you, Caleb, you are going to a star-infested team. No pun intended, right? You got the highest paid quarterback on your team. You have one of the most highest paid receivers. You got George Pickens at the helm. You got the most influential team owner in all of sports. You got to look at it like you're walking into a Netflix special.
Pretty much.
We're like,
American.
Hey, look. Josh over there went to a team that's barely on Tubi.
Hey, this dude hilarious though.
Oh shoot, dude. That was a funny shot there at the Colts and Josh Downs. But Cam, our guy knows, okay? Caleb Downs is aware. You don't need to be filling his head and pumping him up with that stuff. Caleb's a humble king over there. All right, just let him be worried about competing and just doing his job. Caleb's got a good head on his shoulders. I don't need you fluffing it up with this stuff, Cam. Stop.
I don't know. I think he's got a pretty level head on his shoulders. When he was asked, what's your favorite thing about playing for the Cowboys now? He's like, I just like competing.
Yes, exactly.
I don't know if he's that impressed with what the Cowboys got going on. Let me just throw that out there.
He played at Bama with Nick Saban.
Bama,
Played Ohio State.
He's been there, done that. He gets it, man. He knows what he's getting into, Cam.
Ooh, we do have a little breaking.
What happened?
The Ravens have waived quarterback Diego Pavi.
Pavi.
That was a short stint.
He was only built for mini camps.
Yeah.
Yes, he was. Well played, boys. Gosh, what
That's
are they
really,
gonna do?
I mean, that is
That's quick. Yeah.
Dude.
Maybe fell asleep in a meeting early on. They're like, okay, we're going to move on here.
Probably just showed up hammered and hungover at the same time.
Straight from the strip club. Hey, we gotta make a change here. All right, Mike Renner.
He probably tried to take like first team reps and got into a fist fight with Lamar Jackson.
Jumped in like, first team, here we go.
I'm the leader. I'm the guy. Yeah, I wonder if anybody else picks him up. The Rams seem like they kind of like the tiny quarterbacks. Maybe he ends up with the Rams. I don't know. But
I wonder if CA will pick him up.
Try to put him on the table. Mike Renner, formerly of PFF.
Come take a picture with us.
Was that his Super Bowl?
That was in studio with Vern Troyer.
Yeah, that is freaking hilarious. He ranked all the 191 first-round NFL draft picks since 2020. All right, now we're going to go through all 191. So, guys, get ready, relax. It's going to take it. No, I'm just kidding.
It's a hell of a project from this guy.
I know, 191 first-round picks since 2020. But when he ranked the top 10, which is the best first-round decisions, the Cowboys have two in the top 10. Number one was Burrow, with Cincinnati taking him in 2020. He already has Drake May as the second best first-round pick taken since, the last 5 years. Jefferson was 2 with Minnesota. Jackson Smith and Jigba at 4, Rockwell Zone. Jordan Love with Green Bay. Justin Herbert with the Chargers. Jaden Daniels. But then Micah Parsons is 8, and CeeDee Lamb is 10 with your Dallas Cowboys. And we do have each team, and thank you, Mike, for doing this, because I was going to have to go through and be like, all right, let's count it up, what the Cowboys do. He did it for us. Top third, which is best first-round picks. They have 4. Micah, CD, Tyler Smith, and Tyler Booker, all in the top 44 picks of the last 5 years, drafted in the first round. So the Cowboys have really done a good job, and we know that. The problem is they have 2 in the bottom third, and that would be Tyler Guyton and Mozzie Smith. And Mozzie was ranked near the bottom of all the picks taken. 169 out of 191. Guyton is 132 out of 191. His write-up is the Cowboys get the first round right way more often than not. That's partly because they were one of the NFL's most willing franchises to take offensive linemen, specifically on the interior. It wasn't their offensive line picks. If it's not for that, however, they leaned in the direction of defense and wide receiver, which helped, but they totally botched on the defensive line with Mozzie Smith. So overall, they're amongst the best. I mean, I don't think there's another team that's got more than 4 in the top third. So the Cowboys do a good job to his point in the first round, but those 2 misses, gosh, it does feel like it set them back a little bit here with the way this team's looking, especially yesterday with that under 25 talent. They're kind of an old team now.
Yeah, but I think defensively they have plenty of young guys that just haven't reached or met expectations yet, that you're hopeful could actually be legit, right?
Well, they had to totally rebuild the defense. I mean, their entire draft class this year was basically defense. So, yeah, if those guys do end up playing well, maybe that does make you feel better. Because Donovan Ezeraku, 22 years old, he was part of that list yesterday. but it certainly is one where it's like, damn, you guys need to do a better job, specifically on the defensive side of the football. All of those were on offense that they hit on, other than Micah, and Micah's not on the team anymore.
I think they've done a really nice job in the first round for the most part. Obviously, the misses on Guyton and Smith are taking a pretty substantial toll on this team. What you had to do as far as giving up resources to, get better defensive linemen. The fact that your offensive line is around average or maybe slightly below. I think Tyler Guyton has a lot to say about that. But it's really the depth last year where I thought you could feel it really hurting them on the defensive side. Like they had no safeties, no corners, no linebackers that were ready to step up and even play sufficiently. They couldn't even play like good sub-package players.
Yeah, you're picking up guys off the street. You're picking up seventh-rounders off other teams' practice squads just so you can line up and play. I think they did a much better job, specifically in the secondary when it comes to depth. We'll see about the edge group, and we'll see about the linebackers, but I think the interior defensive linemen and certainly the secondary are in a better position to succeed this year.
Well, thank you, Will Chuck.
Thank you.
All righty, let's get the C-note here. Cowboys news of the evening, then Krusty's Corner, and we're back with more sports here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Are you guys sick of Ryan Paganetti content yet?
No, I really can't get enough of it. I love this fella.
I find it fascinating because, the analytics stuff, and not a lot of those analytics guys leave and you leave a team and then can like
spill the beans.
Yeah, spill the beans, or have a good personality or a good way of talking about things that's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But additionally, Paganetti worked for the Eagles and won a Super Bowl with them, their first one with Nick Foles. So I appreciate his perspective on what makes Philadelphia, the best run organization, maybe in all of the NFC now. Maybe Howie Roseman's the best GM in all of football if you look at everything that he's done. Obviously, John Schneider up there in Seattle, and Les Snead and Sean McVay with the Rams are huge, and the 49ers got it going on. But he was Paganetti was on with Cowturd, right? Heard with Colin Cowherd.
Cowturd.
But he was asked, is it a surprise that Jalen Hurts might be on the hot seat already? And he said, not really, because that's what you sign up for when you work in Philadelphia. He says the Super Bowl is now the standard, and if you aren't winning it, you better be worried about your job. Ooh. And I don't know when that happened. I think, though, you get a little bit of success if you're Howie Roseman. After almost getting blown out in the Chip Kelly years, he regained his footing as, sort of the lead man or Jeffrey Lurie's right-hand man. And since then, I think whatever they got going on would be something I'd love to see the Cowboys emulate. When the Cowboys say it's Super Bowl bust, is it lip service still? I hope we're in the process of that changing. Like last year when they traded Mozzie Smith, I thought that was an interesting thing that maybe previous generations of Cowboys wouldn't. Mm-hmm. Right? That's admitting a mistake. I felt, but
I agree.
It would have meant more if they just straight up cut his ass.
Yeah,
which is what they should have done. They traded for Quinnen Williams. They threw him in on a Quinnen Williams deal.
Yeah.
Everybody in America throughout time would do that. Like, I think the big move would have been, okay, we know you're not any good. We know you don't really care. You're out of here.
Yeah. Move on after a year. Like, we don't need to see anymore. We don't care what we've invested. There is a sunken cost fallacy that's going to be happening here. Brian, when you worked for the Philadelphia Eagles, was it like this already, or is this a recent development?
No. They redid everything when it comes to that. I came in with, there was a guy named Dick Daniels who was the director of football operations. They really did, and they were very archaic in the way they did things. Not that we were like really super computer generated anything coming from Green Bay. We were all, at that time in the 90s, late 90s, it was just really about watching film and gut feelings and having relationships. There wasn't anything like today what we see when it comes to putting together boards and stuff. We asked Will McClay about that today, the role of analytics. Mm-hmm. And he is Will's really he gave a really good answer about how he uses analytics, but he's really big on the tape.
Yeah.
Is where he's at. But he says, hey, if it helps me make a better decision or make us make a better decision, we have to surely look at it. I think a lot of guys my age, Will's age, are kind of that point now. We didn't have this, but we're kind of understanding the direction it's going to go. But no, at Philly, we did not have this type of stuff set up.
I mean, when they won the Super Bowl and a year later fired Doug Peterson, I thought, wow, the Cowboys would probably never do something like that. Then they move on from Carson Wentz. So kind of now I expect it. But I don't think the Cowboys would ever move on from a quarterback, even with as bad as last year was, that had won the Super Bowl with you within a couple of years.
No.
I hope Brian Schottenheimer can help change that and become more shrewd, more cutthroat, I guess would be the right word. I feel like CY's there. I mean, he got rid of Bochy and he got rid of Simeon, and we might have a Corey Seager trade on our hands. Like, I think that a lot of people are getting frustrated with Chris Young because the offense hasn't been good, and Post World Series expectations went up, but I think he's got the right mindset about it doesn't matter what we did or what we accomplished or who we accomplished it with. The most important thing is pushing this organization closer to its next championship.
It is, and I do think you've started to see a shift in something different. I mean, I still think moving on from Diggs last year in the season, like there's other regimes that just wouldn't have done that here in Dallas. I still think, yes, still being willing to put Mozzie Smith and say like, hey, we're done here. He probably was going to get cut. I would have believed anyway. But all of those things, I think, are the way that they went ahead and did the Christian Parker and actually interviewing candidates and taking their time and their due diligence. So you're seeing some differences now with this current Cowboys group. But yeah, I think there's still probably a ways to go before they're anywhere like the Eagles. The Eagles kind of are. It's unique, and Howie really being a GM that's able to kind of run things the way that he wants to run it, I think is also different. Like their whole dynamic that they've got there is different than the Cowboys dynamic, and there's no other team in the NFL or really in all of sports that you can really compare to that and how it's run and operated.
I think there's with Howie. I think if he did it any other way, that he would the questions would be asked. I think he does this because he's had success doing it, but if he turned into a kind of conservative guy and kind of sat back and they would all go, well, what happened to Howie? And I don't think there's certain guys that get this and they have some success, and then they kind of worry like, well, what's my legacy here? How am I how do people view me? Like Les Snead, like I talked to Les, and he's like, he was like, I've told you before, he thought he was going to get fired, and now he's one of the most like dynamic general managers in the league. That's because he's got the coach he's got. But I think a lot of these guys are like, there's no turning back. They might want to be a little bit more conservative, maybe a little bit more thoughtful, maybe a little bit and not as reckless.
Let the emotions play into it.
Yeah, and I think guys like Howie, if he did it any other way, there'd be questions about that, and I don't think he could take that.
And then once you win one, it kind of gives you more respect from the owner, doesn't it? A little bit more leeway.
No, it absolutely.
Bit more.
Yeah, it gives you, it buys you some credibility is what it does. Like my guy down there in Tampa,
Jason
Light, he was going to get fired. And all of a sudden, Tom Brady fell in his lap, and then he gets a 5-year extension. So it's sometimes you got to get a little lucky, but some of these guys also too. Now there's been guys like our guy Chris Ballard at Indianapolis. He's been aggressive in some ways that's backfired on him.
It's true.
And then that's where. But I think Chris has taken the approach like, hey, if I start trading away first-round picks and it doesn't work, this is going to be somebody else's problem. It's not going to be my problem.
Blogging the Boys wrote yesterday just about some of the ways this organization is changing, and I think we've seen some differences. But as far as having an unrelenting pursuit of championships, and I don't know if we're there yet. They are spending the most cash, but a lot of that is hanging on to Dak. But I'll tell you where it's different is. Moving on from Micah Parsons, investing at defensive tackle, and then investing at safety. Instead of looking at the roster like we got to rush the passer and guard the wide receivers and then let the other pieces fall in where they are, right? Whatever we end up drafting is what's going to play there. They're now looking at it like these are mandatory things that we have to be better at if we're going to be serious as a football team that competes. We can't have these gaping holes on our roster anymore. And I hope they're in the process of flushing that out when it comes to linebacker. I hope they just did not change the positions they're going to de-emphasize. And it's too early in the process right now to know for sure. Within a couple of years, we're going to have answers to that. But I felt like the Cowboys' biggest problem is they're playing in a conference with the Eagles, with the Rams, with the 49ers, who look at it like we have to build a roster that doesn't have any weaknesses. And as long as you have a handful of teams like that in your conference, the cyclical nature of how they manage their salary cap and how they build their rosters, there's likely always going to be at least one, that's truly going for it. Last year there wasn't. But Seattle just happened to draft their balls off the last 2 years and get lucky to have Sam Darnold and Clint Kubiak, which gave them enough offense to take advantage of the best defense in the league. Okay, ESPN doing some training camp previews, and they have questions for each team for the Cowboys. How good can the defense be in year one under Christian Parker? 7 new defensive players, a wide range of potential outcomes. I'm leaning optimistic, but who knows? Corner, off-ball linebacker could. These things could really use an upgrade. So, to me, that's going to be something I don't think we're going to have answers on until about October 1st. I'd say. Give me about a month worth of games, and we'll have a pretty good idea on that. The big storyline in New York: how will the Giants handle increased expectations and a new coach? They have to. I think they just have to be better. They can't just try to breathe belief into a team with 15 years of losing momentum. They've brought in the rookies Colton Hood, Francis Mauigoa, and Arvell Reese. It's a pretty good trio of guys.
Stacked draft class for sure.
That they brought in the first 2 rounds. They brought in Isaiah Likely, the tight end, and the fullback Richard from Baltimore. The Eagles, it's all about Jalen Hurts and the offense that fell below average last season. And will Sean Mannion bring that offense back to life? And Washington, will the coordinator changes pay off with David Blau and Durante Jones stepping in to maybe save Dan Quinn's job and in the future of Jaden Daniels? Nick Harris writing today about the competition at left and right tackle going into camp, a competition the team is saying is happening. I don't know if you guys believe that an actual competition is happening, but Nate Thomas challenging Tyler Guyton. I think if Nate Thomas wins that, he must have had a hell of an offseason. And Guyton has taken no steps forward, but I think they're just trying to challenge Tyler Guyton. I don't really think this is a real competition.
Yeah, I would agree with you for sure. If Nate Thomas ends up winning it, it's because he was probably outstanding, or Guyton was just regressed in a way that you couldn't even fathom. But I am pretty impressed at watching Tyler Guyton with giant chains on his neck, like workout heavy chains, doing pull-ups very, very slowly. Okay. Like he is controlling, however, 350 pounds, I would imagine, with the weight on him. He's pretty dang strong.
He just needs a full camp. I think that him being hurt and just not being able, it's just been stop and go his entire career. Can you just stay healthy for a full training camp going into the season?
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, yesterday, people were saying I didn't respect the Dallas Cowboys head coach. I'm going to prove to you I'm right. We'll do that next.
All right, looking
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for everybody's favorite Cowboys segment of the day, Krusty's Corner. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to everybody out there hanging out with us today. Always appreciate you. I'm looking forward to, I say it all the time, looking forward to going to training camp. We'll be out with the KNC guys next week.
You will be.
I will be. I'll be with you guys, and I'll be with them.
We'll have FOMO.
I'm gonna pop on their shows and do some good things. Hopefully
good.
Hopefully some good things.
Definitely things.
Yeah.
I think you're the best guest possible.
The best guest possible.
You're always the best guest.
I did lay out on the Rowdy Tellez interview because
it ended up working out.
I just felt like Dawson was handling it so well that he didn't need my help.
Oh wait, today's the day, right? Today's the 1 year.
I think it's the 1 year anniversary of Rowdy.
Yes, it is.
Do you think I should order some brisket sandos for all of us for this?
Man, I'm not
event?
gonna
let's
say
celebrate.
no.
You want to celebrate?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll be out there.
And
then my teammates will come rolling out there the following week when the pads come on. Scout guys show up when the pads come on. So 3 live mics. We got a lot of things going on out there. So check it out. All right. Yesterday, I got some people got a little sideways with me.
Yeah, I'm seeing the comments now.
Eric, would you like to read some comments about me, please?
So this was your take. Brian Broaddus questions whether Shoddy has the right traits to take this Cowboys team the distance.
Read the quotes.
Someone says, wow, this is a take. Another one says, Brian has lost his mind. Parcells had him right.
Oh, no.
Broaddus is just having bad takes recently. Holy bleep, there's no way he just said that. Y'all give this man too much credit. He was part of the Cowboys' downfall the last few years. He kept his mouth shut when Jerry was making dumb decisions. Let's see here.
Any more venom? Any more venom to that?
Now, what was your take? Can you reset it? What do you believe the Shoddy traits that he's lacking are?
I just felt like that, to me, that Shoddy's really good at managing people, and he's really good at making you feel good about yourself, and he's really good at kind of bringing everybody together. And I have some questions about, we're going to see some games. You'll probably see some games this year where he needs to be a difference maker. I think the best teams in the league have a difference maker as their head coach.
Wow, what he says about anyone is irrelevant. What a clown.
Yeah.
Hashtag
what
clickbait. 1 year. Chill, man. I hate July. Broaddus says easy does it. Broaddus is getting more annoying by the day. Let's see. Engagement farming. Pathetic.
I don't think he engagement farms. I don't think Broaddus engagement farms.
No, it's not even in his lexicon.
Mm-mm. But yeah,
So now it's your turn to return fire.
I returned fire a little bit.
Clapback Broaddus?
Yeah, a little bit.
Here we go.
I have an NFL power ranking of the top 20 head coaches entering the 2026 season.
Uh-oh.
Before we start this exercise, Chief, do you feel like your coach is on this list? Top 20 coaches.
Top 20?
Top 20.
I think he could crack the top 20.
Top 20.
I'd like to see him sitting there at 17 or 18.
All right. How about you there, Gabby? Your head coach ranked inside the top 20?
I think he should be. And I don't think I would get out of the top 10 before I would want Shoddy.
Okay.
But I don't think the national media understands what he's done as far as Clayton Adams, Christian Parker, and team building for this organization, which are important parts of being a head coach.
I like that. Go ahead, Wooly. Top 10? Top 20?
I think he's fringe top 20.
Fringe,
like 19.
19?
He's got to win.
Tell me, stop me when I get to a coach. Stop me when I get to a coach that you would take him over.
Okay.
All right.
Ready? McVay.
No.
Keep on trucking.
Andy Reid.
No.
Might have lost his fastball, but still taking Reid.
Chief, you over there playing with us today?
Yeah, you said stop me. I'm not stopping you.
All right.
Somebody stop me.
Kyle Shanahan.
Wolchuk.
No, I'm
You're
still
a Shanny
taking.
doubter.
I'm still taking. I am a Shanny doubter. I think he's overrated, but he's better than Shoddy right now.
Mike McDonald.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, keep going.
By the way, is Mike McDonald too low on this list?
He might be.
We're
yeah.
at 4 in. Would there be a call to have him at 2 over Andy
I mean, I'd
Reid?
take Mike over Shanny.
I put him at 2.
I thought you guys are Mike McDonald truthers. Sean Payton.
Yeah, I could take Peyton.
Peyton.
Yeah, Peyton.
Dan Campbell.
I think this is where the conversation starts.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll still take Dan, but the shine's worn off a little bit.
Yeah, I'm taking Dan.
Taking Dan?
Kind of a Ben Johnson creation, if you ask me.
Okay, let's next.
Should have fired Dan and kept Ben.
Next player, next coach. Number 7, Ben Johnson.
Yeah, taking Ben.
Give me Ben.
Yeah. Mike Vrabel.
Give me Braves.
Give me Braves.
Vrabel.
Kevin O'Connell.
Give me KOC.
Yeah, he needs a quarterback. Yeah, Kevin
He'd
O'Connell.
be great here. We'd love him.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans.
I'm taking D'Amico.
D'Amico Ryans.
We're at number 10, by the way, guys.
Okay.
That was number 10.
I guess I'd have him in there instead of Dan Campbell right now at 10. I've shuffled that deck.
Matt LaFleur.
11th, I guess. Then.
Yeah, I'll take LaFleur.
Yeah, same here.
Jim Harbaugh.
12th. Okay.
Yep, I'm going to take Jim.
Some good coaches out there, boy.
Yeah.
Liam Cohen.
Okay, 13th.
Ooh. You're going Liam. Liam had a much better first year.
I would
Turned
say.
it around.
I turned that thing around.
Really like a 4-win team the year before?
Yeah.
Made it happen with Trevor Lawrence.
Quarterback that I'm not particularly happy about. Then again, I've been a scout for a while, according to a lot of folks. Nick Sirianni.
No, shoddy.
Yeah,
Kidding me?
I don't know. Maybe it's a bias, but
Dude, you got to take Sirianni over Shoddy. How can you take Shoddy over Sirianni right now? Just because of likability? I hate Sirianni. I can't stand him. But the dude is winning with dysfunction. He's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one. I don't know how you can take Shoddy over him.
That's a GM creation.
Okay.
I think any of
credit
500
to Howie.
coaches. What is he that he does?
Well, there's some hate going on over there.
he
I don't
uses
know.
that
He
ChatGPT.
finds a way to have what seems like a locker room that can't stand each other playing winning football every
So he
year.
makes guys hate each other. He had
I don't
Kellen
think he
Moore is
makes
his
them
OC.
hate each other.
I think he does. I don't think he can manage personalities.
Well, he has.
Can't bring anybody
they
together.
Win. They keep winning.
John Harbaugh at 15.
Nah, shoddy.
Okay. Shane Steichen, 16.
Shane Steichen, I think, is very interesting. I mean, he made Daniel Jones successful. They were humming as a top 5 offense. I think Shane Steichen or Shoddy be fine.
Kellen Moore at 17.
Shoddy.
I'll take Shoddy.
Yeah.
Dave Kanellis at 18.
Don't know much about him.
Head to head, Dave's got the win right now, and that's a game that the Cowboys should have won. I feel like McCarthy would have won him that game. He never lost to Carolina. Seriously, that's the one big difference right now. They won the games
Well, I
they
love
should have
you,
went
man.
under Mike.
Right now, I'm so happy you're on my team.
That's a rebuttal on Shoddy. They did
Yeah.
not win games that you would have thought they should have won last year. That's a knock on him. He's got to win on Sundays. I love everything leading up to game day.
It's the worst defense in franchise history,
They sucked the year before, too, and they had Andy Dalton playing. Don't give me that crap. Come on.
He's talking about the Cowboys, I think.
Yes, I agree. They sucked the year before, too, on defense. They gave up 50 more points this past year. They were bad on defense the year before.
They had
and
Micah
they won
Parsons.
the same amount of games. Okay, did Micah help it? No.
Yes,
he didn't.
he did.
He didn't.
Now
They
we're
won
going to
the-
say Micah didn't help.
They had Dak
That's
Prescott.
shoddy hate.
They had Dak Prescott this year, Gavin. Who'd they have starting the year before? And they won the same amount of games, and Dak didn't play. What's more important, Dak or Micah? Who are you taking? The quarterback.
I don't know. I think you're scrambling worse than Fred calling that guy on
I
Westwood
don't think
1
so.
now.
I think you're
Trying to
retreating
tell me
right
Micah
now.
didn't help.
Go retreat. He didn't. They got
Change
their
the
ass kicked
subject
with
again,
Micah.
Wolchuk. Change the subject again.
Oh, please. Go read a book.
It's like a remote control over here. I'm hitting it, and Wolchuk is changing the subject on me.
Moving the goalposts, as they say. Todd Bowles at 19.
I'll take Shoddy. I don't really know how good Todd Bowles is.
I mean, he won a Super Bowl, didn't he?
He did.
He did. And Kevin Stefanski's number 20.
Yeah, I do think
I'll take Stefanski.
Stefanski's pretty underrated.
Yeah, Stefanski, I agree.
2-time coach of the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can hold what happened in Cleveland against him.
Yeah, I think he had 2 10-plus win seasons there.
He's probably gonna go to Atlanta and get that thing humming. I'd probably go Stefanski over Shoddy.
If you talk to Bobby Belt, he'd swear they're probably going to the NFC Championship game. He thinks Atlanta.
I think Bobby would take Kellen Moore too.
Yeah, Bobby does like Kellen Moore.
Yeah. It's interesting. Your coach, and according to this of MSN, outside the top 20 when it comes to NFL head coaches. Now that you guys said there's some debatable ones here.
There is.
Yeah.
Some debatable ones.
He's got a lot to prove.
He's got a lot to prove.
But he's on the right path.
I just wish he would delegate everything. You know, like watching this Game of Thrones spinoff, what's this called? House of Dragons, getting dragon on dragon combat. But one of the common themes right now is all of these kings or lords are immature.
Yeah.
And they're feeling like, I got to do something.
Yeah.
You know, I'm here at the boardroom, and I mean, you've never planned a war in your life.
You
You're
don't
like,
respect me.
I'm the king. I got to plan a war. You know, just delegate and be vibes guy.
Yeah.
And know what the NFL metas are, and then find guys that coach that. And that includes play calling. You know, like our number one criticism, I think, when Shoddy was announced was his play calling isn't up to snuff.
Right.
And that was the main criticism. So, and then he hires Clayton Adams, and we're like, hey,
here we go.
He's got, so he knows what schemes they should be running. Now we just need to cross the final boss, which is him to find a play caller that he likes and be full on delegation.
There you go.
He has hacked the Jones family. The Joneses are listening to him, Yeah. And I think that's huge for the future of this organization. So maybe he's not one of the top 20 head coaches right now by resume. Maybe he doesn't deserve to be on that list, but I think it's heading in a great direction as long as his ego doesn't prevent him from finalizing his staff, if you will. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, guys.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. We got a mixed bag coming up next. Wolchuk, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's go ahead and shake it up. We've got Nick Saban's threats, Jake Paul delusion, and more next here in the G-Bag Nation. But, fellas, we got to talk Trajan wealth. That's...
105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Joey Erickson, Locked on Stars, coming up at 4:20. Got a proper round tripper hanging in the balance at some point. College football darty, the finest. I mean, we are locked and loaded here. Full show, full 5 today. Fan After Dark coming up 7 to 11 with current G-Bag of the Day champion Fred Davis. Time now for a mixed bag. Here's Zach.
Let's do it. Let's shake it up. You never know what you're going to get here in a mixed bag, and we'll start with college football, though, right after this.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them out?
You never know what you're going to get.
Oh, man, Parker Livingston, who was the wide receiver, the number 1 wide receiver a year ago for Texas. Ryan Wingo, I thought, would be that guy, and he took over towards the end of the season, but it was a slow start. He transfers to Oklahoma. So now at SEC Media Days, they asked Sark, like, hey, what are you hoping when you play Parker Livingston this year? And he said, well, I hope we kick his ass. It's the Red River rivalry. And I love it, baby. I love rivalries. And I want this more in the NFL. I think we're getting it with Packers, Bears. I think Ben Johnson's really revving up that engine. But I'd love it if, like, Shoddy took shots at Nick Sirianni. You know, you got Sirianni that'll do it to Dallas. You got George Kittle wearing the F Dallas shirts and stuff. Like, let's get this back. We hate each other. We're not doing the jersey swap in post game. We're not just high fiving and butt slapping. I want to crush you, dude.
Man, I hated that so much. Like pre-games, like everybody's over there hugging each other and stuff. I'm like, God, please don't let me ever do this. You know?
Yeah.
I'm with you on the rivalries, man. I think afterwards you respect, shake hands, and all that, and you say,
"No,
hey,
dude,
man,
you go full Argentina."
No, we have a fist fight.
That's what you do.
Yeah. The only thing that matters is winning.
Yeah.
And if we're not winning, we want to fight you.
You're not first, you're last.
I'll drop kick your ass.
I'll tell you an opportunity.
You ever been donkey kicked in front of thousands of people?
I'll tell you something you don't see. This was maybe when I was involved with college athletics. We used to be able to ride. You had to ride the elevator with the other team's coaches on the way down. So if you were working in the press box, there were a lot of tense moments for that. Like when I one time saw we were playing at Washington at Husky Stadium, and like our elevator, everybody's on the elevator in this so we're going out. It starts beeping, like it's too heavy. It's like doors open. They got the doors open, and this Washington coach grabs one of these other coaches and just throws him off the elevator.
Wow!
And like the coach is stumbling and falling on the ground, you know, like one of his own coaches, and he just grabs him and throws him. He's standing right there, and the ride down, they're like you could sense that it was going to be like really, because we had played really well, and so we were like kind of kicking their ass, and they were really tense. And I'm thinking, this might be a fist fight here.
Yeah,
we all might be in the elevator, and you could tell. But when the doors opened, we got off and we started kind of cheering, yeah, way to go, yeah, and you could hear them on the behind us.
Yeah.
And I thought we were going to get run down. I really, really did. But that's a lot of time. You talk about rivalries and things like that. I wish they did stories on press box ride down with visiting coaches or other teams' coaches.
That is definitely
because that's the closest you'll ever see. Because everybody's in an elevator. One school is just completely happy, and the other school is thinking, F you guys.
Yes.
And that's so.
Especially if there was a late hit or something. You knocked our quarterback out on some BS.
Oh, yeah, and your blood's high. You're pissed off.
I remember there was a lot of times where this happened. Where I've been on the other end of it where you're the losing team.
For sure.
And now you have to ride with the other team, and they try and tell you, like, well, that was a well-played game. Good luck to you.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
I had a coach one time who said, F you. Don't you effing talk to me about any of this S.
Wow.
You know, I mean, literally, and it's like, he's like, oh, hey, coach.
I don't need your
no,
pity.
No, yeah, exactly.
Hey, congrats, man. You almost covered the spread.
Yeah, I don't need, it was like, I don't need your effing.
Thanks for that field goal. Glad-handed.
Yeah.
Talking after winning a big poker hand.
It's like, you're like all of a sudden, like, I don't need you to tell me.
Don't patronize me.
Yeah,
Take that bleep-eating grin off your face, all right? Screw you. We know what happened. Well, here's Saban. And Saban, man, I don't know how Alabama fans are going to feel about hearing this, but Nick Saban had some words of wisdom for John Sumrall, the new Florida Gator head coach.
Let me just say one thing to you, John. I'm a Florida resident now, and down there amongst the Gators, and Governor DeSantis is a good friend. You took our former president, Stuart Bell, who's now a Gator, and I want you to know I'm kind of a semi-Gator. So if you don't get your together, I'm going to be in the middle of it.
Let's go.
I just want you to know that.
You didn't need any more pressure, did you?
No, actually, Coach, I really appreciate you saying that.
So now you got Saban hovering over Kalen DeBoer now in Alabama, and now John Sumrall's like, crap, Saban's going to kick my ass over here at Florida.
Are we just full on just cussing on ESPN? Is that we just doing that?
Well, yeah, it's expected.
It's expected?
It's become the thing.
Okay. Cool.
It's become the thing now. Yeah, but Saban definitely has been letting it fly ever since McAfee.
He knows it's a crowd pleaser for him.
It has worked.
But we don't get reprimanded for this stuff
I don't think they can
anymore?
reprimand Saban.
No.
Maybe some of the others do.
Yeah.
Was he talking about Summerall's phone incident the other day? Or what was at the root of this? Just winning?
They were just previewing, the Florida.
Florida was there,
Because they've been kind of disappointing.
They have been. I mean, big time disappointment. They've gone through several head coaches ever since Urban Meyer. They just haven't been the same program. So maybe Summerall's the guy.
I heard Brian wants him to look at Shoddy next year.
You know what? He's a Florida alum.
Yeah.
Is he Florida alum or Texas? He's Florida alum, right?
Florida. Yeah, it's Florida. Yeah. Wasn't he part of the national championship team in the 90s? I think he was the backup quarterback.
He's a hell of a scout teamer.
He was.
Hey, I was a scout teamer guy too.
He was the freaking man.
Play your role.
Some of the best athletes are.
What, scout teamer?
Yeah.
Not really, bro.
I'm just kidding.
No, we were horrible.
Yeah, you guys.
I tried my best. I did try my best.
ESPN is going to be launching a new weekly college football show. It's going to have Josh Pate and then the Bustin' with the Boys dudes, Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. So I guess they've been added. That's not part of the layoffs, but that's going to be fun for ESPN. Staying with the SEC, Arkansas head coach Ryan Silverfield. Now you're going to have more coming up in the finest, Eric. But here was
the Darty.
In the Darty. Okay, you're saving it for the college football Darty. There we go. He's talking and got to let everybody flex on his record against SEC coaches.
Uh-oh. I love it. I never thought coming here today, these last couple of days that people would talk about aura. First off, I don't know what the hell that means. Like I said all along, I don't. If it's about fashion or all that stuff, certainly have no aura. But if it's about having a presence about yourself, those that are around me know that at least I'm a genuine, real dude. And I think you talk to our players, they get a presence around me, they get it. And if aura means being cool, doing all those things, well, listen, I got a hot wife for a reason, right? I mean, I can get down, I can recite, Notorious B.I.G. lyrics. I can recite, whatever you want me to do. Let's go. But I've got enough enough to find ways to win football games, and that's all that matters.
Okay, so there was a little bit of a communication snafu there. That was not the clip that you wanted played, but I'm actually glad it went in this order because he's getting clowned for his preseason media day photos where it looks like he does not look like
bad pictures.
An NFL or an SEC football coach.
They're not good.
And everybody's clowning him for not having any aura. And so he was actually asked about that. He had to defend his own aura. And he doesn't know what that means, but he does know that he has it. And part of the reason why he knows he has it, despite not knowing what it means, is because his wife is hot, according to him, and he knows a Notorious B.I.G. song.
So he's got aura.
So even though he doesn't know what that means, he definitely has
aura.
The idea that you have to comment on your own lack of aura before the season starts... Gosh, that is tough, dude.
Yeah, that's not. Arkansas fans are very much doubting him. I know we got a lot of Hog fans that listen. 877-881-1053.
Big Heatman, the big one.
Big time. And those that I've talked with are like, man, because he wasn't the first choice. I don't know if he was even their second or third choice for the gig.
He was the one they could afford.
Yes, and he comes over from Memphis. Now, he's got to remind everybody, this will be the other cut that we have here, LA, just Arkansas head coach Ryan Silverfield. But he's being doubted, and he wants everybody to know his record.
Keep doubting me. What'd you say my record was against the coaches of this conference?
5-1, Coach.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that's great. I won't throw the podium at you, so I appreciate that.
Now, this is kind of
that was kind of funny.
That was a good line.
He's pretty jacked. He's got good haircuts. I think it was just a bad picture of him.
You see it? You see those pics?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe he came off the juice now that I see the updated 5 days ago. Okay, like 4 years ago when he was at Memphis, he was filling out that polo.
Yeah, he was yoked.
So I don't know what happened. Maybe with success came less time to lift weights.
He looks like he works for Discount Tire.
That's exactly what Chris Marler's saying. He says, at Discount Tire, we know the customer service comes first.
That's amazing.
So he's got the black slacks and the red shirt? Yeah.
At customer service.
But he used to be jacked. That's good to know. I didn't know. But he used to be jacked.
The issue is his line. Like when you actually kind of do look at the context of this, he's 5-1 against current SEC coaches. That is true. But the SEC coaches that he's defeated are the other two that have just gotten hired. So it's Alex Golish, he's beaten 3 times, and he's now the new Auburn coach going into year 1. And then he's beat John Summerall twice, who's now the new Florida coach. The one loss he's got is Eli Drinkwitz in Missouri, who's been a reigning SEC coach. So I guess he's the king of the castle versus the new SEC coaches. But the guys that have been there and have been actually in the SEC, it's like he's beaten SEC teams head-to-head. But we wish you the best, Ryan Silverfield. I hope for my Hog fans out there that you're able to turn around.
Yeah, just don't win against LSU, please.
Just get $40 million a year from the Jones boys. And if you're the Jones boys,
strange. They don't actually fund they don't spend a lot of money on the football program. They're kind of really leaning into basketball right now.
And they depend on the Tyson's chicken tenders.
Tyson's chicken. We got to
Walmart?
JB Hunt, Walmart. Yeah, we got some.
You'd think they'd be dominating right now, but they're not. All right, let's conclude the mixed bag with Jake Paul and his delusion. Is he ball sacking us all? Have NFL teams actually reached out to him?
No.
Can you talk us through your plan to get to the NFL more?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like when I started boxing, it's funny to see the tweet and deleters out there, the non-believers, the naysayers. Shout out to Drake. I think there's a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes, a lot of people dropping passes on a consistent basis. I have better hands than them. I'm faster than them. I'm stronger than them. I work harder than them. Really, all it's going to take is just me after boxing practicing some routes. I have a couple teams and coaches that I've already talked to that are interested in bringing me onto the team. It's really going to be
There's no way.
quite easy.
Do you have a dream team you'd like to play for?
I mean, I'd love to go to the Cleveland Browns. Been a Browns fan my whole entire life. My mom is a diehard Browns fan, and I think they could use some good receivers over there. Number 17, Browns reserve the jersey now. Thank you.
Now, there is a team that maybe he could play for. You know, if they put together an offensive roster like one he had last year.
Yeah.
I want to know what his 40 time is.
It's got to be roughly a 4.8.
I've seen some videos of him, and he does not look good at all. I don't know what he's thinking.
It's a great
play in the NFL.
This is a great bit. It's hilarious. That was funny. That was awesome.
It is funny, and he's a showman, and they both are. I mean, I'll give it to the Pauls. They are. They're entertaining individuals.
He keeps it deadpan. He keeps it serious. But
in his head, I really think that he believes this.
Give him a training camp spot.
Yeah, let's just see it.
I want to see it, bro.
You know what? He should be part of Michael Irvin's revival.
He doesn't have to get padded up.
Just let him run.
Just going through the warm-ups and the workouts.
Like
you ain't going to make it, bro. Yeah, you ain't going to make it.
Gosh,
could he pass the conditioning test?
Ooh, he might be on the asthma field when it's all said and done.
There's remedial running program, as Jason Garrett called it. Thank you, Wolchuk. Mixed bag in the books. Chief teased his college football darty. That's coming up at 4:40. We're going to talk with Joey Erickson, Locked On Stars. What comes next after coming to terms with Jason Robertson. But before we get there, I want to talk to you about coming to terms.
Berkshire Pork Picanha. Or grab the premium picanha steak and Zeno Baguette bundle. Visit our 9 DFW locations or wildforkfoods.com today.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. About to catch up with an old friend of ours here from The Fan. Talk some hockey with you. Join Bobby, Sean, and RJ tomorrow morning for their Firehouse Tour. The guys will be at the Fire Station 1 in Little Elm, 88 West El Dorado Parkway. Come by for breakfast, tacos, pastries, and more, courtesy of Panderia San Marcos. Plus Fantolo polo shirts.
These are sick.
What?
Yeah, they're giving out polo golf shirts tomorrow while they last, thanks to Fraser Roofs and Gutters and Tolbert Garage Doors. Sean and RJ tomorrow morning with free breakfast and giveaways while they last in Little Elm. That'll be awesome, okay? The segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, as Joey Erickson, Locked On Stars, joins you now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm fired up, gentlemen, and Jason Robertson's around for at least one more year, so that's good news for the Dallas Stars.
Okay, that was going to be my first question. Do you like the deal that was reached? What has fired you up about it?
Yeah, I mean, well, the number one, it keeps the Stars in the hunt to contend for a Stanley Cup. Number one, that's pretty important because they already had to lose some very valuable young talent like Maverick Bourque, and I'm still a bit ticked off about that trade, although it was necessary because the Stars put themselves in a bit of a cap situation, if you will. So they had to make some necessary deals. But, I mean, Robertson, 96 points last year. We saw what he was able to do. Really the only consistent scorer in that series against Minnesota at 5-on-5. And at the end of the day, I think over the last, last 5 years, he's like a top 5 scorer in the NHL. And if not the best left wing in the entire league. And the Stars don't have a ton of depth at that position. So to get your number one guy back is good. Of course, you'd rather have him long term, but because of those cap constraints that I mentioned earlier, they're able to keep around, and maybe they can get a deal done in a few months from now.
With the cap constraints and with how thoroughly they've been dismissed, I don't know, Joey. What do you think about the idea that you're kind of clinging to an expired chance in the past, and this thing needs to kind of be remade?
Yeah, I think this is what fascinates me about this whole situation. The Stars have been very noisy this offseason. I think it would even make the Dallas Cowboys jealous how noisy it's been. I'm fascinated to know if the Stars are still willing to give Jason Robertson a long-term deal at whatever number that may be, because the market has rapidly changed all of a sudden. So even in January, when these negotiations can happen with Robertson, do they want to give him 14? But his number could potentially go even higher. Connor Bedard, who has done way less in his time in the NHL than Jason Robertson has, just got paid $15 million a year for 5 years. And then there's another young up-and-coming phenomenal talent, Leo Carlson, Anaheim. He just became the highest paid player in the league and hasn't really even sniffed what Jason Robertson has done in his short career with the Dallas Stars. So I think that number for Robertson could potentially go up, and that's why I'm hesitant to truly know if Dallas is almost accepting the fact that, hey, we're going to try to maybe move him this year at the trade deadline, or if we don't, we hold on to him for the entire year, and then at the end of the season, he becomes an unrestricted free agent. Yes, it would suck to let him walk without getting anything for him, but there's always the other reality or another perspective that you can look at it, and that's, well, you're going to have, $15 more million to work with on top of Tyler Sagan's cap hits coming off next season. That's $9.85 million. So I think the number is $41 million the Stars will have to play with next season. So that's where I think, I hate to call it maybe a punt year for Dallas. They're still going to be competitive. They're one of the better teams in the Western Conference as is. I think they've taken a slight step back, but maybe you just play this season out however it happens to shake out. It shakes out, and then you can put a boatload of money into next season, and maybe Jason Robertson is a part of their plans, and then they can add some more pieces around him as well.
Yeah, listening to you as you were talking, Joey, it made me think that they're going to be in a interesting position
to possibly go after a McDavid or one of these other free agents next year that could be saying, hey, get me out, I'm not happy, and you have the relationship with your head coach and Connor McDavid from Edmonton? I mean, do you think that's realistic? Because there's been a lot of chatter about that ever since they made the hiring to bring back Gully.
Yeah, I think anything's in play, and I should tell you guys, don't forget that the Stars, current highest paid player, at least now tied highest paid player, Mikko Rantanen was dealt, a year, last season in January in a very good situation. Like the Colorado Avalanche were the best team in the NHL. They were kicking butt, and he was in a good situation. I think everybody thought he was going to be, a Colorado Avalanche for the rest of his career, and all of a sudden he was dealt to Carolina, and then we all know how that ended up. He ends up becoming a Dallas Star and then, eliminates them in Game 7 with an incredible hat trick in period number 3. Is that something that could happen with Jason Robertson? Maybe, if there's bigger plans out there to maybe go after one of those big fish like Connor McDavid. I don't think any Stars fan would probably scoff at the fact of having number 97 in Victor Green. I think everybody would be on board for that if it came at the cost of losing Jason Robertson. And, Austin Matthews in Toronto is another name that's kind of been thrown out there. So there are some big fish that the Stars should definitely try to go after. And Jason Robertson's an incredible player. He'll probably have near 100-point season next year, but when you can go after those big fish, you kind of have to go get them. And the Stars did that a couple seasons ago with Mikko Rantanen, and I've always said I'm curious if Mikko Rantanen is the guy they've kind of wanted to build around, because they never gave Robo that long-term extension because they could have got it done a couple years ago. If maybe they were picking sides to some degree and saying, well, this is going to be kind of our guy now and maybe not Robo, whether you disagree with that or not. But I'm curious with the ownership forking that money up to Rantanen is maybe that's what they've kind of come to.
Joey Erickson, Locked On Stars, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. You mentioned the bummer of having to trade Maverick Bourque, Ilya Lyubushkin. Also, they bring back Jamie Benn. They bring back Yoel Kiviranta, who spent a few years there with Colorado. The move of the 1-year, $12 million deal with Robo. Overall, how do you grade the Stars offseason, what Jim Nils had to do without really having a lot of wiggle room to make moves to add to the team?
Yeah, I would give it. I think it's been a complete mess in a lot of ways, and a lot of this stems from a few years ago. If I had to give a letter grade, I'm like maybe a D plus, C minus, somewhere in there. And I have to give Jim Nill credit. He nearly got himself out of a really bad situation with the Seattle Kraken offer, 8-year, $15 million. Of course, we all know Jason Robertson vetoed that trade. He almost went out and just got the Norris Trophy winning defenseman Zach Werenski, which I would have been fired up about. And I'm sure I would have been on the station whether you wanted me or not the next couple days if that occurred. But he tried to get himself out of a tough situation, and it didn't work out. But at the end of the day, a lot of these issues and the cap constraints they have dated back to a couple of seasons ago on July 1st when they signed Ilya Lyubushkin and when they signed Matt Dumba to those multi-year deals. It put them in a position now where they have to, kind of lie in the bed that they're in, and they're going to have to really work extremely hard to try to get themselves out of it. Unfortunately, some of those big swings already this summer did not shake out.
I think there's a pretty good chance we hear a lot about Robertson at the trade deadline and as it approaches if the season's not going great.
Absolutely. If he doesn't have a deal done in January, then you're going to start hearing a lot of rumblings. And look, there's some good and bad, I think, for Robertson on this and for the Stars in a lot of ways, right? Like if Robo gets hurt or has a down year, then maybe his value goes down, which maybe in some way helps Dallas to try to sign him to a long-term deal. But there's a lot of external factors that are going to come to play. But yes, if Dallas is maybe struggling and they get banged up again like they were last year, I think they would be foolish not to at least shop him. And we already know they've already tried to shop him this summer. And there's still a little piece of me that believes that may be their best case scenario, or at least that's the solution they're going with, and they may trade him. As much as I love Jason, I'd like him to stay for the whole year, but I just have a feeling with how this negotiation has gone and all the noise around it that they've kind of come to the, I guess they've kind of come to the decision, hey, we're going to just try to trade him and get what we can for him. And I'm just fascinated to see what teams out there may try to take a nibble at him. But as we know with the cap, as we've talked about the Stars, there's not a lot of great teams out there that can afford a Jason Robertson right now. And Seattle was one of those teams that swung big, but obviously Seattle was not a part of Robo's plans.
Joey, do you think there's any problem within the room how this kind of went down, with players? I know players don't always like to, they're trying to be supportive and all that, but is there, I'm asking you, it's kind of a speculative thing, but do you think there's any problem in the room or are they super supportive of Robinson and what he just tried to do?
Yeah, I don't think so. Just because if it's one thing the Stars have done a really nice job of is have a pretty good, I would say, culture. I know that's a buzzword, or just a good dressing room. Look, Jamie Benn's a big part of that, right? And say what you want about him as a player. I'm not the biggest fan about what he's able to bring to the table over the last couple of seasons, but there is so many veterans in that locker room. Think of Matt Duchene and, Jamie Benn, of course, Joe Pavelski a few years ago. So many leaders and veterans that they just seem to get it. And I know that has been a report brought up by some insiders out there that the Stars have a few players that may be, I guess, irritated by the Robertson negotiation. But I just find that very hard to believe. In my opinion, if anything, I would think players would be massively supportive of Robertson to get as much money as he wants, because I would think that would help them. The more money he gets, the more money everybody kind of in the league can get. So that would be at least my opinion on the matter if he ruffled any feathers in the locker room. But if he goes and puts up 50 goals next season, no one's going to care.
Joey Erickson, Locked On Stars, man, you are killing it. We're so proud of you, and we thank you for your hockey insights.
Well, I appreciate you boys having me on. Just have a great rest of your summer. We'll catch up soon.
Cheers. There he goes, Joey Erickson here, fan alumnus. He probably left us, 2-3 years ago?
Yep.
And it's just been dominating hockey media in every way possible. We have a college football darty coming up, Chief.
The least surprising injury news of the summer, plus your all-century team next year in the nation. But first, let's talk about
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Football's finest coming up at 5 o'clock. College football darty right here. Chiefs about to go back-to-back on football content. Here he is.
Boom!
Eric.
Crack him if you got him right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again!
Well, I don't get the brain man cold.
I have copious amounts of college football action here for you guys. We'll see how much we can fit in. Now, the first trivia question, Wolchuk.
Yo.
When did the 21st century begin?
It's a great question. 2000.
2001?
January 1st, 2001.
Thank you, Gavin.
It's a tough one.
I would have guessed the same thing, Wolchuk.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I had to Google it just to make sure because we have Joel Klatt's all 21st century team.
Oh, did he leave out some notable 2000 players?
Yeah, like how far does this actually go back? Because he's got his offense and his defense, okay? If you have beef, stop me. His quarterback, Vince Young.
I'm not beefing with it.
His running back is Adrian Peterson. His 3 wide receivers, Larry Fitzgerald, Julio Jones, and Michael Crabtree.
No Jamar Chase is pretty fascinating.
No Jamar. I mean, you could have had really the entire LSU offense if you wanted to.
But hey,
if you wanted to.
Who you taking off? I think Julio and Jamar would be a good debate.
Okay. All right. You got the tight end, Brock Bowers.
Okay.
Hard to push back against that. His offensive tackles are Bryant McKinney, Joe Thomas. His guards, David DeCastro, Quentin Nelson. His center is Barrett Jones. And he's got an athlete gadget guy. Of course, that is going to be Percy Harvin.
Yeah, that's a great one.
And listen, this is star-studded, okay? So I'm sure you could have some type of qualms. Like I'm looking at Zach Martin, but Zach Martin was playing tackle, wasn't he?
He was playing tackle.
I think all 5 positions at one point.
He did. Like it's tough to imagine that Zach Martin isn't one of the 5 best offensive linemen over the last 25 years. But these guys are all pretty dang good, so I get it. And you got the Notre Dame Quentin Nelson nod there at guard. And DeCastro was a dog for Stanford at guard as well. So, I mean, that's all pretty impressive. You know, Tim Tebow at quarterback, I think some people would look at. You know, this is in college. This is for colleges. This is about what they did in the NFL.
Baker. Yeah, they have Baker as their best quarterback in the last 25 years.
Do they really?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so many good ones. But that's his offense.
Cam Newton, I think, would have a good
fight. For sure. Now, to his defense, we'll start with the linebackers. He's got Micah Parsons. I was kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, I'm definitely surprised by that.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly, of course.
Yes.
Brought us his favorite
player ever scouted.
Favorite player you've ever scouted. His edge rushers are Terrell Suggs at Arizona State and Will Anderson Jr. with
Suggs
Alabama.
was good at Arizona State.
How are you not putting Manti Te'o
at linebacker? I know.
Yes.
Okay.
If we're just going by college, that dude was a Heisman finalist, could have won the Heisman. Manti Te'o should be in that over Micah Parsons.
I thought you were about to make a case for your guy J-Rod.
I love J-Rod.
Also in the Heisman conversation.
Te'o would be over Jacob Rodriguez.
His defensive tackles are Ndamukong Suh and Aaron Donald.
That's lethal.
Good luck, boys. You have LSU's Patrick Peterson at corner. You have Alabama's Patrick Surtain at corner. Double Patricks. You have Ed Reed at safety, Troy Polamalu at safety.
Yeah, I can't fight that.
And Tyrann Mathieu as your nickel slot, versatile chess piece.
I love that because where are you going to put Ty Matthew? But they found a spot.
Found a spot for Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger. He was unbelievable. One of my favorite college football players to ever watch. Like,
so much fun.
He was so dynamic in every way. But there's your all 21st century team. Doesn't seem like anybody's got real. Nobody wants to fight Joel Klatt right now.
It's just linebacker. I think Manti Te'o should be in that over Micah. He was a better college player.
Yeah.
I think he was.
I agree.
Now, you have the SEC Media Days obviously going on right now. We finally got to see a very tan Lane Kiffin.
Looked good. Coach looked good. Yeah, hanging out in Florida there. Redneck Riviera.
Yeah, he's inspiring confidence in you right now for your Tigers.
Sure. I mean, hey, listen, I went all these years just disdaining the guy.
Right.
You know, the smugness and all that, and I'm kind of glad he's on my team now.
That's your smugness now.
That's my smugness. Yeah.
That's a vacation tan. That's not your regular. I've been working.
He's
tan. That's a no tan line.
He's been shooting videos and stuff. He's TikTok guy. You know, him and his family. He's a big TikTok.
Well, he is. He's joining them. He did say he's gone cold turkey on the social media. I guess his son made a bet that he couldn't just quit social media.
Yeah.
So maybe he's still making cameos with his daughters.
He shows up
on the TikTok.
Yeah.
Let the ladies know
family account.
He's still got it, but he is punting on the social medias. He did a nice savvy vet move. He knew he was about to get grilled at that podium. So all these coaches, they get to basically open up the presser with whatever monologue they want.
He covered all the ground.
Historically, you had Mike Leach at Mississippi State. His opening monologue was the lowest amount of words ever used, according to Brett McMurphy at an SEC Media Day. He said 5 words in his opening monologue, and then he just took questions for 30 minutes. Lane Kiffin went the opposite route.
There you go. Filibuster?
Just shy of 3,000 words to start the presser, and only allowed enough time for 4 questions from the media.
Yeah, there you go.
That was just brilliant.
Well coach.
By him.
That's my guy.
Details on the roster, on the opponents. I got a full report here for you.
I got so much to say right now. Probably, I would imagine a lot of long, pregnant pauses. Gather your thoughts a little bit.
Hold on, not done yet.
And just go ISO for about 17 minutes.
Oh, trust me, you guys will have your chance to ask questions.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I'm going to leave you time for about 3 or 4 of them things. So he seems to be doing well, and everybody at LSU is feeling good. Now, on the flip side, you have Texas. You have Sark. He's pumped for Will Muschamp.
He is, man, because he's got his head coach of the defense. He's like not even worrying about that side of the ball.
Says, quote, a great addition. It's everything I thought this hire could be. Will and I believe in a style of defense that is in your face, that is extremely tough. And I wonder how many whiteboards they're going to have to go through this year with Will Muschamp. Because he's known to punch those things at halftime. He's drawing up plays. He's screaming at you. He's got the red face, the red ass. And he's punching and breaking.
You've seen his ass.
Yeah. It's
You've
like
been taking a peek.
It's like Mike Zimmer's face after coaching in the frozen tundra.
A lot of pushback over Sean Taylor not being one of the safeties.
Okay, listen,
but gosh,
I understand it, but you're talking about Ed Reed and Troy Polamalu.
If we were to go just college career, I wonder if Taylor would have the edge over Polamalu. I don't think there's any way Ed Reed, after the speech he gave Miami, there's no way Ed Reed's not one of them.
Yeah, I mean,
if you want to go all Canes at safety, I'm not going to fight you. Obviously, the pro career will never know because of the tragedy that happened to Sean Taylor. But that's a tough one to knock off 2 Hall of Famers like that.
You got some
college football Hall of Famers.
And you get some Aggie love with Von Miller and Myles Garrett on the edge.
Yeah.
Like, was Terrell Suggs better than Von Miller? Was Terrell Suggs better than Myles Garrett?
I can't speak to that.
Even Suggs was damn good. I'm just saying
I don't remember him from Arizona State.
No, he was a problem. A problem in a good way. I mean, you couldn't block the guy. The Ravens, the only reason he went later than he did is because he didn't run a 40 time worth of damn. He was like a 4.9 guy. Seriously. He ran like 5 40-yard dashes, and every time it was not this. It was like a poor time. But the Ravens said, "The hell with that." You watch the tape? This guy, he's deserving. He's very deserving.
Yeah, Terrell Suggs, especially in the NFL, was a total dog.
Monster.
Yeah. But yeah, Myles Garrett was ridiculous from day one at Texas A&M. So it's hard to imagine there was a better edge rusher in college football over the last 25 years than Myles Garrett. And even with Von Miller, I get it, 5'1", I understand what you're saying. And then some love for Reggie Bush at running back over Adrian Peterson.
Reggie was dynamic.
He was
very good.
He totally was.
Ricky Williams.
Yeah, I don't think he meets the 21st century mark.
98, 99-ish.
Yeah. I think he won the Heisman.
What year was he drafted?
I think he was drafted in 99.
Okay. So he does. Okay.
So he doesn't.
That's good.
But I totally get what you're saying. Ricky was unbelievable. But so was Adrian Peterson.
Adrian Peterson was amazing.
It's hard to argue that, dude. It really is.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to fight AP.
So that's what Joel Klatt's feeling right there with the all 21st century team. But yeah, Will Muschamp and Texas feeling good, and then you have Arch Manning saying first and foremost, hey, when my football career's done, he's not going to be joining the Manning cast. All right, you're not going to see him.
He's not going to do that.
He's not going to be doing any sort of sports media. At least at this point, the bug hasn't bit him.
You can say that now.
Yeah, he's too young to say what you won't do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you're too young for that, brother.
Yeah, you got to get into your 30s before you know for sure. See what the paychecks are looking like, and his golf game as well. Apparently, Peyton Manning is the best golfer in the Manning family.
Okay,
and Arch said he's got a 10 handicap, and he broke 80 for the first time this summer.
Oh, I can't trust a quarterback that can't break 80 consistently. I thought that coordination.
I thought you couldn't trust a quarterback that was playing golf at all.
Yeah,
that's true. Film room. Arch.
Yeah. I mean, I'm already looking suspicious at you, but I think that golf's a pretty good indicator of your fine motor skills. Alrighty, fine segment in coming up next. The football's finest, Chief.
Yeah, let's hear from Will McClay next in the nation.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Full show tonight. Fan After Dark's coming up at 7 o'clock. Rangers off tonight. They will host the Mariners in the first of 4 tomorrow evening right here on The Fan. Time now for football's finest. Here's your chief.
Yes, sir. Lots to get to. Will McClay, and do the Cowboys have any more excuses right after this?
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Pour one out in Baltimore for Ravens rookie Diego Pavia, who I can't even imagine.
They didn't even make camp yet.
Yeah.
You couldn't hack it, huh?
Do you think he failed the conditioning run?
I don't think they've even reported.
I think he was just probably making it rocky in the meeting rooms and wanting to make it about him. You know, he can't help it with that Napoleonic complex.
Standing on the table.
It happens.
Yeah. What about me? When am I going to get my shot, guys?
Yeah, guys, I've been here for 3 months.
Mine.
First offense. First he goes running in there. Yeah.
Lamar, you take this one out. Sit this one out.
Sit this one out.
We did get the update. You were right there, Broadus, about Nick Emanwari, the safety for the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
He's on the physically unable to perform list because he had a recent surgery on his right ankle.
Oh.
Same one that he had aggravated. I guess he aggravated it early in the season last year and then re-aggravated it during the preparation for the Super Bowl. Was able to play through it. Was a studly player for the Seahawks, but he had to have a surgery on his right ankle. And so they do think he's going to be ready for week 1, but that's definitely bummer news out of Seattle for him. Now, I guess good news here for the Giants. Malik Neighbors with that knee issue is not going to be on the PUP list to start training camp.
Oh, interesting.
I'm kind of surprised by that.
This one.
This is Jordan Renan.
The mouthpiece for the Giants.
Are you discrediting?
I am a little bit. I think Jordan Renan is like, I'm going to say anything to make the organization look good.
He's just he's the mouthpiece. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, it's kind of like with David Moore.
But if he's not, I mean, it's just kind of a factual thing if he's not starting on the PUP list.
No, if he's not, he's not. But we'll see if he plays week 1. I think there's been a lot of doubt surrounding that.
Yeah,
like a week ago, there was a report he's going to miss the first 4 to 6 weeks. Who the hell knows? Every day it changes with Malik Neighbors.
Well, it would go a long way for them. They need Malik Neighbors in a big way for sure. Not only to just be healthy, but also to be a stud for Jackson Dart. Now, this is some sound from Louis Riddick of ESPN, friend of the show. Love chatting with him when we were at the Super Bowl,
good dude.
I guess a couple of years ago. He's fantastic, and he's got this to say about the Cowboys and their expectations.
Yeah, it is. Look, I don't think you have to necessarily have been knocking on the door beforehand in order for your expectations in the following year to be Super Bowl or bust, especially when you look at Dallas and you look at what they have done this offseason as far as upgrading this roster. And it is 1 through 53. It's legit now. On the defensive side of the football in particular, which everyone knew that they needed to address last year, look, Will McClay, who's in charge of personnel, went to work on this football team, and they have got nothing but baller after baller. And they started this work early on, during the season with the people that they acquired. Now, the young guys that they brought in, Caleb Downs, Malachi Lawrence, Jayshon Barham, these are all people, Rashawn Gary now as far as a veteran acquisition, these are guys who are going to play huge, pivotal roles as far as them going ahead and leveling up on that side of the football to where they are going to be able to deal with any team in the National Football League, I believe, at any time during the season. Christian Parker has to be huge. I know Kimberly Martin talks about him a lot, and I'm sure she's going to mention the fact that their new defensive coordinator has to play a huge role. But offensively, they have one of the best offensive lines in football. They have one of the best wide receiver duos in football. Dak is one of the best best quarterbacks in football. They have depth at running back. There really aren't any excuses for Dallas anymore.
So it's not just a saying anymore.
Absolutely not. Look, I personally am picking them to win the division.
Hell yeah.
It does feel like he's overrating things a little bit at this point.
Yeah, I think he's exaggerating. Like right now, it's okay to be hopeful. It's okay to say there's no excuses left for this football team. But I think to say it as a declarative statement or a fact that this team's going to be able to handle any offense in the NFL at any point in the season, that's yet to be seen. We don't know if they have edges. We don't know if they have inside linebackers, and we don't know if they have enough corners. I think this defense and this front office has done a great job preparing them to shift schemes over the next couple of years with the defensive linemen and the safeties that they've brought in. Like, this might be a smoother transition and a drastic transition from one defensive style to another than we've seen from most teams. And because of that, I think average is a fair expectation. But I think the national media are kind of echo chambering each other and seeing if they can one-up one another with how optimistic they are about the Cowboys.
Yeah, because there's definitely question marks about the roster. I mean, he mentions depth at running back. We have massive question marks about the depth at running back.
Yeah,
right
that
now.
one jumped out to me.
I think the big thing is for some of these, analysts, especially like Louis Riddick, who is into team building, the Cowboys are built to be able to win in the trenches. And that's been a big upgrade for them. Offensive line with the 3 interior linemen, if they can get solid play at tackle. But the big thing is adding Quinnen Williams, adding bigger bodies up front with a Tito Ogbonya, Bullard. You've got Kenny Clark. Like, they should not get pushed around the line of scrimmage like previous Cowboy teams did.
You think he's overselling things over there, Broadus, or what?
I'll tell you what, former personnel guy, people that have talked about hiring him as a potential general manager. I think when you start to talk about evaluators on TV, I think he's one of the better ones. So if Louis Riddick thinks that about your football team, I think you should kind of take good notice. And so I'm going to say I don't disagree with what Dawson's saying though either. There are some questions. We do this every day. June radio, July radio. All we've been talking about is what about these backups? What about these starters? What about this? But I think the fact that he feels that strongly about this team, as a guy who kind of evaluates teams, I would take it with some positivity.
He is less hot takey than anybody on that network. He's the most credible NFL.
He tries.
If he says
when he listens to what everybody else says, and it's not like, okay, I'm trying to adjust as so and so is going after him or trying to be a little bit different and all that. I think he's got a really good eye for players. And if he feels like that they've made enough moves, I still think they need a Mike linebacker. I asked Will McClay this question today about what he thinks of with Overshone and stuff like that. And they're still very, very positive. But there's still some things to be done and some hurdles that they're clearly going to have to get over before they, we all consider them this team that maybe Lewis is talking about.
I guess he's buying in on my boy Blue. That's exciting.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows something we don't know. Jaden Blue's about to break out. That would be huge.
Is there a Phil Moffitt shot in there?
Maybe there's a chance. Yeah, maybe there's a Moffitt love in there, which I think is definitely on the table as well. Why are you laughing?
It just scrolled across Lamar sent Diego Pavia to the children's table, and it's an AI video of just a very tiny Diego Pavia looking up and talking to Lamar Jackson, and it's hilarious. The stuff they do, like the Kyler Murray Pavia stuff, and they're just like little Smurfs throwing the football. It's hilarious.
Yeah, they shrink him down pretty nicely.
It's wrong, but it's hilarious.
Okay, Broadus, you mentioned you got a chance to sit down with Will McClay today at Crown Global Media and the beautiful studio.
Oh, gorgeous, stunning.
Thank you.
So we have, we'll play a couple of these right now, and then perhaps we can sprinkle-dinkle them a little bit more later on. But the first question that you guys asked him was about the decision to tag George Pickens. Here was Will McClay.
I mean, at the end of the day, you have different opportunities to figure out how you put your team together. And, public perception is, oh, you should sign this guy and do that. But, I don't tell you how to run your checkbook. You don't tell me how to run mine. And it's, or businesses. And so everybody's philosophy is a little bit different. And we love George Pickens. And finding a way to field the team with 53 of the best players in today's day and age is very, very difficult. So you go through the different contracts and the different aspects and all those different ways, and you put it together. And that situation with George presented itself in the way that we could do it that way and still keep our team together. That's the best way for me to put it.
Yeah, I would say we need somebody in that building to have a stronger voice talking to the Joneses on how they spend their money. And it's not really the Joneses' money. Like, you sign up to spend the same amount of money as every team in the NFL over a 5-year period, right? So I would say yes. It's just totally different than me talking to you individually about how you spend your money in your house. This is a business. And the Joneses have failed, I think, for 30 years at managing this cap in a way that gives them a competitive advantage or a good chance of winning the Super Bowl. So whether it's Will McClay or their salary cap experts that are on staff, one of you guys needs to go to the Joneses and explain, we don't want to ride this on a slow, even curve up. You want to yo-yo it. We're competitors. Spend a lot. We're not. Okay, let's blow out our dead money and get a good draft pick. That's how the winning teams are getting this done, and that's why the Rams have been to the top 3 times in the last decade, and then when their window closes, they embrace losing. Until you really get there, you're kind of operating on the margins of team building and hoping you get lucky by out-drafting the league.
Well, you guys took him back into the way back as well. Asking him some questions about just the way he has drafted some players. You got the Lamb and Down stuff that we can get to, but this is the one that Cowboys fans continue to have disdain for. Let Will McClay explain in his own words why he and the Cowboys drafted Taco over TJ.
We drafted him because I put a grade on those guys at that level, as well as the rest of us. We went through our process, and they were there at that value. There are guys that you like certain things, but there's also fit. If you're playing a defense where you require somebody to play on the outside edge of the tackle all the time as opposed to with width, does that diminish his ability? So those are all things that we go through as well. Can players learn and change and do different? We talk about reps. Yes. And then that's when you go into the character. Like TJ Watt, the one thing I remember about TJ Watt is I remember going, this dude is so stiff and he plays so hard. Yeah. And so you look at measurements. So I remember the 3-cone and the short shuttle. And his times were amazing. I can't remember the times off the top of my head, but I didn't ever think that he could do that because of the stiffness. But he achieved those times. That's the same way he achieves those sacks. So that's a learning experience for me as well. Like the motor, the instincts, the da-da-da-da-da, all of those things are there. And when you look at the physical abilities, well, sometimes these other things, if you have enough of the physical things, overcome that physical ability. That's the thing I learned from TJ Watt. Even though he did not fit the scheme. Now, would we have changed the scheme? And we've been through things before, like coaches want everything perfect. Right. If I'm an offensive coordinator, I want the top receiver, like in the draft, it's always great because every position coach is my best friend when it comes to their position group. Everybody wants the best. So when you have the ability to see, what's the best way to put this? Put your inferences on it and tie that with a coach and see it come to fruition. That's when it's great. But then when it doesn't work, it's having the confidence in yourself and your relationship to say, how did we miss and get better at it?
So what do you think about that? Like,
I think the fit was the big thing, right? I mean, it was clearly they didn't think that TJ Watt fit the scheme. And they missed on that one. And that's unfortunate. But I do love the fact that he uses it as a learning experience. Yeah. You know, there's some guys that could probably double down and say, no, I mean, this is how I felt in the moment, and it is what it is. In hindsight, you're going to miss sometimes. But he is showing the wherewithal and the accountability to say, like, okay, well, why did we miss this? And how can we adapt in the future to maybe not make the same mistake and look at it a different way?
And do you guys feel like they've done a good job kind of adjusting from that, since that was many years ago? Like, do you feel like there's proof of it now, of actually learning from that?
Maybe they have over the last couple of years, but I mean, recently they took Mozzie Smith, so I think they continue to have whiffs. It's just amazing looking back on Taco's Michigan plays, how big and athletic that he looked. And from day one at Cowboys training camp, he was sticking out like a sore thumb with his awkward lack of athleticism and strength against NFL players. So this would actually go to believing the combine line more instead of trusting the tape, and I think all teams are going to make some pretty big mistakes, and I don't think there's any amount of processing of that decision that they could do that would protect them from it in the future.
All right, we can hit more Will McClay a little bit later on.
Yeah, we'll do some Will McClay and some Jason Garrett coming up at 6 o'clock, Brian. Sound good to you?
Sounds good.
Terrific job there on Crown Global Media. If you guys want to check out the rest of that interview, always good to hear Brian and Will talk about the Cowboys' decisions here with the personnel. And we're coming back to hit the expressway. We'll go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day in LA Live right around the corner here on The Fan. Expressway. We go commercial free to the top from right here. G-Bag of the Day is coming up, and LA Live at 5:40. So keep it locked. Thank you for making us part of your day. Tarek Skubal, he says he wants to play out the rest of the season with the Tigers and try to win the World Series championship if he'd have his preference. But Yankees are circling, Dodgers are circling, and it appears that the Tigers are more than willing. They're just waiting on what package they want to accept for him. But that might not be the biggest baseball story of interest for you this afternoon, as Rangers have the night off. They're going to host the Mariners tomorrow, 1-4. Texas currently with a half-game lead. But Mark Cuban is now a part owner of the A's. Yeah, Lucius spotted this bad boy at the commercial break for us. Kind of breaking news. He built this private equity firm last year with a minority owner of the Falcons. Yep. It's like smaller sports owners, which I guess Mark Cuban is now, recognizing the fact that these things continue to appreciate at a very fast rate. It's a great place to park capital. You could invest in the stock market, you could buy precious metals and real estate, or you could just buy pieces of sports teams and wait for them to double over the next decade, or more. At some of the pace these things have been on. Forbes currently values the A's. This is staggering. $2 billion. Isn't that crazy? They're the 18th most valuable team in Major League Baseball.
They were probably the absolute at the bottom until they talked about moving to Las Vegas.
Okay.
The
Vegas aspect of it, you think?
Yeah, the Vegas aspect. Much like what the Raiders did. The Raiders were one of the least valuable franchises in the NFL, and then they make the move to Vegas, and it jumped their value up by probably maybe $4 to $5 billion.
He must feel like, and I guess with Netflix and Amazon Prime and all these streaming services getting in on bidding for the broadcast rights of these games, that the value is going to continue to increase at a very significant level. And that's, I guess, the second piece of a sports team. He tried to buy the Rangers back in 2010, as many of our Tolos from day one here on The Fan remember. It was quite a scene, and he lost a bidding war basically in court one day while me and Greg Henson were broadcasting for the Ray Davis and Bob Simpson group took over. I think the purchase price then was like $565 million for the Rangers 16 years ago, and now the A's are worth 4 times that, going to Las Vegas, which is a top 25 market. It's not a small market, but I guess congrats to Mark Cuban on the purchase. Arch Manning spent his offseason getting healthy, but he also added a key intangible to his game, taking ownership of the team. And that was one of the topics for the Longhorns at SEC Media Days. Teammate Colin Simmons perhaps said it best here in this story with ESPN. We need a different side of Arch if we want to get somewhere. So Arch definitely brought that side of him out, and I feel like as long as we trust and believe in Arch as a team and never look past him or look down at him, we're going to be okay. Okay. Sark saying he had never been the starter last year. A lot of us were pushing Arch to become the leader because it was his team. Arch always took the idea, quote, I haven't earned it yet. It was almost ingrained in him from his grandpa. You've got to earn everything you get. It was the whole NIL. It was the leadership. It was all these things. So ironically, it took failure. It took all this adversity that he had to go through for him to get on the other side of it. What do you think? That, could potentially be a catalyst for any athlete when you ask them to take ownership and responsibility for the team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm believing in Arch. I think that he's going to take big strides this year. But certainly for Texas, I mean, you've got sky-high expectations. The first half of the season was terrible for him. I saw growth, and I think that they have surrounded him with a better supporting cast. And if he doesn't end up succeeding, then that's on him.
Yeah. When I don't know when this changed, Brian, but when did our patience for college quarterbacks evaporate? Now it's like if you're not good, then
it's a good point.
Back in the day, it was like
it's like instant.
you got to have a senior quarterback if you want to make a run to a big-time bowl game. You need a guy who's been through the battles, and I don't know, maybe offense has been simplified or the 7-on-7 camps make them more prepared when they arrive. Yeah. But, I don't think you have to write the final chapters of Arch Manning anytime soon.
No, I agree with that.
Okay, Rangers, as I mentioned, off tonight. We could have Corey Seager back next week, next Friday.
Surprising. That is very surprising. Great news.
But he's going to have to go on a rehab assignment. He hit off a machine yesterday. No reports on what he might have done today in his day off. But as of this morning, he had worked 3 days in a row and had positive reports on the other side, which is big. I just don't know how tenuous it is or how potentially fragile that back is. Right now, I'm highly concerned, and I would put the chances of him coming back and playing out the rest of the season in the mid-single digits. If I had to handicap it right now, I'd give you 20-1 odds if you wanted to place a bet on Corey Seager playing out the rest of the year healthy.
And I just wouldn't do it. I'm cautiously optimistic, and I'd really kind of like him to come out, play well, and then they can flip him at the deadline to the Red Sox or whoever wants to take him.
I think last night in the show at some point we were talking about what we'd like to see at training camp, and somebody said just stay healthy.
Yeah. It's always the key. I think the text might have said, "Just stay healthy."
Just stay healthy. It was a great line for the text, and I think the news out of Carolina today kind of reinforces that point. Hopefully, we don't have any nervous moments like we had to endure last year with the Tyler Guyton story, which was incredible. As Brian's inside sources were telling us, don't write the story of a torn ACL yet. They're going to get it looked at, and it came back with just a pretty good tweak. But Nick Scorton of the Carolina Panthers was not so fortunate today, as apparently he was fighting off a block in a drill from a guard. His knee tweaked. Moments later, his hand was over his face as he was being led away to a cart, and he was leaving the field. The cart stopped, and Canales and every player on the roster individually walked over to hug Scorton before he was taken to the training room. And within a couple of hours later, it was announced he's got a torn ACL. So he's one of their pass rushing linebackers, right? I think they feel all right about their off-ball linebackers. They added Devin Lloyd. But he had a good rookie year, and now you're not going to see him again. So things not getting off to a great start in Carolina. Things did get off to a pretty good start for old Scotty Scheffler, who had a good Open Championship, but finished this year winless on the majors. He flew straight to Minnesota to get ready for this 3M Open, and today he fired a bogey-free 6-under, 65. So he finished his round as other Dallas players, Tom Kim, Tom Hoge, and Pearson Cootie, were just hitting the course. Jordan Spieth is not taking part in this week's event, but Ben Coles is your leader at 9 under par, just 3 shots better than our hero Scott. Okay, it's time now to go into the Pip Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. It's fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars, EastDallasMotorCars.com. Our winner and champ going for 4 today is Fred Davis from the Fan After Dark, host here on this station, 105.3 The Fan. Fred Davis getting ready to do a weekend show, and one of the producers here, Trap House, Trevor, tapped Freddie on the shoulder and said, "Hey, man, I think they're taking your whole song, bro. Bar for bar, bit for bit." So Freddie called up to see what was going on.
We got Fred in Dallas, who's got a bone to pick with us, which let's pick it. What do you got, Fred?
Let's pick it.
I'm just curious where you came up with the idea for fair or foul.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, I've heard that you think that somehow we jacked the idea.
Just curious.
Radio can be a very unforgiving business, so I just figured, somebody who listens to
Fred,
one
first of all,
regular
Fair or Foul has been alive in the sports radio, sports talk medium since I've been a little guy back in the early 80s. And by no means did anybody at Westwood One jack that segment. If you're going to come to me and ask me if we stole a segment, please have it be something like a little more original than Fair or Foul.
Just ask me where you got the idea from, Pete. You're here in Dallas, so I just asked you a question. Where you got the idea for the segment from?
Well, to be honest with you, I fill in on Westwood One, and this segment was already here because the guy who hosts the show and does a phenomenal job, it's his segment, and it's his producer segment. But for them, I will tell you that if you're going to call a radio station and say you jacked my bit and treat us like Carlos Mencia.
I called and asked. It's fair. I mean, I'm asking you, man to man.
Actually, it's foul. To be honest, I mean, honestly, like nobody's ripping off your radio ideas, dude. I can promise you that. And the only reason I have contention in my voice is because I know you called to challenge us.
I asked the question. I said, where did you get the segment from? You said where you got it from. That's it. I don't need anything else. You said the guy before you did it, period. Never heard him do it. Just ask a question. That's all I ask. I don't need your background or anything like that. Care less. Just ask you where you got the segment from. That's it.
God. All right, Fred, take it easy on the coffee, brother. We'll talk.
To answer, I have no idea.
My man said, listen, Fred.
Oh, legendary moment. I thought Pete was pretty calm under fire.
Oh, listen.
Tip of the cap to him as well.
Yeah.
Look here.
All right. Remember how Dana White, the boss of the UFC, he went off on his crew, his production TV crew, for not doing celebrities right, putting the wrong name under the celebrity and whatnot, just making his stuff look like a total fool. And his crew said that, well, FIFA does it worse than we do it.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, no, we do it worse than FIFA. Well, This is after the final game. This is what he said.
You know what's crazy? I actually teed up the guys who are doing the production, the guys responsible for the production of the World Cup, for you guys to hit a Grand Slam home run. Even though everybody in my team was arguing with me saying that you are the worst, I said, no, we are the worst. They didn't it up as bad as we did. And what do you guys do? You triple down today and you just go, you, Dana White. You're not beating us. We're the worst production team in the history of sports to ever show celebrities. I bow down. Congratulations to the producers of the World Cup. You guys win. You guys up that flyover too. I'm not going to nitpick. I'm just giving you credit where credit is due. You guys absolutely suck. We are the second worst.
Yeah, that flyover was pretty premature, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. The timing was very off.
And my former producer, John Strong, Matt Damon comes up on screen, called him Brad Pitt.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh. Thought it was maybe his only mistake. But
he did great, though. I didn't.
Yeah, he did a nice job.
Yeah.
Earned the final and probably should earn it again.
Somebody thought Pharrell was AKA Rocky.
Yeah, I heard that too.
Unbelievable. And it's like, wait, I mean ASAP
Rocky. He corrected himself and said it worse.
Is it AKA Rocky? Oh, I mean ASAP.
Excuse me. I mean AKA Rocky. Excuse me. I thought you had me.
The whole time it's Pharrell.
These guys, man.
Oh my gosh. All right, let's go to Shreveport. Before Oklahoma had those casinos, that's what your family would go.
You did.
Shreveport. We're going to the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go to Shreveport City Council meeting where a man recorded a song and played his song for the city council to talk about all the woes and problems of the city.
As a Vietnam veteran, member of the Neighbors of Caddo Heights.
First of all, this man is out of his mind, bro. He's really playing this from his phone into the microphones up there, city council.
As a Vietnam veteran, member of the Neighbors of Caddo Heights, and a resident of Newcastle Pines. I'm here to represent these neighborhoods that are currently facing several concerns that need to be addressed and handled, especially in District D. These issues pose significant risks to pedestrians because of the deep ditches that are hidden and covered with high grass that might have snakes. And who knows what is hidden in it. And handicap ramps are needed in areas. Two cars can't pass unless one stops to let the other one pass without falling in the ditch.
Incredible.
1700, 1800, and 1900 blocks of Clanton Street. Additionally, trees are encroaching on power lines and debris from properties near the corner of Wallace Street and Hollywood Avenue. Been there for once.
All right. Man, that's smooth.
Yes. That is very smooth.
All right. He did a hell of a job on that.
The production was great.
I got nothing but credit for this guy.
How you hating on this, Lucius?
It's ridiculous, man. There's somebody's daddy up there like, look, I'm going to go talk about the woes of the city, but I'm going to let AI help me a little bit, too. I know he didn't write that damn song.
Falling in the ditch, particularly on the 1700.
All right.
1900. That's groovy, man.
Additionally.
He made that on Suno.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I had some Rashard Mendenhall clip, but I'll bump that till tomorrow because we'll go to KNC Masterpiece where Corey told a story. I think his son is dating a girl or something like that.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, this is wild.
All right.
Last night, we were taking her home. So me and Adrian and Carter and her got into the truck, drove home, or drove to her house and pulled up. And then Carter got out to walk her to the door, as a gentleman should do. Very sweet. And then she unlocked the door and he went inside the house. And I was like, what is happening right now? And I said, Adrian, why is he going in the house? And Adrian looked at me and said, he has to spray his boner with her perfume.
What?
At which point, I said, what the F did you just say? And she looked at me like I was a crazy man and said, his stuffed animal is named Boner, and he sprays it with perfume so that he can sleep with it at night.
Wow. That was shocking.
Very jarring. The one that he has a stuffed animal, but also, too, the name of the stuffed animal.
So this is a high school kid with a stuffed animal. I think
Boner.
We should start there. Yeah, named Boner. And then his wife not having any understanding for what she just said.
Yeah,
just like it was commonplace.
You don't know that your son's stuffed animal is named Boner.
When I first heard the story, I thought the kid was like a fan of Family Ties.
Yeah.
One of the kids.
Growing Pains?
Oh, Growing Pains.
Was it Growing Pains? One of those. Yeah, one of those.
With Mike Seaver?
What would you do,
His best buddy.
baby, without love? And it ain't no one can only.
Man, Kirk Cameron was
kid on that.
Was the apple of everybody's eye there in about 88.
I saw that as a kid.
Yeah, did you?
That's what it was.
The reruns. I've been telling you guys though, Corey Majors and his family. It's just ripe at every turn for like an animated comedy.
Oh yeah, especially Corey. He's an animated father. He's a cartoon dad. 100%.
Cinnamon grits.
Oh man, I don't want to get mad at you, but we can't have that.
This boner stuff.
We can't have that around here in the Major's house.
You're gonna change the name of that stuffed animal, son. Can't be calling him Boner.
That is crazy. I mean, imagine being the dad of the daughter.
Oh yeah.
The boyfriend's coming in talking about perfume boners.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, what the hell did you just say?
How old is this kid, you think?
I mean, he's
16?
8th grade.
15?
I mean, the parents are driving him home. I would guess 15.
Oh, that's a good point.
But anywhere from 9th to 12th grade, this kid's in.
I mean, if Abby has a boyfriend at 15, there's no way he's coming in to spray his stuffed animal named Boner with perfume.
Boner. Once I hear the name of it, that's it for that kid.
No, we're
that's
ending
it,
that
buddy.
relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just have to get mad at dad. Sorry.
Better talk to that kid at school because that's the only time you're going to see him.
That's it.
It's crazy.
His bear's name what? All right. No more decision making for you. We got it from here. All right, shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Frederick Douglass Haynes. I got a Throwback Thursday clip of a pastor from Jacksonville, Duval County, that is hella unimpressed with his choir.
Come on, clap them hands, church. Hey. That's what y'all practiced and came up with.
Dang.
That's what practice did for y'all.
Dang.
Y'all don't ever need to practice again if that's what it did for y'all. You can stand. Y'all practicing for a sounding like that.
Ouchie.
I told y'all that's not gonna work in Jacksonville.
Yo, the dude on the organ is out of control.
Exactly, yeah.
It's out of control. Wait, I want to go back to when he calmed it down first.
That's what practice did for y'all.
All right. Man, shots fired in a big way.
Get him and leave.
Getting called out.
Man, I was today years old when I figured out what the Duval reference was with the Jags. Did you guys know that? With Duval? It's Duval County.
Duval County.
Hey.
Duval. Duval.
You didn't know that?
Where'd the Duval thing go?
Okay, yeah, that's it. The Duval. Adam Rank actually taught that to me on NFL Fantasy Live several years ago.
I've been meaning to look it up.
Yeah.
Like, why do the Jags keep saying Duval?
Yep, Duval.
Oh, my gosh, man.
Duval Jags. Is it our pastor in Duval County? Is it KNC telling a story about a stuffed animal named Boner? Shreveport City Council meeting. Dana White on the World Cup being worse than them in UFC with celebrities, or Fred Davis.
I like how he calls it showing celebrities. Like, what? We're the worst at showing celebrities. Showing celebrities? What is that?
I guess it's an important part to prove to everybody on TV that this is the place to be.
Yeah, 100%.
You should get tickets.
100%.
Pretty good marketing. I guess it is worth it to give those celebrities tickets if they'll show up.
I just didn't know there was a chapter of it in like the production manual.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go with the Shreveport City Council meeting, actually, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
Lucius?
Big Freddie D.
Wolchuk?
Corey.
Brian?
Champ.
By a score 3-1 once again, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion is Fred Davis, coming up 7-11 tonight with the Fan After Dark. Let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius in LA Live.
That man will be going for 5 on a Friday. That's poetic right there. That's poetic.
On a Friday.
Yeah.
Congrats, Freddie.
About time.
All right, man. Let's get into a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Bam.
All right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a choke.
I see you, Trap House Trevor, with that shirt.
It'll make you dance to some of everything.
Here we go.
Everybody get high.
What really happened on that Thursday here at Augusta High School that led to Chris Wood's death?
The f*** is that? I'm dying in this country ass up town. Flying in my mouth. The I can't see pollen. And let's get the out this country, motherfucker. I can't even see me.
That's a classic clip right there from your man Isaiah Carey. If you're from Houston, you know all about Mr. Isaiah. I think he was in Arkansas at that time right there, though. Hey, this is LA Live for Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks!
We're busting loud. Serious funk, y'all. We're busting loud.
Stretching Kikuchi tonight.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this here station. You are appreciated. Especially if you're a passenger princess that does not talk over the programming.
Oh, salute.
Salute to you. Yeah. You know, unless you're responding to something that happened in the program, then by all means, boo-boo, do you. You dig what I'm saying? LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. Shout out to those blue-collar ballers. Before I get into these, oh my gosh, look at the time.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Time flies.
Oh my gosh. I had all these news clips set up. Okay, well, I guess I'll get into that tea later, but I got some great tea for you ladies, but I don't have the time to get into it.
I need the tea.
I got some great tea. I know a woman whose husband hurt himself on the job.
Okay.
And he's been debilitated for a while now, maybe like over a year or something. She has to wait on him hand and foot.
Oh, no.
Because he can't do anything. He's been debilitated. He walks around with a rocker, and if he gets too excited, he gets the shakes. So she has to feed him, sometimes hand feed him.
Wow.
Yeah. And then one day she got
me, I'll starve to death. Back to you,
come
Lucius.
on.
Honey, get away from me.
Come on, don't say that. Knock on some wood, fam.
That's my bad.
Don't do that. You got a great support system around you.
I do. You're
Okay,
right.
gotta let it
just
grow.
a joke.
But she got suspicious of him.
Oh, like he was pulling a Lamar over.
so
He was faking it.
Oh. She put some cameras in the crib.
When he's walking around.
My man was walking. cooking for himself, dancing, open up the window so you couldn't tell that he was cooking, get all the smell out of there, moving and grooving, doing everything.
Damn, that's dirty.
3D chess.
He was hitting imaginary Euro steps.
This is going out of control. Nerf hooping in that thing. Wildin', bro. She still hasn't told him that she knows.
What?
Oh
no.
Oh, she's setting up for a big shebang, bro.
Shebang. Shebang.
Ladies will figure stuff out and just not tell you.
Yeah,
just wait.
Clearly.
Yeah.
I know before he knew.
Oh, wow. Dang, that's messy.
Yeah, that's really, really messy. I just had to get that tea out there, man.
I love it. That's some good tea.
That's some good tea. Okay, what do we got? We've got some... How about I'm going to get rid of some of these leftover World Cup news clips and some viewer feedback clips, if I can get to them all right here. Ivory Coast fans, they weighed in on the DFW versus Houston. Did you guys see this?
No.
When they were here?
What do you think of Dallas so far?
Oh, Dallas is nice. It's very quiet. It's clean. You know, it's cleaner than Houston. We're going to be honest. We've been in Houston for years.
Awesome.
The weather here is awesome.
Problem. So we love Dallas.
Yes, we love Dallas.
They love Dallas.
It's cleaner than Houston.
They love Dallas, I must say. Croatia fans, they were on Fox 4. They love Dallas too, but they don't like what we did here.
Oh. It's traveling around and it's beautiful, especially Dallas. But we are a little sad because Luka Doncic is not anymore here in Dallas.
That still haunts us to this day, you know.
Yeah, we're sad with you, man.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I do like Dallas. Don't get me wrong.
Oh,
and I think it's better than Houston.
Be careful. Because you did disrespect Stevie Ray Vaughan back in the day, bro, and it's really stuck with me for so long. That's 12 years, bro.
Oak Cliff Zone.
I'm just like, every time I see Stevie Ray Vaughan, I'm like, how could Dawson even say that?
You know, I feel like his music's a little bit overrated. Maybe it's just not my favorite genre.
Don't do it again.
That's my bad. But I would say, what is beautiful about North Texas? We don't have any scenery. We don't have any mountains, any great rivers to look at.
We got some sunsets, man.
We got like one place you can hike in Cedar Hill.
Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed by that too. I love that spot, but I want other spots to hike. Remember, I was on my hiking thing, and I was like, dang, I only got one spot to go to around here.
Yeah. Like, and Arlington's a great place to go watch sports. You know, if you're like, wow, look at this stadium, and there's another stadium across the way. They got 2 baseball stadiums over there. This is amazing. You know, and all these great restaurants and stuff.
We've got things to do.
Great place to live.
We just don't have the view.
Yeah.
We don't have the view, but we got things to do.
Yes.
Let's go to Sky News. Atlanta. This is after the World Cup. England fan right here bombed a live shot.
If anything, if there's any punishment...
Should we talk about the Falklands?
They have...
Don't cry for them, Argentina!
I'm sorry about that.
The truth is...
There's been a lot of fans who've had a lot of alcohol today and spent an awful lot of their money.
An awful lot of their money.
Fools.
Falcons have cheap concessions, though. She might be wrong about that.
A lot.
Spent an awful lot of their money. Back to you.
Another shot, I see.
Let's see. How about this viewer feedback? I like the viewer feedback. It takes a different individual to hit up a news station with viewer feedback comments. You know, you're usually nitpicking.
Yeah.
For the most part.
You don't have any friends.
Yeah. Clearly, something's going on
Nothing
here.
to do.
Let's go to WNEP TV ABC